themselves the stream later, or
yeah, so long as the link is there, right?
And the shot list, correct?
I believe there was paperwork that was photographed, but I don't believe it was collected.
Pause the trial so we
I
can
don't
pick
know.
up where we're up to.
Pass up to the witness. What I'm.
To all of our viewers
Okay, I
out
can go
there,
live.
I apologize for our little
Can I
snag.
please?
It appears that YouTube was not as interested in our banter as you all were, but we
Yes.
are back,
And what are those?
baby. We're
Nah,
back better than
hell with
ever.
YouTube.
To hell with YouTube.
Scene
We're figuring out the details right now
that you
because we have to
collected.
kind of reset up everything. So if you hear us
Yes.
scrambling in the background, that's what's going on. Just bear with us, please. Thank you, everybody who did bear with us, who hit that like button on the
What
new
more
stream.
do you want him to do?
All of our subscribers, thank you so very much. We're going to back it up to the point that
I'm relying on the
hold on.
conversation.
We're going to back it up in just a moment to the point where we come back from the sidebar, since that's what we were all waiting for anyway. So everybody just hang tight. Thank you so very much. Hit the subscribe button on Good Logic. Andrea how do I say your last name? Burkhart, right?
Yeah, Burkhart.
Okay, Andrea Burkhart, make sure that you go and subscribe to her channel, and Uncivil Law as always. And of course, if you would like to become a member of the Danimaniacs, you are always welcome. You get many, many blessings as being a member. And we're just going to hang out here for a moment until we get it set up. No one did it, Terry. Don't worry about it. YouTube is a fickle and funny thing, and it's extremely arbitrary as well. I'll tell you, I just got demonetized on one of our videos that everyone else was monetized with. So make it make
Same.
sense, YouTube.
I got demonetized with you right there.
Yep. And it makes no sense. And there's not really much we can do in terms of appeal or anything else. So you guys are what make it all possible. We're just grateful that you are all here. Now, if you guys are afraid of YouTube screwing us over again, like we are, because we care so much about you. We want to be producing and giving you the best content possible. Make sure that you're subscribed so you know when we are going live, you know what is happening on our channels, and we do not disappear from your hearts, just as you will never disappear from ours. Looks like Kurt's still working on that.
It'll take the next 5 minutes, so everyone should be all set up. I have to make a new Rumble stream, so I'm gonna.
That's okay. You go ahead and do that. I'm just going to make sure I'm monetized on this new stream. Not that it matters, because they'll probably arbitrarily deny me, but let's try anyway. Dang it. And the good news is we're not sitting around and pontificating and looking down at our bellies while we're waiting for them to come back. So now we're caught up to speed.
on the plus side, you didn't miss any of the trial, so that's nice.
Yes. Yeah, we didn't miss anything. You guys are all here with us. Danny, big pep talk. Hey, you know what? Sometimes we just need a lot of love and a lot of support. And we literally could not be doing this without you guys, without your support, without your views, without your time. We value it. That's why we freaked out, right? Because we want to make sure we are providing you guys with the greatest, best legal analysis, most entertaining legal analysis. So,
Damn, Skippy.
the resigned sigh.
Just trying to get this all lined up. It is what it is.
It is what it is. By the way, if you guys think this is us panicking, you should see us when we forget to file that one thing that now excludes all of our evidence that we presented in our damn
It feels
motion.
exactly like that, honestly.
and opposing counsel goes, really? Well, Your Honor, they were supposed to have this to us by this timeline, and they didn't. Where's their initial disclosure on this? And you're like, you turn to your client, you're like, did you send that form over to our office? Yeah, I totally did. It's all your fault. Whenever the client says it's all your fault, generally it's not. It's a pretty good rule, generally speaking. Sometimes it's our fault, but sometimes not so much. Did Viva take down the stream? Nope. YouTube probably did. Well, we could blame Viva. He's not here.
Viva drove all over our stream.
Okay, are we going? I think I am.
So.
so tricky to sort all this out, but
In the meanwhile, I got to 99,532. Nice
Yay.
little boost. I'm working my way there.
nice.
Cross that 500 threshold and it's just storming on past.
Heck yeah.
Can you guys not hear the audio?
We don't hear any
Maybe-
audio at
maybe
all.
I didn't. Okay, give me a second. I'll fix it.
All right.
We are confident that you will. You're great.
Ah,
Everybody's great.
share tab audio. Okay.
Recorded a portion of that day. There
You hear it
wasn't
now?
recording. Was-
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Thank
And
God.
you didn't find any.
So let's back it up to
Yeah.
when they come back
Yep, there was
from
one live
the
round
sidebar.
located inside the
All
truck.
right,
It
no
was.
problem.
Okay. And where
Because
was
I
that
want to
from?
know. I
That
want to
was
know who
in
won the
Mr.
sidebar.
Baldwin's holster.
Prosecutor was looking pretty dang smug when she walked away.
Yeah.
So.
For sure.
I'm waiting for the foundation.
Was that really all over foundation? Really? We spent that much time on foundation?
21.
How long does it take to discuss foundation?
Evidence.
Oh, shoot.
If they spent 15 minutes discussing and arguing over foundation, I'm going to be really salty.
Damn it.
As you testified yesterday, you collected items from the church that you thought were relevant to this case, correct?
Yes.
And some of the things that you thought gave insight into what happened, correct?
Yes.
And including in those was a copy of the script and the shot list, correct?
I believe there was paperwork that was photographed, but I don't think it's correct.
Okay. Well, I'm going to pass up to the witness what it's marked as A3 and A11.
No, I thought he'd actually pass it.
These.
They never do.
Yes.
And what are
It
those?
is working.
It appears to be scene paperwork.
That you collected.
Yes.
And those are shared in the photograph?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll give them that.
I don't believe that's an adequate foundation.
Of course you don't.
Oh, Lord.
You want him to do?
But what we discussed at the bench, but.
As the judge at
but
this
I-
point,
and
I'd be like,
obviously I
F
defer to
it.
the
Let's
court,
move
But
on.
I'm relying on the conversation we had.
It's enough. Let's
Well,
go.
all right, so they are conditionally admitted pursuant
Oh,
to the
man.
discussion up at the bench.
Now,
Everybody in
Yeah.
bingo, that was a speaking objection. Go ahead and mark it on your sheet.
Apparently, you should have
Read that
foundation with
last
the bingo sheet.
sentence.
That's going to be a thing, I guess.
Russ Colt talk quietly now.
And I'm now going to publish
Whose keyboard is
811.
key? Is it you, Joe?
See, this will
Holy.
in focus.
Yeah, your keyboard is really, really loud, Joe. When you were typing.
He got it. He got it muted.
Yeah,
We
that's
cannot
fine.
do that.
Okay, I apologize.
Maybe it's...
I kind of enjoyed it, honestly. Like, Joe is super into it. It's a whole vibe from that typing.
Get out some of the frustration from the typing noises. Writing an angry letter.
I like mechanical
Permission to
keyboards.
approach.
Oh, again? Hey, and now that we're a little behind, we can skip.
I guess we
Oh
can.
my gosh.
I'm
Just
so
do a
glad that
little
we were
like-
around. It was totally necessary.
And you
Foundation.
Oh,
stay
wait,
with
back
it,
up.
right?
I believe at the time, yes.
And you said to your fellow officers that you think it's important because it confirms Mr. Baldwin's statements, correct?
I don't recall stating that, but it could be something that I've stated.
And you indicated that you thought it was hers, meaning Ms. Hutchins' paperwork, correct?
I believe that one of those papers does have her name on it, which is why I thought it was hers.
Right. And the other paper that you already testified to, A3, was found around where she fell, correct?
Yes.
And it contains the shot list and the script for that day, correct?
I don't know
Objection,
exactly.
foundation? Sorry.
Yeah.
So you have laid
Did
the
you-
foundation?
Yeah, did you believe at the time that what you were looking at may have reflected things that were supposed to occur in the church?
Yes.
You also recovered Miss Hutchins' cell phone, correct?
At a later date, I believe.
And that was sent to Byron French in the investigation division to extract the cell phone results eventually, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Now, you tried to find video recording in the church, correct?
Yes.
But the video cameras for the scene in question did not record that day, so you were not able to find that. Fair?
They recorded a portion of that day. There was a recording that was recovered.
And you didn't find any live ammunition in the church?
Yes, there was one live round located inside the church.
There was, okay. And where was that found?
That was in Mr. Baldwin's holster.
Right, so, right, the bandolier that we were talking about before?
Yes.
Okay. And you have no reason to think that Mr. Baldwin had any idea that was there, right?
Correct.
At that scene, and at this time in the investigation, Detective Kano was in charge, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
So while you're now then leaving the church, we're going to move on, okay? You have to figure out how ammunition works on a movie set, right?
Yes.
That wasn't something that you were familiar with before the incident in question, right?
Correct.
And you sort of became the subject matter expert on that topic, right?
Yes, I'd say so.
Right. I mean, you were
For
called
the sheriff's
into,
office.
for the sheriff's office, right? But also you'd be called into meetings with Corporal Hancock and the prosecutors and try to educate them on those topics. Isn't that fair?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, you weren't running the case, were you?
No.
But you were there to assist not only with the evidence, but to be a specialist on this sort of unique topic. Fair?
Yes.
And again, you said this on direct, but I think it got a little confusing perhaps. But there are never supposed to be live ammunition on a movie set.
That's the court.
Okay, go ahead. Yours is on though, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. You understood that there should never be live ammunition on a movie set, right?
Yes.
And the one type of ammunition that occurs on movie sets is blanks, and those are the ones that just go poof, right?
Correct.
Okay, and I'm just showing you 812 that's in evidence, right? And those have a crimped top, right?
Yes.
Okay, as opposed to dummy rounds, right? I'm showing you 811 that's in evidence, right? Which look like real bullets, right?
Correct.
And there were different types of dummy rounds, as I think you said on direct. But you can't tell necessarily that a dummy round is a dummy round just by looking at it.
Select
Always.
dummy rounds.
Some dummy rounds have holes in them, right?
Yes.
Others have their primers removed.
Yes.
Some of them do not have holes in the side or their primers removed.
Oh, I know where he's going with this.
Some of them don't make a noise when they're shaken, called Denex
Some dummy
rounds.
rounds don't look
Yes.
like other dummy, look like
and
real
some
rounds. Therefore, even
dummy
if he
rounds
checked, he wouldn't have been able to
Look
distinguish the dummy rounds
exactly
from the
like
real
live
rounds.
rounds, correct?
Yes.
Here it is.
And those look exactly like live ammunition. Fair?
Yes.
And those type of exact replica dummy rounds were on the set of Rust, right?
Here it is. So even if he checked, the dummy rounds and live rounds looked exactly alike. He wouldn't have been able to distinguish.
And those were Seth Kenny's dummy rounds, right?
Yes.
And in terms of identifying dummy rounds by shaking them, right, which is something you talked about on direct, some of them are louder than others, right?
Yes.
Some of them have one BB, or two BBs in them, or three BBs in them, right?
Yes.
Sometimes if you shake a bullet, you can hear the powder, or because of oxidation, you can hear things inside of a bullet when you shake it, right?
Yes.
And depending on the setting of something would impact the person's ability to hear it. Isn't that fair?
Yes.
So, right, if I shook a dummy round right now in a courtroom in front of a microphone, right, it would probably be, you would be able to hear it. Would you agree?
Yes.
But if people are all moving around in a movie set, you don't know that everybody would be able to hear it. Isn't that fair?
Not everyone, no.
He's taking
And
it too
some dummy
far.
rounds don't shake at all. Isn't that also true?
Yes.
The only way to determine definitively is to send them to the FBI and to take apart the dummy round to figure out what the powder is inside of it, right?
The powder inside of a dummy round,
Yeah, I'm
or
moving
the ball
on to-
bearings.
Well, the ball bearings versus the powder that could be in a live ammunition.
Yes,
right?
that would be the comparison. Yes.
And so, one of the questions that I'm going to ask you is there different grades of gunpowder used in blanks versus live rounds?
I do not know the answer to that question.
And so, as you proceed in this case, you are then executing the prop truck search at the scene of Rust, right?
Yes.
So about a week after the incident, approximately, you go back to the setting of Rust and you execute a search warrant on the truck that housed the prop cart that you found the shell casing on, right?
Yes.
And when you went to do that search warrant, it was light outside, right?
Correct.
And you were with your fellow officers, Hancock, Kano, Sergeant Zook was there, correct?
Yes.
And you had a good working relationship with all of these people, right?
Yes.
And Detective Hancock and Kano, signed off on what you collected as detectives involved in this, right?
Yes.
And Sergeant Zook, who was their supervisor, signed off as well. Fair?
Yes.
And there was a witness there that day that assisted law enforcement with the search of the prop truck, right?
Yes.
A man named Seth Kenny.
Correct.
And not only did he assist, he actually was the one that opened the safe, right?
Yes. He had the combination too.
Well, do you know how he got the combination?
He was the owner of the safe.
You sure about that?
That was my understanding.
You collected dozens of guns from the safe, right?
Yes.
And you understood that there were a dozen plus actors, extras, stuntmen that used firearms on the set of Rust.
Yes.
Just like we talked about with Mr. Ackles and his bandolier, right? A lot of these actors may have at one point or another, unbeknownst to them, God forbid, had live ammunition on them, right?
Yes.
And the prop truck, we can look at A13, was a little disorganized. I don't know if it's quite at the level of the car, but it was a little disorganized, right?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll just show A14 for completeness.
I will say he's doing a lot better job than he did yesterday.
Way.
Agreed.
He has so much better
And
control,
inside the
breathing.
prop truck, there were boxes.
Well, he's telling a very good story.
Yes.
Everybody had live
Ammunition.
rounds. No, you can't tell
Yeah.
the dummies between the
And
live
these
rounds. This is all
boxes
screaming
are sort of,
reasonable doubt to me.
a lot of
Reasonable
them
doubt.
Yeah, this is
reasonable
the
doubt.
most
Make,
effective
model,
he,
white
stuff
box,
he's
right?
come up with so
Yes.
far.
And I'm just going to show you 816, which is a close-up. And do you notice one box that looks a little different than the other boxes?
Yes, there is.
And which box is that?
The box in the center, instead of it being stamped, it has handwritten in blue marker, dummy rounds 45 LC.
Right, and I'll just blow up that, which is in the state's exhibits, exhibit 19, right?
Yes.
And you don't know who wrote that writing on it, do you?
Seth Kenny.
And if we could look at A22, can you tell us what that is?
Out of context, no, I can't.
Okay, well then we're going to look at A23.
Can you move that? This is the rounds that were inside of that box with the styrofoam insert that were removed.
Okay. And you see that they are Starline brass, nickel, dummy rounds, right?
Yes.
And again, the difference between a Starline brass nickel-plated dummy round and a live round is effectively that one has powder inside, the other does not, right?
Yes.
And do you know where all the ones in this box went, the ones that are missing?
I do not.
So we're in the prop truck, and you have Starline brass, you have nickel primer, but they're not live, right?
Correct.
And you don't know when that box ended up getting to the prop truck, moved to the prop truck. You don't know any of that background, right?
Right.
You don't know if somebody placed that box with the handwriting on it into that Mary Kay bag, do you?
No.
And on the prop truck that housed all the ammunition, was there any live ammunition on the prop truck?
No.
So I want to ask you something, Investigator Poppell. Did that surprise you?
No, not necessarily.
Well, you've got all this, you're finding these live rounds all over the set, right?
Yes.
Sort of seem to be a little bit of everywhere without much cohesion between where you're finding them, right?
Yes.
And they're housed originally in the prop truck, right?
Yes.
And so you go a week later to the prop truck, which has all the ammunition, right?
Yes.
And there's not a single live round there, right?
Correct.
Why did law enforcement wait a week to go to the prop truck?
The search warrant needed to be written. I'm not sure of why the time difference occurred exactly.
Okay. You, well, I mean, the search warrant for the church that we talked about on the 21st, you guys were able to do in one day, right? The same day that the incident happened, you did the search warrant on the church, right?
We did it the next day.
Well, you got the warrant on the 21st, you did it the 22nd. Is
Correct.
that fair?
Yes.
I apologize. So if you could do a search warrant in one day for one thing, why does it take 7 days to do a search warrant for something else?
I do not know the circumstances of why there was that time frame.
And so on direct examination, you pointed out that, and this is States 30. You said that these were the Seth Kenny dummies in the box, right?
Yes.
And you talked about that a bit on direct examination, right?
Correct.
And I think you were making a point that Seth Kenny's dummies look a little bit different than the live ammunition found on set. So perhaps there was a way to distinguish them. Was that the import of your testimony?
Yes.
But if you look at the picture of the Seth Kenny box as it's being opened, right? How many rounds are in there?
17.
There are 17.
8 times 5 plus
So
2.
then how do you explain why there's
Already
more
better than
rounds
Trooper Paul.
in your picture?
I'm really impressed by
those
both of you.
dummies
I
taken
was
from
like,
the box?
1, 2, 3.
If I can refer to my
I'm like
report.
you, Danny. I was counting them too.
Fine with me, huh?
My fear is he's been making some great points, but he's burying them though in this long cross. Like the points that he's made have been so great. Maybe he's gonna come back around.
I don't understand this claim that Dershowitz saying pointing a gun at someone isn't a crime. First of all, it is. It's brandishing. And
He's
second
brandishing.
of all, and second of all, it seems criminally, it seems irresponsibly reckless. So I don't know what the point of that is.
Is this Alan Dershowitz?
Assuming,
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, the
I
man who
apologize.
allegedly had his
These-
foot massage?
The
maybe
photo
it's
that was just
maybe it's
of
Jackie
22
Dershowitz.
rounds were actually removed from a bandolier that was located inside of the prop truck.
Defense 826, right?
Yes.
and it has the exact number as the picture you showed the jury, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, the real picture of the ammunition that comes out of Seth Kenny's box is this one, A27, right?
Yes.
And I saw you counting.
I just wanted to make sure the number of rounds.
Fair enough. No, I think that's a good way to that's how I figured it out. That's from the right one, though, right?
Yes.
And there's something important about this picture, isn't there?
Yes.
This is when the note goes, where are you going with that?
Doesn't that Seth Kenny round look exactly like the live round?
Under a camera flash, I suppose it could.
Well, I
Good
don't know about
answer.
suppose it could. I mean, we'll look at the shell casing, Exhibit 28. Then we'll go back. 827. You can go back. States 28.
Is there patina?
Don't you think
Oh
they
my
look
God.
an awful lot alike?
They look like live
Oh.
rounds.
They look similar, yes, but I can still see differences.
Well, I mean, you're a trained investigator, right?
I'm trained crime scene tech, yes,
Even more than an investigator, a crime scene tech, right?
correct.
You have your Nikon 700 flash in your camera, right?
Yes,
You have the opportunity to take this ammunition back to the precinct, lay it out, and photograph it, right?
yes,
You have no reason to think anybody on the set of Rust was able to do that, do you?
no,
Yeah, nice. You kind of ate her with that one.
You turned in your report. In this investigation, Hancock signed off on it, correct?
my supervisor signed off on my report.
Sergeant Zuck?
At the time, yes.
So we're still on the topic of the ammunition, and you and law enforcement were trying to figure out the source of the live ammunition, correct?
Yes,
In fact, it was incumbent upon you to try to find the source, because if there were people sending live ammunition to movie sets, that would be very dangerous condition, wouldn't it be?
yes.
And as you were going about your search, Seth Kenny actually walked into the precinct one day and gave you ammunition, right?
Yes,
Okay, you remember that, right?
I do.
That was. Did you think Mr. Kenny was being helpful?
I believe so, yes.
I mean, were you suspicious at all of that?
That was not my place to be suspicious of him. I hadn't had much interaction with him.
Yeah, I mean, it may not have been your place to, but I'm just asking you if after this point, Seth Kenny, comes knocking on the precinct and shows you all some rounds, whether or not that
Asked and answered.
I don't believe it was.
Overruled.
I'm just asking whether it's your place to be or not. I'm just asking when the man showed up and just presented ammunition to the precinct, did that make you suspicious at all?
No,
Well, let me ask you this. I bet it didn't surprise you that he didn't turn in the exact matching lethal ammunition, did it?
no, I wasn't surprised by that.
Okay. And so what he turned in, and now you have your report there if you need to refresh, but he walks into the precinct, and this is Seth Kenny. And he gives you two different types of shell casings or ammunition, right? He gives you Starline brass. He gives you spent shell casings, right?
Yes,
And those were Starline brass, nickel primer, but they weren't live, right? They had been shot or they were spent shell casings, right?
if I can refer to my report to refresh. I don't recall if any of them were Starline brass.
If you turn to the last page,
Is there a specific item number that you're referring to?
item set, I think 215. You're going to be better at determining these reports than me.
Yes.
Okay. And he brought you, again, he also gave you live ammunition with nickel primers, but they weren't Starlight Brass, right?
Yes.
Okay. So he just seems to have, he just missed sort of on what you were looking for, right?
Yes.
Because you were,
Yeah, objection to the form of question. She doesn't know what Seth Kinney's motives are.
No, I don't, I don't,
What he's
overruled.
I mean, you know that if Seth Kenney provided the live ammunition to the set, that's worse for Seth Kenney, right?
It's worse for whoever provided it. Yes.
I agree. So, but as members of law enforcement, you all know that the person who provided that would have a motive to not be found. True?
Yes.
So you headed to execute a search warrant at Seth Kenney's prop house, right?
Yes.
And a judge signed off on that search warrant, correct?
Yes.
Because you had probable cause to believe that there was live ammunition that matched the ammunition that killed Miss Hutchins, right?
Yes.
And this was you and again, Detective Hancock and Sergeant Zook, right?
Yes.
And yeah, I wanted to ask you, how come you executed the search warrant at night?
I don't recall.
And I wanted to ask you, how come Detective Kano waits outside?
I don't believe that Detective Kano was there the entirety of the search warrant.
So, well, while he was there, you know, do you know why? Do you have any information as to why he didn't come inside?
I do not.
Before you went on the search, you discussed it with Detective Hancock, correct?
Yes.
And just like the truck we talked about, you all had done nothing to secure this prop house while before you got the search warrant, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the jury, how long did you wait to execute the search warrant at the prop house?
I don't recall.
Well, on direct examination, you knew the dates right away. Don't you remember? You nailed it.
Oh,
10/27, November 30th. Right?
I apologize. I thought you were asking from when it was written to when it was executed.
Oh, no, I apologize. Yes.
We executed the search warrant on November 30th.
Okay. So that was a month and a week at least, right? After the incident in question.
Yes.
Okay. And just like the truck, you're executing the search warrant, and who was there to help you?
Seth Kinney.
And your purpose was to find the matching ammunition, correct?
Our purpose was to locate any .45 caliber live ammunition.
Well, sure, but the ultimate investigation that you all were conducting was to try to solve the open question of how the lethal round got on a movie set, right?
Yes.
So I'm not a fan of libel and slander.
You talked a little bit about this when we talked about the prop cart, how the disorganization of it could lead to commingling, right?
Yes.
How was the organization of the prop house?
Some things were organized and some were not.
Well, if you could give us a sense, did you find it to be more organized than the cart or less organized than the cart?
I would say they're probably about equal.
And you knew, did you not? That
Yes,
a dummy
this is
round can be
relevant,
turned into a live
because
round,
is
and
it
a live round
reasonable
can be
for
turned
him
into a
to
dummy round,
expect any of
correct?
this?
Yes.
It goes to the
So a
reasonability
person with
or the
spent shell
reasonableness and
casings or
foreseeability.
dummies, they could reuse them, correct?
Yes.
That would be economically efficient.
Yes.
And you knew as you enter this search that some of the ammunition on the set of Rust definitely came from Seth Kenney, right?
Yes.
He admitted that, right?
Correct.
There were invoices he didn't have much of a choice, correct?
Yes.
And you were also looking for tools that could be used to manufacture dummies and live ammunition, correct?
Yes.
And you were also looking for a green ammo can, correct?
Yes.
the white boxes that we keep looking at are, they look like each other, right?
Correct.
A green ammo can is a more unique item, fair?
Yes.
So why don't you tell the jury why you were looking for a green ammo can?
I don't recall specifically, other than at some point in time it had housed live rounds.
And law enforcement
That's
had
been-
that information at the time of going to a judge to get the search warrant, and very much at the time that they were executing the warrant, right?
Yes.
And I don't want to belabor the white box conversation too much, but other than, I have to find it too, on the white boxes that you found at the set, and at the white boxes that you saw a lot of at Seth Kenny's, there were these initials in the middle of the white box. It said JS. Right? I'll just show you A2. Yeah. Right, that you found at the scene, correct?
Yes.
And if we look inside of Seth Kenny's prop house, A18, you see very similar font and signage, correct?
Yes.
And as you continue on in your search, you understood Seth Kenny was a person of interest, correct?
Yes.
And this was an important moment in the case, correct?
Yes.
And you even found out that the day before Seth Kenny provided the dummies to Rust, he had in his possession live Starline brass nickel primer from 1883, correct?
I don't recall it being the day before, having that information personally.
Well, so let's leave the day before right now. You knew and understood that Seth Kenny had recently been in possession of Starline brass nickel primer live, correct?
I don't know that it was that specific, just that he was in possession of live ammunition in a recent point.
Now, when you testified on direct examination, you told the jury about how you found some live ammo at the prop house, right?
Yes.
And how you took that live ammo and sent it to the FBI, right?
Yes.
And you sent the live ammo from the set of Rust to the FBI, right?
Yes.
And you're not an FBI agent, but what you told the jury was that when you compared the powder from the set of Rust's ammunition to Seth Kenny's live ammunition, they didn't look the same, right?
Correct.
And you testified previously. Well, let me just ask you, did you take all of the 45 live ammunition from PDQ into evidence?
Yes.
And did you search every single box inside of Seth Kenny's prop house?
Yes.
And because you did that, according, is this still, what is that? Did I do something? Oh, it just goes to sleep. Talking too much. And because you've told this jury now,
Not a good sign.
you found every 45 live ammo there, correct?
Yes.
And that you searched every single box, correct?
Yes.
What you're telling this jury is they can be sure that if there was a live round on there that matched the set of Rust, you would have found it, right?
Yes.
Let's take a look at A19.
Does he have evidence to the contrary? Because that would be amazing.
I think it's just the it looks like it. It's the it looks like it argument from the
Yes.
photograph.
You see those boxes packed all the way to the ceiling?
Yes.
Did you all have a ladder or anything when you guys were searching?
No.
Okay.
Looks as chaotic as the set of Rust.
I believe they were taken down or at least looked into. It was not just myself searching.
Right, well, we talked about it.
Pro tip:
Connor
if
was
you walk
outside,
into a
it was
place
you
that
and
offers
Hancock
ammo
and
for your
Zoom,
movie
right?
set,
Yes.
and it looks like
Okay.
this,
So, I mean,
run
tell the
away.
jury, I mean, did you or did you not?
I'm so
Search
glad we're
every
here on
single
day
one.
2. How long did it
We
take to get there on
searched
the Hannah Gutierrez
entirety
file?
of the property. Yes.
But what do you mean when you say that you searched the entirety of the property?
I mean, if a box is opened and it is clear that there's no ammunition in it, meaning if I open a box and it's all clothing and I look at the bottom of the box and it's all clothing, then we're not going to dump the box out on the floor and continue to shake it until rounds that aren't in there fall out.
But okay, sure.
She's very
Were there any
pleased with that answer.
There were a multitude of boxes.
Got it. So, are you telling this jury that you're on your oath that you searched every single box in this room? That's just all I want to know.
Not me personally. Our team reasonably searched the warehouse.
Okay, and I think we're getting closer to, when you say reasonably searched, what do you mean by that?
I mean, how would you approach searching this kind of area?
Well, I can tell you that law enforcement, I know from the movies.
Defensive.
I'll move on.
I know from the movies.
How would you search it?
Sir, regain
If I were
control of
doing
your
a
witness.
make-believe search,
We conducted outside, where you would
I'm
reasonably
the one asking the
set up
questions.
in a way
Yes
that
or no answers,
with the
please.
area,
Thank you.
And-
Please answer the question as asked.
search each section on that grid.
Now's not a time to be cute.
Okay, and well, why don't you tell me, what would have been, if you wanted to be certain, the best way to search this room if you had a limited resource?
the answer right here is the way we did it.
I believe that when we searched this room, we divided the room in order for it to be searched.
Divided it how?
Meaning myself took one section, Sergeant Zook took another section, Detective Hancock took another section.
Are you certain of that, or are you at best estimate that that's what your memory tells you?
I do not recall exactly how the room was searched.
Okay, and then let's say you open up a box with ammunition. How would you search an individual box?
It would depend on the box.
So tell me.
If we open a box and it's all 38s, we're not looking for 38s at that time, we're looking for 45s.
Okay. And so if you opened up a box and it was commingled rounds, how would you do it?
We would have to go through those rounds individually.
Right, and there were boxes like that here, right?
There were a few, yes.
Okay. And how many rooms were there inside of this location that had lots of boxes in them?
There was the back room that we see here. There was a front room that didn't have many boxes, and then a side room that had nicely organized boxes.
And what about the bathroom? Weren't there boxes and ammunition in the bathroom?
There were boxes in the bathroom, yes.
So 4 rooms, right?
Yes.
3 of you, 4 rooms, right?
Yes.
820. What are we looking at here, Investigator Poppell?
This was a table that was located in the side room.
Okay. And what do you notice? I don't know why that arrow's there. What do you notice on this? It's probably because of me. What do you notice on this table of? Thank you, sir.
I noticed this
What's on
table
this
does
table?
not
What is
inspire
this?
confidence.
There were plastic bags, tools, cleaning products, tape.
Okay.
Yikes.
And as we talked about before,
This makes me stressed just to see
search
that.
warrant, look for tools, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Detective Hancock spent some time in this room during the search, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
I am loving this cross, by the way. This is really devastating.
Are you familiarity with these tools?
Yeah.
I'm not.
It's not perfectly executed, but it kind of doesn't have to be. I like the structure, the strategy.
How they can be used with either firearms or ammunition, do you?
No.
Okay. So tell the members of the jury which of these tools you seized.
We did not take any tools from the warehouse.
When you were searching this area, did you have a schematic or a floor plan?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you go one room at a time, or did you split up?
Did you have to climb over the hills
Was
of
there a
boxes?
predetermined plan of how to search this and to confirm that there were no further live bullets?
The predetermined plan was that I went in myself first and did overall photographs of everything in place, and then we conducted the search.
Did you do those letters like we saw in the prop truck so you could keep track of everything? Remember when we were looking in the church that there were those letters up so that you could sort of keep track and make sure you got everything? Did you use those letters?
No, I did not.
No, because you
And,
wouldn't
of
do
course,
that
Seth
at that
Kenny was
point.
there and being helpful again, right?
Yes.
He told you that there were no 45 long Colts there and offered to show you the dummy rounds at one point. Do you remember that?
I don't recall that.
Do you remember him saying, I bet you $1,000 there's no 45 long Colts in there?
I do recall that, yes.
Okay. And did he win the bet?
He did not.
He lost the bet. So he tells you that, and law enforcement continues, and you look in the bathroom and you found him, right?
Yes.
Let me ask you something. At any point, did you become suspicious of Seth Kenny?
No.
A21. You were able to find this container that says live ammo on it, right?
Yes.
And that was helpful to whoever wrote that to show you where the live ammo was, right?
Yes.
Andrea, you are going to love Seth Kenny. I
That's
can
one of
already
the reasons
tell.
You looked in that bin, somebody labeled it live, right?
Well, we were looking in all of those bins, yes.
You know, we just like checked and we were like, yeah, I think that's
Camera
enough.
equipment
Sure.
stacked on top of it.
Right.
And when they're opened and you see that it's camera equipment, we close it back up and went to the box on the bottom that stated there was live ammo in it.
Doesn't this handwriting and label look kind of like that dummy round label we saw on the box that had that round you and I looked at? States 19.
Yes, it is similar, yes.
And that box that had the live rounds in it, there were a couple things that you found in PDQ. This handwriting is getting worse.
Yeah, I'm with Steele Manning on this one. I'm
And
losing the
you
point of this.
found
I don't know
that-
why it matters
What-
where the live round came from.
Yes.
What
point
is the
is-
jury supposed to take from this? That's going to make it
Yeah.
less irresponsible.
Starline brass live.
This
Not
is
the
just
tone and
such a
demeanor.
such
Yeah,
a
but-
flood of stuff that I don't know what matters and what
nickel.
doesn't.
And you found
Maybe
Starline.
he'll wrap
you
it
found
up.
Nickel
Maybe
primer
he has
lives.
like a
Starline
punchline
brass, right?
coming. That's my hope.
Correct.
Nail him on the
Every
punchline.
time you were with Seth Kenny,
What would that punchline look like?
you got close to finding something that matched the scene, Starline brass, nickel primer live.
Oh, I really hope the punchline isn't this came from somewhere other than Seth Kenny. Because that sounds like what the punchline just was.
And as you continued on your search, you found the green ammo can. Right?
Because my hope is that
and again, it was helpfully
the
labeled.
punchline is
Right?
Yes, I believe it was
So,
behind that
you didn't
box.
know that all of these
You weren't
live
able to
rounds were
obviously
mixed
see
with
it.
dummy rounds, were mixed with blanks
I see.
upon
But
first
it also
glance,
had
right?
a helpful
You
label.
had to go to the location
Yes.
It
to
said
see
empty.
what a mess this was, right? It
Yes.
was reasonable for you to assume it wasn't a
looks
mess,
a lot
on
like the
scene.
handwriting in states
right? That's
19
what we would have expected, right?
and the helpful handwriting at A21 that says live. Right?
Yes.
And it was taking a long time to go through those boxes, wasn't it?
Yes.
And Detective Hancock was wearing her lapel camera, right?
I believe so, yes.
Have you reviewed that camera?
I have not.
You remember you and you said to Detective Hancock, this is taking a long time. We really need a spa day.
Objection relevance?
What's relevant?
The-
What's
the-
relevant?
the relevance
Does it
is
have
that
any
it's-
more tendency to?
Sure.
I need a
I'm
spa
going
day
to
right about
sustain the
now.
objection.
Okay. Did you and Detective Hancock start joking around that it was going to take too
Spa
too
days
long
for
to search
everybody.
the box?
I don't recall that.
Did you deny it?
No.
And there are times in this search where you pick up a box and you just shake the whole box, right?
I don't recall that.
Can we play that video?
Right, I'm confused. Is he refreshing or is he impeaching?
It doesn't matter. It's just a video. It's not a statement.
No, it does matter because she said she doesn't recall.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Do you deny?
Would it refresh your
in parts of
recollection
your
to
search
watch a
is picking
video
the
of
box
you
and
shaking the
taking it to
box?
See if it shook or not. Do you deny that?
No.
And so, but if you shook an entire box to see if it had a rattle in it, you wouldn't be able to be sure whether or not every single live round, it was all live rounds or a commingled group, correct?
Correct.
Even if he checked.
In fact, that's the entire basis of the case of what you believe the armor should have done. Commingled, live, and dummies, right?
Yes.
And yet at the search being conducted to find the source of the lethal round, law enforcement is doing the very same thing that you're complaining about the armorer doing on the set,
Point.
right?
Yes.
There you go. That's good. Yeah.
See, that's
And
the
when
drop
you
we're
left,
looking for.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
That search.
There's, like, you can't. No one can tell, and there's all this chaos.
It's a shame it's buried in all of this stuff,
No.
stuff that,
and
I
actually,
mean, is the jury even
if you
listening
look at the
still?
boxes inside of that location, you didn't.
He's
even
just going to
search
have to
that.
repeat it. He's going to have to draw the objection and keep hammering it.
Did you?
I don't recall.
So then why on direct examination, if you do not recall, did the prosecutor ask you and you tell this jury that you were confirming that you searched and found every single live round? Why did you testify to that?
I found what I believe to be all the live rounds at the warehouse.
But that's not what you said. What you said was that you found every live round, right?
I don't recall the exact words that I said.
I do.
Well, you
definitely
certainly
said
said that you searched every single box just 10 minutes ago in front of this jury, right?
I believe that a reasonable search was conducted of the warehouse.
You're softening
And
your
investigator,
language
I
from
understand,
earlier. You were much more definitive earlier.
You
Now
were
you're
prepped
softening
Yeah.
to
it.
testify today, correct?
I spoke with the prosecution before I testified yesterday.
Okay. And the jury heard something about pre-trial interviews where you're interviewed and the defense can be there to watch you be interviewed, right?
Yes.
But every time you talk to the prosecutors, defense is not there, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the vast majority of times you speak to the prosecutors, the defense is not there, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you and I had never met before today, or yesterday, I guess, correct?
Yes.
Did you try to meet with her?
So
Good question.
you just said, when you originally said that you searched every box, okay, that itself is not accurate, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So now what you're saying is that you did a reasonable search, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the other thing that the search warrant asked you to take was the cameras and the camera equipment, the surveillance footage from pt.2, right?
I don't recall that.
Okay, I'm going to pass up the warrant to refresh your recollection. Well, do you recall that there was camera equipment there?
There was lots of camera equipment inside of the warehouse.
In fact, you remember Seth Kenny showed you the camera equipment, right?
I don't recall exactly.
Okay, I'm just going to mark this as defense Z and just approach this quickly.
I'm sorry, is that a still frame? From the Oh, yeah, sure.
Are you going to mark that? Or she's going to identify it and then you're going to,
I'm just going to see if it refreshes. Does that refresh your recollection about the?
No, it doesn't.
Take it back. And I'm going to pass you the warrant and ask you, this is DX23, if this refreshes your recollection of if you were supposed to. Yes.
what?
Yes, Your Honor, DX23. Oh.
I'm sorry, what?
I need to know.
No, I need to approach.
It's it's just, just to refresh, I can make it DX
So,
any number,
but why are we marking it?
Yeah,
It's
why are
just
we
being
marking
used
it?
to refresh.
then I will mark it,
Yes.
unmarked.
Yes,
Okay. I'm not seeking to introduce this. I'm just simply asking, does this refresh your recollection that the warrant commanded you to take the video footage? Number 6.
She can refresh her memory without being directed.
Of surveillance footage, yes.
Okay. And so, and you tell the jury, did you take the surveillance footage?
No.
You didn't take the surveillance footage, even though that footage could have shown when people came and left the prop house, correct?
I don't recall if there was surveillance footage.
And the photograph of Mr. Kenny showing the surveillance footage didn't refresh your memory?
No, because I'm standing in the foreground of that photo.
Okay, well, tell the members of the jury what you did to search for surveillance videos that satisfied you that you had complied with the warrant's order. Tell the jury.
I don't recall looking for surveillance footage.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Because you didn't, right?
I don't recall.
But if you did, it would be on the lapel cameras of Detective Hancock and Sergeant Zook, right?
Yes.
And so if it's not on the lapel cameras of Detective Hancock and Sergeant Zook, you would agree with me it didn't happen, right?
Not precisely. They don't follow me around the entire time, and I don't wear a lapel, so it could have not been captured.
But you're not telling this jury that you looked for it, right?
I'm saying that I don't recall looking for it.
And if you had taken that footage, if any there were, right, you agree with me that it would have shown when people were coming and going from the prop house, potentially, correct?
That's a possibility, yes.
It's a possibility you could have seen when the ammo can got there, right?
Possibly, yes.
You could have seen Sarah Zachary picking up the ammunition, correct?
Possibly, yes.
You could have seen Seth Kenny disposing of ammunition in the 40 days between when the incident happened and when you arrived, correct?
Possibly, yes.
And there's one other thing that it would have shown, isn't there?
What's that? Tell us.
It would have shown whether or not you all really searched the place, wouldn't it have?
Possibly, yes.
And so you didn't take it. You did not voucher any of the surveillance footage.
I do
correct?
not recall looking for the surveillance footage.
Well, again, I know that answer, but you know what you vouchered in this case, correct?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
You didn't take into your custody and add to the evidence any surveillance footage, correct?
No.
And you never spoke to any witnesses, you yourself, about what you
Standing
found
wall.
later, did you?
No.
And you testified on direct examination that you did collect DNA, phones, prints, things like that in this case, right?
Yes.
And you got the armorer, the first assistant director, Dave Hall's, Sarah Zachary, and Alec Baldwin's phones, right?
I did not. I don't believe so.
You ultimately vouchered?
I would have to refer to my report. I don't believe I collected all of those things.
Okay. What about DNA extractions?
I did collect DNA swabs from certain individuals, yes.
Okay. Including Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, Dave Halls, Sarah Zachary, Alec Baldwin?
Not Alec Baldwin, but the rest.
Okay. And what about prints, fingerprints?
Yes.
Okay. From Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, Dave Halls, Sarah Zachary?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take the cell phone of Seth Kennedy?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you take the prints of Seth Kennedy?
No.
Did you take the DNA of Seth Kennedy?
No.
Everything that you did take into your custody, in law enforcement's custody in this case, is in your supplemental report. Is that fair?
Yes.
And most importantly of all, it's your testimony you never were able to discover the source of the live ammunition, correct?
I don't believe that's in my supplemental report. I'm not sure how you're phrasing that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. I'm asking you. When we started, we were talking about solving this question of how a live round got in a movie set. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm asking, this trying to solve that question, did you ever solve it?
I do not have any physical evidence to show where the live rounds originated from.
He's been on this too long now.
You know, I was asking you questions
Yeah,
earlier
think.
about.
He dropped it. He needs to move on.
Yes.
Yeah, he's beating this horse to death.
I don't recall.
Okay. Why Detective Cano stood outside?
I don't recall.
You asked
This
that
is the
question
truth
a
if
half
you're just
hour
trying to
ago.
get
We're
this
just going to
over
redo
with.
the whole
So
testimony
the
now.
prosecutors could focus on Alec Baldwin.
No.
You personally believe Alec Baldwin committed no crime. Isn't that the truth?
Objection. Why is she
Yeah,
not
big time
objecting?
objection.
Can we approach?
Okay,
Yeah,
good
that's,
There it is.
job.
Yeah,
that's an
the came
improper
through.
question.
There they go.
Yeah.
100% off limits.
Yeah, that's what the jury's supposed to decide.
Yeah, she's
question.
going to strike
Okay.
it.
I'm going to strike the question, you're going to disregard it, okay?
Look at
And the
that.
answer.
Nailing
There
Didn't
is
even
zero
have to
evidence in this
approach.
case that Alec Baldwin brought
Yeah.
a live round onto set, correct?
Correct.
There is zero evidence in this case that Alec Baldwin loaded that live round into that gun, right?
Correct.
And after this, and you turn to the next chapter of this case, is when the order came from you all, meaning you, the prosecutors, Detective Hancock, to order the testing on the firearm, right?
I'm sorry, can you
Sure.
repeat that?
Wasn't a good question. As this case moved forward, after what we just discussed, you,
Interesting.
Detective Hancock and the prosecutors, made the request to the FBI to order the accidental discharge test, right?
I don't recall when that request was made exactly.
Well, forget exactly when it was made. Do you have any general recollection?
I don't.
Okay. Are you testifying that you don't know whether it was after the PDQ search?
I don't recall.
And at that time, when that test was ordered, you knew that Mr. Baldwin had told you that he had just pulled the hammer of the gun and not the trigger, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. I'm going to refresh your recollection. I'm going to find it. And while I'm doing that, you did assist in the taking of the firearm withdrawal. You were involved in the requests coming from the team, right? I'm referring to you, the prosecutors, Detective Hancock, right? You understand when I say team, what I mean?
Yes.
Okay. You were involved in the request from the team to the FBI about what tests to order throughout this case. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And these were very much group decisions that you made. Of what you would test, fair?
Yes.
And everywhere in this case that you went, Detective Hancock went, right?
Yes.
So when you were
Even
at
he's bored with all this.
the church, the day that it happened, Detective Hancock was there, right?
Yes.
And then, when you were at the truck search, she was there, right?
Yes.
In the precinct with Seth Kennedy, she was there, right?
Yes.
At the PDQ search, she was there, right?
Yes.
And every time something happened in this case, you all would meet with the prosecutors to keep them updated, correct?
Occasionally, yes.
Well, what do you say occasionally? Investigator Poppell. What do you mean by occasionally?
I mean that I was not always in direct contact with them about every single thing that would occur.
I'm going to approach and show the witness. Yeah, she has a copy.
Well, she doesn't know.
What page you're looking at? I don't know what line you're looking at. You told me I have a copy. I'm assuming it's the previous transcript.
It is. Again,
Page
it's
and line, please.
the body worn camera, 10/21/21.
Page and line, please.
Is that Morrissey shrieking?
Page 3.
Yeah.
Line 1.
Mark it on the bingo.
Same objection, Your Honor.
What is it?
Ms. Poppell is not Ms. Poppell is not in this transcript.
Well, he's what are you doing?
She doesn't
Asking
have
for
to
the
be.
Fifth
I'm
Amendment?
just, she was there. I'm asking if it refreshes her recollection.
All right. Overruled.
He was doing so well earlier that he's like destroying it all because
Yeah.
now I'm tired. It's like, get to your point,
Does that
bro.
refresh your
Yes, you don't
recollection?
understand.
About what Mr. Baldwin told you at the scene.
Not particularly.
Okay. Would it be
Always
helpful
leave 'em
if you
wanting
saw
more,
the
man.
Video from the lapel camera
jump the
of
shark.
you and Mr. Baldwin at the scene and listen to it? Would that be helpful?
No.
No?
That wouldn't be helpful to you, Investigator Hancock? Investigator Poppell?
I'm not denying that these statements were made, but I do not recall all of the information that was being stated at that time.
I understand that, but you're here to do your best, right?
Yes.
And you want to be fair to Mr. Baldwin, right?
Yes.
So you don't know that if I show you the video of you at the scene, it won't refresh your recollection?
Argumentative.
Yeah, he's going too far with this. Like, he's got some great points to make, but they're all like washed up in this BS now. Like, where are they going with this?
Honestly, I've lost track of what's a good point here and what isn't. We're so far afield from he pointed the gun at the person and the gun went off. Like, this seems like this is a defense for Hannah Gutierrez, not a defense for Alec Baldwin.
Yeah, but the point that I think he did get, which is now lost, is the fact that all the rounds look alike. Even if he checked them, he would have known if they were live or dummy. Like, those are great points, but they're lost now in this madness.
Investigator Poppell, are you willing to watch the body-worn camera, the lapel, from 1021 to refresh your recollection at a break?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me, it may refresh your recollection, sure?
Yes.
And whatever information you had from Mr. Baldwin at the time, well, let me ask you this. Withdrawn. Did you tell Mr. Baldwin, don't worry, we're going to find the source of the live ammunition, or words to that effect?
I don't recall stating that.
You don't deny it, though, do you?
No.
You and the team end up ordering the accidental discharge test, I think you called it the drop test, on the firearm in question, right?
Yes.
And when you all ordered that test, the FBI told you that this test may very well destroy the gun, right?
Fine.
I don't recall that.
Okay, well, let's.
It's not right here, though. It's pretty all right.
I can't
And
put
you
anything
can
on
put
her
down
screen.
the things for the sign to keep the sun from the signs if you want. You
I'm
put down the thing on
going
the
to
sign?
show you an email in a minute.
Yeah, I'm not sure you should. It's beautiful.
But you
Beautiful woman, beautiful.
do agree with me that you were involved in the team's decision to send that firearm off to the FBI for that testing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That firearm that you told me earlier in my examination was something that you were entrusted to keep track of and to protect, right?
Yes.
A piece of evidence that you knew was critical in this case, correct?
Yes.
And the FBI told you in no uncertain terms that if they do this test on the firearm, it would alter the condition of the firearm, correct?
I don't recall that.
Okay. We're going to pass up an email to you because I can't show you on the screen, I don't think. You can? Okay. We can show you on the screen, apparently. As I understand.
Is there a reason you can't just walk up and just?
Well, I-
You can find it. Listen, you can look at it too, so just come up here before,
I have it, right? Okay, we have it.
they have it.
Are we doing it?
I'm just going to pass up.
Okay, but I need to.
It's just, you know, see,
No, there's a.
This right here is why we need chess
I'm ready
clock and criminal trials too. I'm telling you.
I'm ready for the closer. Hello, can we get the unit out here like now?
Yeah. You each get 5 days tops, cumulative. Figure it out.
Wait,
Chess clock is running.
That's just-
Redo this. Okay, can I have a second?
yes.
Oh, can I have a second? Rude. Jeez.
No, well, that's happened to me before, where they give you something and they were like, "No, I got to at least read it. Let me look at it." You just
I
handed
thought
it to
you
her.
said that to the judge. Nate, did she say that to the defense?
I think she was saying that to the defense because he looked like he was going up there to start his thing again. So
What's the portion that you expect to refresh your memory?
She's on the email.
Yeah, but what is the portion of the email that you expect to request to refresh your memory?
You all
I
wanna
think
be
the
on
difference here is because
recording
I
for
can
this?
understand why the Proctor stuff was
Well,
relevant. I just don't understand why all of
Look
this
at the whole
matters, and so I
document
don't
and
know
see if
why
it
she would be
refreshes your
expected to
memory. Okay.
remember all of
Exactly.
these
Right.
details for this trial. I'm just lost.
yeah, what point is she getting at? What's the overall point? Do you think he's getting at? 'Cause I've lost it.
Yes, I do.
Let her, see if she can refresh her
Oh,
memory.
of course, I just wanted to point out.
It just seems
Unless-
like more of the shotgun.
He's just blasting everything, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
just
but-
blasting anything and everything.
And the wild part about it, he has some great points with this thing, and now they're all lost to this madness. He's got to read some document that probably has no bearing on the point that he needs to make.
Yeah. It's buried. Whatever point he's getting at, to me, it's just buried. I don't know. Okay, so he doesn't like how they did the search. I don't know why that matters. Something Seth Kinney. I don't know why this matters. I mean, I can accept live ammo made it onto the set, and maybe Alec Baldwin didn't specifically know that. Okay, should he have a reason
Maybe-
to suspect that the set conditions were
refresh your
unsafe anyway?
recollection?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it's basically the everyone is guilty, so no one is to blame defense. Look at how sloppy everyone else was. That
Yeah.
Alec Baldwin is just as sloppy as everyone else. Therefore, everyone is guilty. No one's to blame.
And it is true, right? You're on this email, correct?
Yes.
And on April 21st, 2022.
Either way, he outgrew his welcome long ago.
After
You should say that again.
the search of the prop house, you and the team sent the firearm for testing at the FBI, correct?
Yes.
I apologize. I think
Asked
you
and
can hear
answered,
the
come
wrong thing. Can we approach?
You can have my
Yeah, he's
copy.
going over the same thing again.
I'll take yours.
Yeah.
Oh my
Hang on.
God.
If
Please
he says
approach
Steph Kinney
me.
again, I'm going to take a shot. I've been taking a shot every time he says Steph Kinney. I'm on alcohol. Sorry for the hot mic.
May we approach?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Hopefully this approaches the end of it. I really hope
Yeah.
that this just,
Do you
I hope-
can we approach on your bingo board? Cause yeah.
we need to include that
Yeah.
next time. Ah,
Yeah.
I've never been rooting for Morrissey more than I am right now. I'm like, win, girl, go get him. Win, end this.
I think the fundamental problem is like none of it is bad. It's just gone on too long, and we're repeating points, and the good points that are there are kind of lost. So if you isolate, I don't know, any given 20 minutes at a time, it's probably fine. But in their accumulated form, it's just like you add one too many spices to the dish, or whatever the
Mhm.
analogy is here. It's like, yeah, everything's fine by itself, but you've just put too many things in.
Is he still up there? I walk away for 10 minutes hoping he'd wrap up. Is he still going?
Uh-huh.
It's hard to tell.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He's still up there.
Did we ever leave the bench? Did we ever leave it? Yeah.
He's still talking about Steph Kinney. He's like, that guy Steph Kinney got some issues.
Well, I just want to take a moment to thank everyone who's watching us on all of our collective streams. We really do appreciate you all being here and spending time with us. And hopefully you're enjoying all the commentators that are here. We hope to bring you value. We've been bringing up your super chats on screen, as I'm sure you've noticed. And any chat over $20 we'll read out loud during a break. In fact, now is an exceptional time to do that. Jonathan Perozzi earlier gave $20 to say, I just want to say something for a while now. Alex does have an out. While the whole world criticized him for saying he didn't pull the trigger, but to a person that doesn't know guns, that gun can go off without pulling it, fanning. Maybe he does. And there are defenses here. I think that's fair. But the points are getting lost. But I do appreciate it for your super chat. Thank you. Please visit all the creators that are here. They would all appreciate your super chats and memberships and love and participation in their various chats, I'm sure.
I'm sorry for the interruption. I'm going to ask the court reporter to read back the exact same question. Please.
And on April 21st, 2022, which is after the search. Oh, I'm so sorry. And on April 21st, 2022, which is after the search of the prop house, you and the team sent the firearm for testing at the FBI, correct? Yes.
And that was truthful testimony and accurate testimony that you just gave, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you sent it to the FBI for accidental discharge testing, which I believe you discussed on your direct examination, didn't you?
Yes.
So at the time you did that, you knew that the testing would cause this firearm.
Sorry.
I think the answer to this question is yes, they would have been indicted.
They can't get through a single question without having to run back up to the judge. Okay, I take back everything I said earlier about he's doing such a great job. He's so good today. That's all out the window, people. This guy's just lost it for the whole trial for me. This is like ridiculous now.
Would you prefer this or bowls? Like the lack of action or too much
At the time
action?
that this testing was ordered, you knew
It's too much of a good
that
thing.
the firearm would no longer be in the same physical condition you recovered it in, correct?
Yes.
Let's take a break. Thank you.
What? We're taking a break?
No, we're
Our
taking
lunch
the
break.
break.
Mother F.
Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence.
Well, we
received
could
from the
definitely
court.
use a break. I'll give them
And
that
please
much.
don't come back until 2 o'clock. Okay?
That's wow.
Two.
That's an hour from now. So an hour and 7 minutes we got to kill.
An hour and 7 minutes.
All right, we're in.
Ish.
Ish.
Now, just so everyone knows, this stream will not be cut off. We're gonna have a placeholder here just to keep the stream going, and then we'll all be back. Because a lot of people who left yesterday were like, "We couldn't find a new stream." I'm like, "How could you not find it?" But we're gonna leave these streams running.
So wait, are we going on hold? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying, Nate? We're gonna walk away and come back here? Is that?
Yes, and there's
Is it
a
ours?
card that Eric has that's posted that has trial on break. Please come back later.
You said 2 o'clock, right?
Yeah, it's an extra hour.
So that's a 2 hour break.
That's a 2 hour break.
Wow.
No, wait, just a cotton picking second. It's an hour and 7 minutes. So we need to
No,
put down like
because
Eastern
it's
time.
No.
it's 11:54
It's
there.
2.
So
Yeah.
that's 2 hours. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Are we,
So should
hold
we
on a
shut
sec.
down then?
Yeah, we can't leave this thing running for 2 hours. No one's going to know when to come back here. They get notifications when we go live. I mean, look, I don't know if there are other considerations that are a factor. Okay, that's a reason to. But if there are no other considerations, I think leaving it running for 2 hours, people don't know when to come back. They get notifications when we go live.
Okay, that makes
shut it
sense.
down.
All right, so let's do our little after thing commentary then.
Well, let's pull up these chats first, probably, right? So, Bella Stella, thank you for gifting 5 new followers. 5 new followers. I hope you guys said thank you because that's like a big thing. Right? So, God bless you. She is the queen of recruitment for the following. So, there you go, Bella Stella. Jim Tussing, you're the best commentators. Compared to you, the rest are only commentators. Nice. There you go. Alyssa Ramirez, if Alec is found responsible because of producer role, could every producer for his film be equally responsible? He cannot be held liable for his producer role. That's one of the things that the judge made clear, that you cannot introduce the executive producer element for the purpose of saying, because you're here, that's why we're holding you liable. The liability is the only way that it can come in at all would be with respect to his knowledge and then the impact that has on his irresponsibility / recklessness. But
things he actually did. Like, you just can't use the title as a linchpin. So
it's a
if
great
he
question,
actually
but-
had a hand in hiring her, then you can use that. You just can't be like, because he's producer, therefore he's implicitly liable. So you can't do that.
Right.
And I think the
It's
judge
a-
is right. I think the judge is right on that issue.
Well, she's right, yeah, that it's not just by virtue of his status. The question is always going to be about his knowledge. And so the only way that I see his status being relevant is, did it give him access to greater knowledge than he would have had if he was just simply an actor on the set. And so I don't catch from her ruling that anything related to what he knew is excluded. They just aren't allowed to
Right.
make this argument that because he's a producer, he had like a greater responsibility or something like that.
Right. If he had access to greater knowledge, then prove that. You're there. But you
Yeah.
can't make the assumption, which is fair enough. Because he's producer, he must have had access. No. Here's how he had access. Okay, then you're there. Great. I love it.
We need to get Lally in here, Proactivici.
Sure.
Brian Gibson, 5. Hit it. 5.
Thank you,
Damien.
Brian.
There you go. And Team Brittany, this is not the first 5 she gave in this rodeo.
No, she's
I think she's
been
given
very
like
generous with
30.
memberships on my channel.
I think she's been given 30 on the like in the
Yeah.
last hour.
There was
so.
even one time where she had 2 in a row. So
Yeah.
and it wasn't that I left her on screen too long. It was just that she had 2 donations in a row. So
Yeah, no,
It's like
Can you do
a
it?
war
Great.
between Danny and Uncivil's channel. For who
Well,
can get
apparently we
more
have a membership war.
There you go.
I'm very blessed.
Indeed. What was the point of getting her to say yes, all that to get her to admit the FBI verified something that's a negative to his client? Sometimes it feels like you're just trying to win the battle and losing track of the war. And I think that's a. I think we're seeing a lot of that because, frankly, how long he spent on this, like, is it really endearing? Is this really helping? Is the jury still listening to you even?
Listen,
So-
I will say this. Personally, I always felt that cross-examinations were a commando raid. You get in, you do your damage, and you get the hell out, and let them try to clean it up on redirect, right? That's the way they generally tell you to treat cross-examinations, right? It's always the yes or no questions, make sure that they don't explain anything, and you're in and you're out. Right now, he's just in, and he's in forever. And it's wild because usually when you're doing cross-examinations, there are themes, right? I want to get you to say this. I want you to get to admit this. I want you to get to admit this. He's essentially doing another direct examination. It's like it's essentially that bad. And all the great points that he made earlier, and this may be for those newer lawyers out there, you have to understand when you've talked too much. And I think, again, at this point in time, I don't know if he's performing for the TV cameras, is he performing for Alec Baldwin, but he's damn sure not performing for the jury, because even the jurors are falling asleep doing this crap because it's just too long and it's unnecessary. I don't know. Maybe my opinion is too. I hate this guy too much now.
Yeah.
Well,
I
I mean, my impression is that Joe kind of hit it on the head with he just seems to be far more caught up in the battle than the victory. Like, what the reason to be challenging the expert or the witness to pin her down on whether the answer is yes or no, and then he's having to go through all of this process of refreshing her to get that answer, is because that's how you use it as substantive evidence. If she just doesn't recall, then you're having asked the question isn't evidence, right? The jury hears it, and that might resonate with them. But if you can't get her on record saying yes or saying no, you don't have a substantive answer to the question. So you can't argue that fact then in your closing argument. The problem is a lot of these facts don't seem very important. Maybe I'm not getting it. I don't know. Maybe I'm not getting it, but the overall point here seems to be that they don't know where the ammo came from. I think we got that. We didn't have to go through all of this. Did you shake every box? Did you look in every box? Did you take the video surveillance? That to me was just really unnecessary to be able to make that point. And the overall thing that they're trying to get at here is to suggest, okay, well, it's possible, I guess nobody knows how the live ammo got on set, in which case, how could Alec Baldwin suspect that it's there? That point has been made. I just don't see the need to dig in on all of these steps that he took to get them there. I mean, she basically said, basically said straight up in the report, now she was never able to discover the source of the live ammo. That's all you needed. You didn't need all of this other stuff to get you there.
Yeah.
Just to let you all know, backstage we've been talking. There's been a change of plan here. We're not going to be shutting the stream down. We will be leaving this up.
We're going to try to see if we can keep this going for 2 hours of break. This should be entertaining.
Keep this baby going.
Andrea says she can do it. So, all right.
And we'll all be bouncing in and out to grab some food in between, so this way we can, keep things going here while still enabling people to actually subsist. So
here's why I think the source kind of matters. And okay, the source doesn't necessarily particularly matter. I think it goes back to the argument that, Andrea, like you were saying, it could have been done way earlier, right? He already made his point. If Alec Baldwin had gone out to the supplier's house, he would have been apprised of the situation and of the risk. But there was no way he could have been apprised of this. This is one leg of, I think, their argument. So I think there's a 2-leg argument here where the first leg of it is, even if he had taken out the ammunition, looked at it, shook it, done everything that you guys are saying he should have done so that he was not behaving recklessly, okay? Even if he had done all of that, there's still no way he would have freaking known, okay? So that's part 1 of the argument. Part 2 is...
Unless he looked in the gun.
Pardon?
Unless he looked in the cold gun and saw that there's not supposed to be a blank or a dummy in there, in which case...
But that's the point, is she can't even tell the difference between a blank, a dummy, and a live round. And nobody was even aware that there was live rounds on the set. So he wouldn't have even been aware that he should have been looking for a live round and been able to identify the live round. That's what he just proved through that very, very, very long and arduous cross, is that nobody freaking knew. Nobody was unaware. Now, you may disagree with that, but that's going to be part of their argument. The second part, I think, of the argument is going to go, hey, look, even if he had taken the proper steps, we don't know how the gun went off. So he's only liable for those 2 things. Those are the only 2 things that he did that would make him guilty of involuntary manslaughter. And you can't prove either of those things. And so there is not a case here. You have to acquit him. I think that's where they're going with this. Just my 2 thoughts. You're free to disagree. I just think that's where I think this is going.
You sound like Johnny Cochran there. There was no case here. You must have quit. You gotta rhyme it though.
So
I think I agree with you that is where they're going. I guess I'm just not sure that I think that's enough.
Oh God, no! It's not a winning argument.
Yeah, it keeps bringing me back to the whole reason you have these safety standards in the first place is because you accept that you may not know everything. You accept that you may not have all the information. That making assumptions is a bad thing when you're dealing with something as potentially dangerous as a firearm. So, to me, this is kind of circling around the bigger problem here, which is that it's foreseeable that mistakes can happen. And so given that, that's why you have all of these other protections in place with the set safety meetings and the blocking out the scene and the not pointing the gun at people, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Because you don't have to have actual knowledge that the bullet is in the gun. That would be a murder charge if you know and you do it anyway. You're talking about a very different mental state here. Mm-hmm. It's the fact that he doesn't specifically know it's there. There's a risk that it's there because that risk is always there when you're dealing with firearms. That's why you treat every gun like it's loaded.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think that's what the defense's argument should be hammering on, is that he wasn't aware, because was he aware of this risk? And I think today they started building those bricks with the whole, hey, all the bullets look the same. Everyone had live ammunition all over the place, right? This guy had ammunition. This guy had live ammunition. This was a dangerous set, and it's going to the part where even like Danny said, even if he did check the gun and saw that ammo, he wouldn't have been able to distinguish the two. But I think Joe's point to that was even more profound, where it's supposed to be a cold gun. And the lawyer at the beginning said cold guns have nothing in it. So I think it kind of cuts both ways. Where if I'm looking at a cold gun and I see bullets in it, my first question is, hey, there's bullets in a cold gun. Why is it even possible? But now it's like he's arguing 2 things. One is the cold gun just shouldn't have been anything in there, And then the second, well, even if it wasn't, even if he did see stuff inside there, he wouldn't have known if it was live ammo or not. So which is it? So that's what I'm saying. He's making it a little bit more confusing, but I don't think the jury's going to see that. I think the jury's going to say, if he couldn't tell the difference between fake ammo and real ammo, then what are we doing here? And I think that's how regular people look at these situations and try to figure it out. If he couldn't tell the difference, then obviously there's no way he could not have been reasonable, because he wouldn't have known it even if he did check.
I think the counterpoint to that is, if nobody can tell the difference between these things, then how is it safe to have any of it on the set?
That's why you don't have the live ammo. That's why to have all that other stuff is great, but live ammo, because you can't tell the difference. And matter of fact, and that's why I think the part where she was trained, professional, blah, 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 you can tell the difference, but not all these other people aren't you. That's why you have an armorer. That's why you have these people can tell the difference. Me, as a stupid actor who doesn't know anything, don't know. So I think that's that's all been lost. And all this
returning to my analogy that, maybe more relevant to people who are not familiar with guns. Yesterday I was analogizing a gun to a car and the usefulness of a tool. So if we look at in that analogy, if he's driving a carpool for toddlers, and he goes and picks up from a playgroup, and the playgroup teachers are the ones who strap the kids in, and this kid is completely unstrapped, and he doesn't bother looking over his shoulder to see that the kids are strapped in, and he just takes off and starts driving. The kid, God forbid, gets killed as a result of an accident that he gets into. He's the one who didn't bother looking at all, and he is saying that I'm relying on the armor, I'm relying on the babysitter or the teacher to strap the kid in. But why the hell are you not you're the one who's ultimately responsible for where you point the gun. You're the one who's ultimately responsible for pulling out of the driveway. That's why I think there's a fair analogy here. You're the one who's operating this machine and saying that I'm reliant on other people to do their jobs. And now that there's no irresponsibility on my part for not taking the 2 seconds to ensure that someone's not going to die. There's certainly a certain level of recklessness. Whether it rises to a level of criminal recklessness, that might be up for dispute. And especially if you consider it, which many people consider a gun to be far more dangerous than a car, that if you consider it to be far more dangerous, it's that much more irresponsible for him not to spend those 2 seconds before pointing, which is something he's never supposed to be doing.
But in your analogy, you would have to also add that the person is a professional person to put the children into the car. Like, this is a person you hired just for that reason. And then there's a second person to also make sure, right? And both those people failed, and then you get into an accident. So if you add all of those layers to it, I do think it also changes the perspective, because now you're saying, well, the person who was trained to do this, who we hired to do the specific thing, failed, and then the person who we hired to check to make sure that person hired to do that thing also failed.
I'm retracting my analogy for the opposite reason, because in this scenario, pointing a gun, the driving of the car, I'm comparing to pointing a gun at someone, and you're obviously always allowed to drive a car, and you're never allowed to point a gun at someone. So I'm gonna retract the entire analogy. I think there's too many ways that flies off kilter. I was trying, but I don't think it really works.
But well. if you buy the argument that pointing a gun at someone is the industry standard and it's allowed only in Hollywood, then your analogy stands. Good luck.
I don't think that claim was made. I don't think even he made
it. Hasn't been made, and I think it's really dumb. And I think that you're totally right. I think the defense screwed themselves over in the very beginning. And I said this, right? In their opening argument or opening statement, he said a bunch of lies. He said a bunch of stuff that just patently is not true, that the evidence was going to show wasn't true. For example, well, a cold gun meant he thought it was a blank gun. Well, that's not what he said in the interview. That's not what anyone else is saying. You're the only one who's saying that. So, they really set themselves up for failure, in my opinion. They've painted themselves into a corner.
I don't see how. I don't think the defense has lost this anywhere close to this. I do think, though, they have a lot to work with. I just think the lawyer is not working it in a way for simple people on the jury to understand it. He's trying to take down the investigation. These people are sloppy. This investigation was all right, and this is a great strategy if the facts were in dispute. But here, the facts aren't really in dispute. It's really about the mental state, and I think he's trying. And again, it's like Andrea said before. this is machine gunning, right? I'm going to throw everything up on the wall and hopefully somebody attaches the one thing and that gets me the acquittal, instead of having a consistent theory of, hey, this is what happened, this is why my guy is not innocent, and this is what we're going to go with. Now, I will say it's all taste and form, right? Some lawyers like to just say, I'm going to throw the spaghetti on the wall and hopefully something sticks. Some like to try to go to that more textured and structured defense of saying, hey, this is why he was being reasonable. And, only time will tell. He could be right. This guy could win. But right now, I'm confused, and I'm assuming, as a trained attorney, most of these jurors aren't trained attorneys, and they're probably confused too.
Yeah, they should have quit while they were ahead on this one. I agree.
Well,
Sorry, go ahead,
so
Andrew.
I am going to go and drink some more mimosas while I'm here on the beach listening to this madness. This thing got me so mad because at the beginning I'm like, yes, he's doing so well today. He's doing so well. Then, like an hour in, I'm like, why are we still doing this? Then it's lunchtime, and I'm like, oh my God, what did I just listen to? I don't know if I'm the only person who felt that way, but we were singing his praises at the beginning. Now it's kind of like, what the hell is he doing? Is he lawyering for Baldwin, or is he lawyering for the jury? Which one is he? Who is he acting for up there?
Yeah, it's a good
Agreed.
question.
Well, I'm going to go eat food. I love you guys so much. Thank you for everybody who subbed. Thank you for everybody who gave out memberships. And otherwise, I will be streaming afterwards and giving out blessings. So if you're wondering where those are, just hang tight. Thank you, everybody, so much again. And you guys have a good one. Be back in 2 hours. We will be back at 2 p.m. Mountain Standard Time for everybody. Reminder.
At the end of the day, we're all still here because of Andrew. That's what it is.
You can dump it on me. It's totally fine.
She's like,
totally
no, my chat's gonna revolt if we close. We're like, fine.
My chat
we'll
is
stay
right
here.
there with yours, Andrea. They want to keep it open, and Legal Vices generously donated his idea of the bingo sheet. I stole it. It was donated. Whatever. We use it together. But he also dumped all of his wonderful viewers into my chat. So we're very grateful for that. So it's great to keep it open for us too.
All right. And remember, shots every time this lawyer says Seth Kinney. If we hear Seth Kinney's name, we take a shot.
No, we won't make it to the end of the day.
Good thing I decided to become sober last week.
Well, for the benefit of my chat, I will let you guys know I have moved on to legal pad number 2. So we are slowly working our way through things that seem to be worth writing down. Although I got to tell you, it's getting tricky this time because I'm having a hard time sorting through what matters here and what really doesn't. I think I'm coming back to my perspective that this is largely the defense creating noise as a strategy. And it's just because when I think about what she testified to, that they aren't really attacking, they aren't challenging. That's what kind of brings it to the forefront to me about what they're overlooking. And that's that they drew this comparison. He tried to draw this comparison between the conditions there in Seth Kinney's shop and the conditions on the cart. And she basically said, yes, they were equally bad. And we were hearing through her direct examination. Yeah, everything was chaotic. There was live stuff all around. It was mixed in. There was live bullets, in places where they shouldn't have been. There was loose ammunition sitting around on this cart, bandoliers, guns. If she had kept things organized, not had loose stuff floating all around everywhere, then would it have mattered what Seth Kinney did in his workshop? Unless the argument that they're trying to make here is that even Hannah Gutierrez didn't know that there was live ammunition. I don't know. Is that the point that they're making?
I'm hopeful we're going to hear from Hannah Gutierrez. I think it's interesting. I was critiquing this morning the chaotic, all over the place opening. And I was like, you want to have a theme, you want to have a consistent. Perhaps he was just preparing the jury for what he was going to be doing throughout this trial, which is just, I'm poking everywhere I possibly can and hoping that some of it's going to stick with you. So I'm starting my opening statement by going in 7 different directions and 3 sidebars, literally like 3 sidebars in the middle of his opening statement that I get pulled aside. And here's a preview of what the rest of this trial is going to look like, where I'm basically just going to be, I guess, the old adage, if you don't, they tell litigators, if you don't have the facts, pound the law. If you don't have the law, pound the facts. And if you don't have the law or the facts, pound the table. And that's what we're really seeing here. We're seeing him, pound the table as much as he can. So to me, does it work? Yes, obviously it works sometimes. You do whatever you can for your client. It does feel like he's pounding the table. And it's like, things that are not really poking holes, but it's just displaying how you're not perfect either. You know what I'm saying? Okay.
Yeah.
But my imperfection didn't lead to this woman being buried. So
well, and even if everybody is imperfect, that doesn't mean that you get the get out of jail free card just because everybody else is also bad. That's going back to that whole argument. Well, if everybody is reckless, then nobody is. I don't think that's really, really viable. I'm all for blasting the state's case. I'm all for blasting the investigation, but it has to be on points that matter. And so it just seems like when they are focusing so much on stuff that seems collateral to me at best, because the whole point with Alec Baldwin is that he's the last link in the causal chain here. Had he not pointed the gun directly at her while it was loaded with live ammunition, whether he knew that fact or not, and cocked the hammer and, pulled the trigger, which is the factual dispute, then it wouldn't have happened. So how it got to be in that condition just does not seem particularly relevant as to him.
And that's why. But those are the terrible facts. If you're hired as his counsel, those are the terrible facts. You can never get around those facts. I mean, those are just the facts. You have to present the best case you can, given those facts. That's why I kept stressing the best thing for him to be doing is focusing on the fact that this is not reckless in this environment. And there are different environments that dictate appropriate versus inappropriate behavior. In this type of environment that he's been in for 40 years, nobody has considered this inappropriate to hold him culpable for following the same yardstick. Doesn't seem to make much sense. And there's a civil penalty. That definitely should come, and he's faced civil penalties on this. But that's what you have civil penalties for an accident, and you have jail for irresponsible recklessness that leads to an accident. And that's how society has decided to handle these sort of things. So, yeah, he can't get around those facts that you're saying he should that are still sinking him. But the way he could get around them is by saying that this is a cult. This is not. It's an accident. It's not criminal unless I went out of bounds of what's considered normal here.
Yeah, I think that's the key to it all, because it's intentionally disregarding a known risk. And so the point I think he has to make is that, yes, of course, everybody understands that there are risks with handling firearms. That's a common sense perspective, and that's why they have the guidelines, and that's why they have all of these professionals on set to be able to ensure that some basic protection is there given the risk that everybody is dealing with here. And so, absent some proof that he should know not to rely on them, I still keep coming back to that's really the strongest thing that he has to go with here. I don't know what other facts there are out there that might either help or hurt him in this regard. I just kind of heard these little bits. Okay, he was FaceTiming during his safety meeting with Hannah Gutierrez. I guess they didn't have the safety meeting before they were blocking out the scene where the firearm is going to be used. I can see the potential for leaning on the fact that he's there to take direction from people. When he's there in his role as an actor, he's really there to do what he's told. There's been suggestion that he didn't do that. I don't know. These are all facts that I think are going to factor into just how viable it is for him to be able to disclaim his own ability to suggest that he was doing a dangerous thing, but within the rules that exist for mitigating that and making it as safe as possible.
It's almost, I mean, coming back to the car analogy, as much as I'm starting to dislike it, it's against the law to drive 70 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
But people do that all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Would you, so are you going to consider that reckless? That that now would become a criminal charge if someone ends up dying as a result of that you were going 70 miles an hour? I think most people would say no to that, right?
Mm-hmm. I think they would say no to that, but I don't think it's a good analogy, because I think the analogy is much more like driving a car 70 miles an hour directly at somebody. That's a little bit more analogous to pointing the gun at them.
See, I don't really see. No, see, no. I don't really like that. You mentioned that yesterday, and I winched when you said it. I whinged yesterday when you said it yesterday, because here's the thing, okay? You're never supposed to. I'm not trying to excuse pointing the gun at someone, but we don't know that he had the intention to be pointing the gun at. I mean, does anyone know?
I don't know that it matters. I don't know that it matters.
What I'm saying is, if he took the gun, let's say, and he was trying to raise it from being, I don't know if I can move back a little bit, right? So he's got the gun here, right? So if he wants to bring it, and let's assume that she's over here, okay? No, this is not. She's over here, and he wants to. There we go. There. And he wants to basically end up with the gun being here. He's coming across. Well, yeah, I'm having a whole left-right issue. I'm having the left-right issue.
You can't get it there without.
So if he wants to bring it across, see, he's going to sort of have to pass by her. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's going to know. He's going to know he's pointing it at her at some point along that path. He's not going to not know that, because he's looking at it.
So he's sort of like waving it. In theory, what could have happened? I'm not saying this did happen, but if you're a defense and you want to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and you want to say, look, he wasn't being reckless. He wasn't aiming it at her. He was bringing it past to aim it over her left shoulder. So in that case, it's not that he's aiming it at her. It's that as he's passing by, trying to get it to aim where he's aiming, he ended up passing by her. And that's very different than actually just pointing it directly at her and holding it there and pulling the trigger. Am I wrong in that? I don't know. You probably have more experience with guns than I do, but does that make any distinction at all if he's like waving past, trying to get to the point that he's pointing at, rather than fixating it on her?
It doesn't to me, because he knows that she is in the line of fire.
She's in that zone of danger.
She's in the line of fire. I mean, yes. If the gun is pointed at her at any point in your motion, it doesn't matter if you didn't intend to stop with it pointed at her. You knew that she was going to be in the line of fire at least at some point during that handling. And
I'm really just going through this as a thought exercise to sort of figure out what seems reasonable, what seems fair, when things become more unreasonable or more irresponsible. And to get to your point there, if he knows that his motion is going to have him waving it past her for even a moment, that's all the more reason for him to double check that gun and make sure that there's nothing in there, not a blank, not a dummy, not a live round. That's 100%. That's all the more reason. Like, because you can understand how maybe she'd be like, no, I need to be shooting from this angle, and the only way it's going to look real is if you point it over my left shoulder. Imagine I'm not saying she has said that, but imagine a situation where she did say that, right? And so if she did say that to him, you can understand that it's like, oh, okay, I'm gonna have to wave this past you for momentarily. Let me double check this to make sure that there's absolutely nothing in here that could misfire and end up harming you, because he knows the motion he's going to be taking. It's not like something that's instinctive. He's just reacting to. He's planning out the motion he's going to be taking. So
yeah. You know, Joe, something in what you're saying that has kind of come to my mind is that I think part of what I find just objectionable in this line of reasoning, that it's different because it's a movie set and so forth, is that it seems to be kind of incentivizing actors to remain ignorant about firearms, firearm operation, ammunition, safety. It's almost like the less they know, the better, because then they just rely on the armorer. Let the armorer tell you. Don't ask any questions. Just go ahead, and because they're the ones that are responsible. And if you know too much, if you check the gun, you know, you might cause a problem with some aspect of the safety arrangements. The example I gave the other day with a revolver, right? When you with a single action revolver, it's when you cock the hammer, that's what rotates the cylinder. And so the bullet that is in, you know, this part of the cylinder will rotate, and now it is behind the firing pin. So when you pull the trigger, then the firing pin will go. So you can have a situation where, you know, you have some round loaded in part of the gun, but if it's not in the chamber where the cylinder is going to place it in front of the firing pin when it rotates, it is still safe to fire that trigger, and nothing is going to go off. There's no bullet in the barrel. So I could see a situation, just hypothetically, where, okay, we're going to load up a gun with dummy rounds because we need to be able to see it from the camera, right? But we also need to be able to pull the trigger. So we're going to coordinate this in a way that both of those things can be accomplished safely. Well, if a know-nothing actor who doesn't know these things decides, I'm going to check the gun for myself, and they open it up and they spin the spin the cylinder and then put it back, yeah, now we're
playing Russian roulette, literally.
Yeah, in a situation where, oh, oops, what if it wasn't a dummy round? What if it was a blank? What if it was live? Something like that. And now it's in a position where it could come out of that barrel. So to me, knowledge is power. It seems far, far better that if actors are going to be engaged in gunplay on sets, even if it's, for make-believe purposes, they should know as much as possible, because the more people that are familiar with how the gun works, what the safety precautions are, why the safety precautions are, how the safety precautions actually work in a kind of functional way, then it's going to minimize the risk of some kind of misunderstanding or somebody overlooking something. You have more people more empowered
the risk of harm
to spot problems.
And what you're saying, I agree with 100%. But to be frank, I'm sure you're aware, but to clarify for the jury, that's not something that would be decided at the trial court level. That would be something that would be decided by legislature, or perhaps a court that's interpreting duty of law, duty of care, and things of that nature. But what Andrea is saying is completely correct, and there are many laws that are designed for public policy that we in fact, most of our laws are really there to sort of dictate healthier societal behavior. So, if you think about almost every law we have is designed that's restricting your freedoms in one way or another, restricting how you can act and what you can do. They're designed to promote a healthier societal behavior, and that's what you're really advocating for here, which would be consistent with that premise. So, and I'm not even necessarily saying, like, let's have legislation for this or let's change all the rules or so. I'm just going down to a basic culture, right? If the culture on set and the attitude that people bring to set is, well, I don't have to know this because other people are going to take care of it. I can just rest in this make-believe world where we're all pretending things. Rust, and not Alec Baldwin.
Yeah, and there's not going to be real world consequences for that. that to me that's a big cultural problem, because you are way too caught up in your own mindset that none of this is real, and that you can pretend things that people out in the real world, in reality, it wouldn't happen. And it's just, it almost creates this situation where there is a misperception of risk, because you aren't taking it seriously. If you were taking seriously that this is a real gun that is capable of firing real bullets that can kill real people, surely you would take that more seriously.
And part of when I was assessing the terrible opening that he had yesterday, the Spiro, at a certain point he said, in that moment, he's not Alec Baldwin, he's Harlan Rust, and he lives 150 years ago. So you can't hold him accountable basically you can't hold him accountable as Alec Baldwin, is what he's implying. And I'm thinking to myself, well, thank God he wasn't an arsonist, or there would have been like countless fires. It's like, oh, he's setting fires all over the place because he's not Alec Baldwin. He's Harlan Rust. It's go charge Harlan Rust. Go dig him up. I mean, what does that even mean? It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
So yeah, living their fiction worlds.
And it's one of the potential considerations or outcomes, I guess I think I see with this particular trial, because yes, I recognize that on the sort of classical jurisprudence level, the jury is supposed to look at the evidence, and they're supposed to look at the law that they're given from the judge, and they're supposed to neatly apply to the one to the other, and in this completely isolated rational world, reach their decision on guilt or innocence. I don't think that's how people typically act with their decision making. I don't care if you're talking about economics and rational actors, or if you're talking about a jury room and decision making about justice. There are just other things that influence people and how they think about those decisions. And the fact that this seems to me to be a situation where it's not just Alec Baldwin that's really on trial here. It is the culture on the movie set, this culture of impunity. We are special. We are different. We don't have to know the ins and outs of how a firearm works before we're going to run around and, play pew-pew games with them on set. This is potentially the jury looking at that and looking beyond Alec Baldwin himself and saying, well, but maybe you should know, if you're going to play these dangerous games, there's going to be consequences for that. You can't escape the real world reality of these decisions just because you're on this make-believe world on a movie set.
Yeah, I'm going to pull up chats from my chat, because people are sending super chats here while it's just the two of us. So I recommend that you bring up chats that are yours. It's impossible. We only see chats we see everyone's chats, just so you know, like backstage here. So when the chats get started and sent off to us, we can see which chats are from our own channel. But if there's chats that are not from our own channel, we don't know which of the other content creators it's coming from. There's a little chain that comes there showing it's linked to your chat. So I'm going to bring up mine. I recommend you bring up yours. And this way we encourage our chat. We encourage people to come over here and super chat with us, just because, well, I don't know, we're putting in the hours now. So we might as well, but it's not simply that. The reality is, if people are super chatting, I assume that they want their content creator to see their super chat. So there you go. That's a much better way to phrase it, right? All right, so I'm gonna just so I don't know which ones are yours. I don't want to. So I'm gonna ask you if you can pull up yours when get through them. But
Okay.
Colonel safety rules: all firearms are loaded, and one, all firearms are loaded, and two, never aim at another person. This is true. Bass player with the 20. I think this is all on Alec. I think he told his lawyer that gun went off accidentally. I didn't pull the trigger, and his lawyer's trying to go there, no matter how improbable it is. And yeah. But his lawyer should be telling him that doesn't fix aiming it at her. That doesn't do anything with respect to that. His lawyer should be telling him, that it was some. You're right. You sort of ultimately have to. We are the puppet and the puppet master who's going to determine the direction we take. We're usually very compelling in getting our client to go along with the story being told the way we want it to be told. frankly, Alec Baldwin has the type of demeanor which is arguably the most difficult, the most uncontrollable. And I'm only assessing that. I never met the guy. I'm only assessing that based on the fact that I am sure his lawyer told him, don't do any friggin' interviews. Stop popping off at various paparazzi or others who are trying to provoke you. Don't engage anyone on this topic at all. And yet we see how many times he did that. So I'm sure his lawyer, as any lawyer would, and as any law student would, as most of you who've never set foot in law school would tell him, is don't talk to any of these folks. And yet he has. So we know, we can deduce from that he's a very difficult client to control. And if he's telling you, I don't want you to ever say I pulled that trigger, in that case, you got to play it that way, and you're left at his mercy.
But see, I don't even honestly, like, I don't hate that so much, because at least it is a coherent defense. You can structure that. You can build a lot around that. Like, they apparently have evidence that he was told where to point the gun, right? So you can get past that part by he's following his instructions on set the way an actor is supposed to do. They all are relying on the safety professionals to make sure he can do that in a way that isn't going to cause an unreasonable risk of harm. And had that worked the way it was supposed to without the gun firing, none of this would have happened. So if you can pin it on the possibility of an accidental fire, I do think that gets him off the hook for quite a lot. Now, he's of course got a big hurdle to clear factually in proving that that's what actually happened. And I think that's why they're struggling, because I have to think the attorney is smart enough to have looked at all of this, looked at the testing, looked at the evidence, and concluded this is improbable. Yes, it's theoretically viable as a defense, but in light of the facts we actually have to deal with here, the jury is not going to buy it. And the problem is that there are some clients who will simply not accept your prediction of what jurors will buy or not.
Right. Especially someone who comes across as thinking that he knows more than everyone else around. Mm-hmm. So, bass player says, wait, he wasn't Alec Defense was used during the Hogan Gawker suit. Yeah, that won't work here. I don't know that. I'm not familiar with that.
The Gawker.
You know that? You're familiar with that lawsuit?
Wasn't this the one that had to do with the revenge porn thing?
Oh, maybe. I don't know.
I'm not sure how it relates.
Yeah, and the last one on my list just came in here now from Snazzy Trinket saying, if your driving company car causes death while doing so, the driver is the one to be criminally responsible, not the company or mechanic. What do you think of that analogy?
It depends on the facts, because sometimes the driver is not going to be liable, or, at least not criminally. There is a distinction here between criminal and civil liability when it comes to the stuff that's going on the roadway, and the operator's liability versus the mechanic's liability. I don't know about I might be aging myself here with when I went to law school, but when I took torts, we had a whole section on the wayward wheel cases. It's this whole line of authority in civil law that's specifically dealing with the situation where a commercial trucker is driving down the highway and a wheel randomly comes off, and the wheel will go through somebody's windshield, or it will hit somebody else or something like that. And it actually,
when I was in law school, they called it the stubborn horse rule, but yeah.
Okay. So. Yeah, the wayward wheels is what we learned about.
This joke. Go on.
The civil chain of liability, it actually gets quite complicated, just because there's all different policies with civil law where it's really just about cost shifting. It's about who should pay for this or that. It's not really about establishing, did somebody do something wrong, something
reckless,
that is so grievously wrong that we need to criminally sanction it, or impose a penalty for it. So that's why with the criminal type of recklessness or criminal negligence, you're typically just going beyond that simple civil negligence standard of, well, you broke some rule of the road. You know, you blew a red light, you crossed the yellow line, you sped. There has to be some kind of heightened purposefulness to it that justifies it having a criminal sanction at all. So that's where it all gets very fact dependent. If you like, so my personal view on something, the way that I would analyze it, okay, because most of us are not mechanics, and yet we do drive these cars all around. Some people have little to no idea about how the car operates, what it's doing, how the systems work, and that's, you know, that's understandable. It's a fairly complex system. Not everybody is mechanically minded. It can be a lot to learn and so forth. So yeah, we rely on the manufacturer to get it right.
Mechanics.
How many times do you get a recall notice? It turns out, I'll give you an example. Certain model years of Jeep Cherokee, apparently, like, I would never buy a late model Jeep Cherokee because I don't remember exactly what the model years were, but the fuel tank is a big problem. It's like outside of the crumple zone. It's right there behind the bumper in the back of the vehicle. So you have a rear end collision. It's like the old Pinto problems where, you know, you get a spark with a
You
metal on
spontaneously
metal.
combust.
You can have big problems. Yeah. And so I learned about this from a criminal case where that's what happened. A lady got rear-ended at high speed, or her car explodes basically, and she burns to death. You don't know that, you know. How is anybody going to be in a position? We don't expect people to have so much knowledge of cars that they can go to the dealership, right, and be deciding what they want to buy, and be, you know, checking for the location of the fuel tank. Like, we just don't impute that kind of knowledge to people. So if you're driving that car and, I don't know, you back into something and there's a spark and a fire that results, are you going to be criminally responsible for that? It's pretty unlikely. The issue, though, is once you do become aware of it, if you have reason to suspect there's a problem with the fuel tank, if you have had a problem with the fuel tank before, this is now going to increase the likelihood that you could be held responsible for that. So
I will tell you, by the way, you don't know what you're missing, because my mother had a Grand Cherokee, and it was the most fun car to drive. I can't even tell you.
It is not more fun than my VRZ, I guarantee it.
Really?
I love my VRZ. It's like driving a go-kart on the road. It's very light. It's not a big engine. It's just a little 4-cylinder engine, but the car is about 1,000 pounds. So it's very zippy. It's just a lot of fun.
BRZ is cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Kurt knows that I'm on about.
Yeah, same car as the GT86 Toyota joint project.
Yep.
Very cool.
Yep.
It's also the only non-4-wheel drive car that Subaru makes. More facts you know.
Exactly. But it is also the only 5-speed manual car that Subaru still makes, which, as a matter of fact, is why I own it.
Did you get the one that has the improved engine or the original engine?
It's the original.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little underpowered for my taste, but let's just say.
Well, a lot of this is the programming. Like, I've been threatening to go get a tune on my engine for quite some time.
Go get a turbo on it or something. That'd be awesome.
You could put a turbo on it. I don't want to go over the top. I don't necessarily want that much horsepower on a light little car like this. It ends up driving kind of like a lawnmower, you know, it's too jerky. I like where it's at. What I would like is more responsiveness up front, like right off the line. That initial torque. But I haven't done anything to my car. I've been threatening to for years. I haven't even like done the intake or anything like that. So
cool.
I got a lot of room to play still.
I have a 2009 Infiniti FX35. I personally love the car. It's got this wavy grille that they had at that model year. It's a very reliable car. It has a 3.5 liter V6 that they put that engine in everything. Nissan did. So it's a bulletproof engine. It'll last forever. I love it. It's a very fun car to drive.
Nice. Well, my bulletproof engine is my 2003 7.3 liter diesel. It is 100% bulletproof. It's already got 260 some thousand miles on it or something. It should get 1 million on it. It's just leaky. It's so leaky. This thing will last. It's a cast iron engine. It will last forever, but it's constantly blowing O-rings because it's very high pressure. So it's a little bit annoying. Got to be constantly wrenched on. But if you're willing to put in the
who in
work,
chat
it's
said the
great.
MX-5 Miata? A guy can't drive a Miata and get away with it. I liked it when they when the Honda made the S2000. That was such a cool car. I was disappointed when they discontinued it. I don't know what a guy's supposed to do now. Maybe the Audi, the SR3, maybe, or something like that for that same platform.
Yeah, don't know.
You guys want to start pulling up your chats?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and start pulling through some of these. So track worker, Baldwin knew about the target practice and safety issues. If they can prove that, I think that's a big problem for him. It puts all of this other stuff to the side. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if Seth Kinney provided live ammo. It doesn't matter if the set was, if his workshop was a mess. It doesn't matter. If he knew this was happening, then all of that stuff becomes irrelevant. So let's see what else we've got here. James Cassatelli, would you put a gun to your head and pull the trigger just because someone else said it was cold? If no, why would you point it at someone else and pull the trigger? This guy's absurd. I mean, this to me, I keep saying this is the strongest argument I think that the state probably has here. It resonates. I think everybody can put themselves in that position and make that decision. It's a very compelling point. If you would not trust your own safety to it, how can you trust somebody else's safety to it? That's just you externalizing your risk.
Or even you don't have to picture even your own mouth. If you saw somebody not check a gun and know that they didn't check a gun, and putting a book and putting it in their own mouth. Not you doing it yourself, but even if you saw someone doing that, would you think, "Oh my God, that guy is crazy irresponsible"? And I think most of us would say, "Yeah, that's really reckless." That's
Somebody, I think it was on Twitter. It might have been in my chat. I forget where, but somebody, maybe it came up in the chats yesterday. Somebody reminded us of that rapper who very recently, took care of himself on video playing stupid games with guns. And that's exactly the type of situation that I think people can resonate with. That's why you don't do it, because there are just certain things where you don't assume you have perfect knowledge. The risk is too high to be wrong. So yeah, I think that's a compelling way to present it.
This super chat's from my channel. I don't know, James, for 1999. Thank you for the support. I'm still going through appeals process. Was charged with manslaughter. I don't agree with. Baldwin should be not guilty, and I hate him. Well, I can't speak obviously to your particular case, but obviously I hope that the proper outcome will come through no matter what. Baldwin's case is factually interesting, and the what we've heard so far, to my mind, is mostly a distraction, because how messy it was at the prop center or something is neither here nor there, because unless he had contact with the ammo at the prop center or something like that, it doesn't matter to him. So he's just presumably handed the firearm with the live round in it. So where that live round came from, it's kind of neither here nor there to some degree as to his liability. So there was a point to be had in there somewhere, but mostly not so much. So hopefully we'll get into the more interesting thing is the mental state. And if Hannah Gutierrez Reed actually winds up testifying tomorrow, that actually winds up happening, it could be real interesting, especially if the testimony will be Alec Baldwin had the opportunity to attend safety briefings and kept blowing them off. Yeah. And we told people about what they're supposed to do. And so he had willful blindness, which would go to his recklessness. I'm like, okay, so if that's what we're going to do, then that goes a long way. Thank you for the super chat.
I haven't been able to dig into the updates nearly as much as I would like, but I'm trying to make sense of the source of this information that she's going to be testifying tomorrow. I'm going back and looking at the order to transport. This is more than a week old. This was signed on July the 3rd. It says that she would be released into the care and custody of the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office on July 13th, 2024. That's not tomorrow. That's in 2 days. So that's on Saturday. So that she can be transported to the Santa Fe Adult Correctional Facility, so that she can provide testimony in the jury trial, and then they're going to take her back on July 19th. So they basically made arrangements for her to be transported there Saturday and then be there for all of next week. But none of this is new. This is the order that's been in place for quite some time. I haven't seen anything additional that's come up about that. So it's hard to make sense of this report and what it's
I'll
really
believe it
based
when I
on.
see it.
Can I speak?
Yeah.
They're on a break, by the way, not done for the day. Go ahead.
Okay. Couple things. Sorry, I'm all pent up. I had to sit there listening to you driving in the car, and I couldn't do anything about it because I was like, But okay. Number one, I checked with Seth Kinney. Yes, I know Seth Kinney. So if you guys have any questions about Seth Kinney, what was happening, what was at the warehouse, things like that.
Is he testifying? That's the first question.
He will be testifying. He's scheduled to be testifying tomorrow. He also told me that Hannah, according to his sources, is testifying. His source is typically Detective Hancock. He's very, very much in with the prosecution, has been for a long time. But while all this is going on, I didn't hear any of you say, because I wasn't listening every second I was trying to, I do not feel that Spiro is acting as Alec Baldwin's lawyer. In a lot of ways, he seems to be laying down or retrying the Hannah Gutierrez case. Because to me, all of that is noise. And I'll just give you my personal opinion. I'm not the lawyer, so you all can pile on in a second. Let's say that Seth Kinney, who he's obviously painting to be the boogeyman, who Joe Bowles is painting to be the boogeyman. Let's say Seth Kinney took a brand new box of live ammo and he put it in Hannah's bag and said, take it to the set. Does that exonerate Alec Baldwin from his responsibility to not be pointing at people and not controlling these sets? And this is the same Alec Baldwin who gave a master class, and I was going to pull up the interrogation where he talked to the cops about the differences between the live rounds, the blanks, dummies, and also stated, no, never point at anybody. I would never point at anybody. If this was any other actor on the set and we didn't have all this testimony, 100%. I don't even know why they would try the guy. You'd be like, hey, the professional gave it to him. He was confused, didn't necessarily know. But this is a guy who very clearly is knowledgeable, has proven his knowledge at intermittent points. He's given a class while he's flirting with them, in my opinion. Other times he's less knowledgeable. So I'm curious what you guys think about my opinion about he's acting like Hannah Gutierrez defense lawyer versus Alec Baldwin's, because I think that all that stuff in the shop and the mess and it just seems kind of beside the point.
For me, I think it was for the best explanation for it is the blame is everyone is guilty, so no one's to blame. So if you can show, for example, that his place was a mess and he wasn't doing his job, if you can show that the tech didn't do a proper search and they didn't do their job, if you can show that basically everyone is guilty, then you try to occupy a moral place where no one is to blame.
But we already have two convictions.
Eric, I tend to agree with you a little bit. I do feel like it was a little bit of a copy and paste type deal. Yeah. I feel like they were kind of following along with the Hannah Gutierrez trial, and they said, oh, this is a great argument. I think I'm going to use that. Let's go ahead and go for it. And I think that that's where they went from there. So I tend to agree with you. I think that there was probably some copy and paste element there. I was talking about earlier, though, I think that they're going to try and argue that if you guys couldn't even tell the difference, how the hell was my client supposed to tell the difference?
That too.
And in what way did my client act recklessly? If what they did was not reckless, if what they did didn't rise to the level of criminal negligence, how in the hell did my clients? Now,
back to Baldwin, though. Back to Baldwin. He answered that.
Yeah. So back
He
to
said it was
Baldwin, there's
supposed to
going
be
to have
empty.
to be the pointing argument, right? They're going to have to argue industry standard next. So there's got to be two arguments being made. And I agree with the other panelists. The argument about industry standard hasn't really been made yet. Now, it doesn't mean it won't be. It's just we haven't seen that yet. But for right now, it does seem completely useless. Like I said, he buried the lead. There was definitely a murder that occurred today. We all died of boredom. Okay. There was definitely unintentional homicide here. And it was, we all died of boredom. And
My wife was crying in the car. I mean, she was screaming.
Really?
Why? No, I mean, not.
Oh.
I mean, like literally, like, just shut up. But why? I mean, she was just like, what does that have to do with anything? And by the way, back to Baldwin. Baldwin himself is the one who said, well, even for that shot, we weren't supposed to have that. It was just a dress shot. We didn't need anything. Again, his interrogation, I feel, is devastating. And Kurt, I mean, you said it. Again, you've never said it.
Keep your mouth shut. Every lawyer who has any knowledge in the world, just don't talk to the police. You don't even need your right to a lawyer. Just your right to remain silent is all you need. Just keep your mouth shut. Nothing you say is going to help. Anything. The problem is every word you say freezes you into a position. It gives you no flexibility for the future because now anything you say in the future has to be consistent with what you said in the past. But if you've never said anything in the past, then it gives you flexibility to be able to present different arguments or put them into a different light, as opposed to freezing a particular argument in amber. So the talking to the cops was a mistake. I think the cops knew exactly what they were doing, though. Put some attractive women in there, lower his guard, and he wants to impress them, so he starts saying things. Seemed to work out pretty well, you know.
So they were competent there. They might have been incompetent elsewhere.
The cops were competent with who they put in the room. I think they got that one down. And then, you know, Alec Baldwin's over here like, let me go with the George Stephanopoulos and give this interview, which then freezes particular arguments into play. So now they can't argue, you know, that they are sort of locked into this idea, well, I didn't pull the trigger, which seems absurd, as opposed to focusing on an idea of, you know, I simply relied on whatever one else. It's like I lose options as your lawyer because of every time you open your mouth, I lose options. That's sad.
I have one overarching question though, because I'm gonna keep getting back to Seth Kenney, and part of the reason that I personally have taken a ton of hits because I know the guy, and I covered it. Let's help me understand. Okay, let's say we paint the picture that Seth Kenney is the boogeyman. I'm in the so what land. For Hannah Gutierrez, so relevant. It's unbelievably relevant. But for this, what are you proving?Id he teleport to the set and pull the trigger himself? No, the guy never was on the set. So even if he did feed live round, again, live rounds, everything else, what does it matter how bad or good or otherwise Seth Kenney is? How does that affect Baldwin being responsible at that moment?
Eric, I think you're absolutely right. I do think that they're pulling a lot from Hannah Gutierrez's trial. Obviously, Seth Kenney being the boogeyman matters way more in the Hannah Gutierrez trial, right?
100%.
However, Seth Kenney didn't just disappear. He was the prop master on set. So
no, he was not. He was a supplier. Sarah Zachary was the prop master.
Sure. But
it's
from all the testimony we got, okay, the guy was basically on set, okay? He was basically working in the part. That's the testimony we got last time. So it doesn't matter that actually wasn't his role or that he's testifying to otherwise.
What, hold on. You just said, it testified he was on set. He was never on set until after the incident. And that was to unlock the truck. And he went there. But during the entire filming, he was never on set. Not even prior to the filming. It's very relevant. I'm not trying to be annoying about that.
So he wasn't involved in hiring Hannah Gutierrez?
He suggested her, the line producer. So he picked a shitty person.
Regardless, that's the point I'm getting to. So he picked a shitty armor. Okay, he handpicked her. Okay, it wasn't like the production team went out and did that. He did that. So my point is that my concern is that they're opening the door to the whole production element of this for their own client. That's the dumb part of this. If they open it up, I think that Seth Kenny has liability. I get he's your friend. I get it. Or acquaintance.
He's not my friend. He's just
your
somebody.
acquaintance. Sure. And I don't
let me
want
just
to
put it this
offend
way.
him.
I have other sources too. Two of them are extremely major. There's a reason the prosecutor was going after me. Okay, that gives you a level, if it helps at all, of other sources that I have and have had long exchanges with. So just to clarify.
Right, which is fine. I'm just saying Seth Kenny showing the negligence of care in his supply room, okay? Those supplies then being passed over to the set. If we were unaware, okay? If everyone on set was unaware that Seth Kenny was that negligent in actually carrying out his job as supplier, how the hell was Alec Baldwin aware? That's the point. And if there's some intervening cause, which I hope they're not trying to argue, but it kind of sounds like they are. And that's where I agree with you. Even if there's some intervening cause, so what? It doesn't change the fact that he didn't aim and fire. Okay. So for the rest of you guys who are in the chat being like, oh, Danny's such an idiot, shut the fuck up.
No, they're saying
I know what I'm talking about.
Kenny's water.
So
And all
you
I
guys
said
can
is-
disagree. I'm just saying, I'm answering your question. Why are they focusing on this? That's my suspicion, is that's where they're going with this. Doesn't mean I'm right or wrong. I'm not trying to sit there and say they are. And if you guys think I talk too much, then forget it.
Okay. Don't worry, Danny. Believe me, they're
Donnie,
beating
you're
me up a
doing
lot
great. You're
more.
the one keeping us going through the lunch break. We love you.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
I think this,
forward.
I'm at a disadvantage when it comes to kind of evaluating how all of this relates to Hannah Gutierrez, right? Because I didn't watch the trial, but I could tell just intuitively watching what's going on with this cross-examination that this seems to have a lot more to do with how did the ammunition get into Hannah Gutierrez's possession, and what did she know about
Her
it?
case.
Yes, far more than it does with Alec Baldwin, and so I'm with you, Eric, in the sense that I'm not sure I see the point here. I think it's possible that they're trying to just draw a line under how could Alec Baldwin have known there was live ammunition. If it's possible, even Hannah Gutierrez didn't know that there was live ammunition. I just don't think that gets him out of harm's way, because to me, it just keeps coming back to, you always assume the possibility of live ammunition. That's why you have the safety standards. And so it's always going to come back to the situation of what happened during the shooting. What happened? Did you pull the trigger? Did you cock the hammer? Did the gun go off by itself? Did you point it at her? And were these things reasonable under the circumstances, or were they reckless?
Yeah, and again, that's why everybody's saying, Eric's carrying water, Eric's buys for Seth, whatever. You say anything you want. That's why I said, let me just say that Seth literally took a box of ammunition and put it in Hannah's bag. So I'm taking 100% of that, saying, let's say he's 100% culpable for getting live ammo to the set that he was not on. Let's say he was. That counts for everything in the Hannah Gutierrez trial, but I don't feel like
I don't even know if it
counts for
does
this one.
that. I mean, it's relevant, but I'm not necessarily sure it's positive, because that would potentially expose him to liability. But I'm not sure it gets Hannah off the hook, because she might have an independent duty to check too. And I'm not sure it necessarily gets Alec Baldwin off the hook, because he has an independent duty to check. The question is the nature of the duty, and the question is the nature of your disregard of that duty, and whether or not it amounts to recklessness. So,
Name one time I blocked anybody, Bumpy Johnson. Name one. Wherever you come from, whatever feed. Tell me when I did that.
Yeah, don't worry about it. But yeah, I mean there might be a lot of independent liabilities, and this is true in other cases as well. And just because someone is guilty doesn't mean another person is necessarily innocent, because more than one person can be a contributing factor to whatever incident is going on. So
yeah,
it all goes down to, what is your responsibility in this situation? What are your obligations, and what is your mental state? So Alec Baldwin's the one with the gun in his hand. The whole idea in principle is that state's in whole idea in principle, is the very fact that a gun is an inherently dangerous object, and you have a unwaivable obligation to, operate that in a reasonable way. And if you don't even check the ammo, that is inherently reckless. And it doesn't matter what anyone else has done. That's their idea. Now, I'm not sure necessarily whether or not that's true, but that's their idea. And so that's Alec Baldwin's liability. And then, of course, for the armorer, her responsibility is basically the same. It's like, okay, it's an unwaivable duty. You're the person that, is in charge of the gun, and it's ultimately the buck stops with you and making sure that's safe. You failed your obligation to check the ammo and handed the loaded firearm to the actor, so you're responsible. And then if Kenny is like, okay, your duty is to make sure that you're keeping things safe. And if you keep your studio, like we kind of saw you keep your studio with things just being unlabeled and all jumbled around all kinds of other ways, that seems like that might be reckless because you're not even trying to keep an inventory. So maybe you have liability. It's like everyone can be guilty all at the same time.
That's true.
Yeah.
By the way, again,
Everybody,
I was going to say, does anybody want to know what Seth Kinney has claimed on the side as to why his studio looked like that? I mean,
I'd love to hear an explanation for this.
Okay. I don't know if you've seen, that Bruce Willis was just diagnosed with the dementia not all that long ago. Well, his last movie, Seth Kinney was working on, by the way, and that happened after the Rust incident. So Seth was still, doing the work in the industry. He worked on that movie as both the armor supplier, etc. That movie wrapped like literally the day before the search warrant hit. Now, I don't know, Andrea, Kurt, have you ever been on a movie set or, been involved like military operation, things like that?
Nope.
According to Seth, now this could be 100% untrue. I'm just going to give you a story, and there is possibility if what he's saying is true is there. He just wrapped the set before, it happens late at night, and he have all piles of all kinds of shit everywhere. You take it back to the office. Now, you can't just put it in a truck or something. You have to have it in the locked area, throw it all down, lock the doors. You're going to get to it in the morning, the next day, the next week, whatever. I don't know what day of the week we're talking about because that was in November. And unfortunately, search warrant came before he had a chance to put everything away. Again, I don't know if that's the case, but let's say hypothetically it's true. Does that make any difference whatsoever?
for Alec Baldwin, I don't see it. I mean, I think we're still on Kurt's point that this is how I see it. Everybody has a different sphere of responsibility here. And so the fact that other people may have failed within their own spheres of responsibility doesn't mean that you are therefore relieved of the problem of having also violated,
Sure,
your own sphere of responsibility. So I don't know that it matters. It doesn't matter how the live ammunition got on the set, got into the gun, if his responsibility is to not point the gun at people, not to pull the trigger, not to treat it like it's not loaded. He fell short within his own sphere of responsibility. Had he not done that, this would not have happened. So it just comes down to his mental state. What did he know? And I think it's just a question of, is the jury going to hold him to a standard of some kind of specific knowledge to this set, that he needed to know this particular set is bad, this particular arrangement for the ammunition is not good, the handling is not good? Or is it simply enough that he knows he is holding a real firearm and pointing it at somebody and pulling the trigger? I think that's going to be up to the jury.
and I guess that's my big question, because I thought that Dave Halls was one particular case. His case was that your job as the safety coordinator, whatever, the first AD is in charge of the safety on the set. Your job was to supervise, not to touch the gun per se. That's the chain of custody problem is a big one there, but to go to the armorer and say, show me that that's good. And he said, show me. And he claimed that, but he said, I only saw the 3 rounds. So then he is not guilty. He did plead. Now we can question about his sentence or whatever, but he did plead out. He's guilty. He is convicted.
Fair
So
enough.
that was one case. He fell down on his responsibility for what he did, and that was the case against him. Now, the case against Hannah Gutierrez-Reed is a different case. She was the armorer, the professional, and was in charge of the safety of the weapons on the set and bringing them on the set and handling the ammunition, correct? So that was her case. And then Alec Baldwin's case was, were you acting in a reckless manner with a firearm? Now, am I correct on the basic outlines of 3 different cases?
Yeah, that sounds right to me.
I mean, I think that, so formally speaking, Hannah Gutierrez, she was charged with the same thing. It's the same crime, right? It's involuntary manslaughter. It's just that she's not the one who pulled the trigger. So I think she's just under the reckless, she's not under the negligent handling of the firearm standard. Alec has these 2 alternative ways that he can be convicted. But otherwise it's the same reckless disregard of a known risk that led to her being convicted.
Yeah, and there's a lot of other situations where that kind of thing could pop up. Like if I have knowledge a particular dangerous situation exists and I tell you to go into that situation when you don't know, and I just say, go into this situation, it's safe, and then a bad thing happens because I behaved recklessly because I knew it was happening, I might have liability and someone else might have liability. So yeah, I have no problem with multiple people being guilty of this. And I think, and Alec Baldwin seems to me, of the 3, the only one that has a interesting case, because he has the ability to arguably pass the buck in a way that goes to his mental state. The armorer can't do that because, well, that's her job. Her
job is to know.
the people who manufacture the bullets can't do that because that's their job. Alec Baldwin's argument is essentially, it's not my job, and I was able to rely on trained professionals in the same way that I rely on stunt coordinators and lighting people and making sure that that the scene is safe. Generally speaking, we're not all going to get electrocuted or whatever. So that's his argument, and it's an interesting argument.
No, it was a perfect argument until he opened his mouth.
Yeah,
If
that
he
didn't
never
help.
did
See, that's the
anything
problem.
again.
What I was saying earlier, man, you don't want to open your mouth because it freezes things in place and it reduces options. That makes your defense lawyer's life more complicated. Don't open your mouth. Your defense lawyer thanks you.
Yeah, and that's all I'm saying. It's like, I 100% agree. I think if Alec Baldwin never said a word, he should not even be charged.
It'd be a lot harder, and he'd have a lot more defenses, and he wouldn't have prior statements that were going to kick him in the teeth. And his ability to take the stand would not be as compromised because he wouldn't have all this exciting testimony to impeach him with.
Oh, hey, look at that.
Looks like the court might be back.
Oh,
something's happening.
Did we get the time wrong?
Oh, they're at sidebar. They're just back early.
Permanent
It looks like
sidebar.
sorting out their exhibits and stuff like that. Well, let's if everyone's okay with it, let's keep going through the super chats that we have here.
Absolutely.
So I want to pull this one up from Tim Harris, that live rounds twice went off and AB did nothing to remedy seems very pertinent. But is this going to be excluded because AB qua producer? There is only one AB, not AB qua actor versus qua producer. Why the exclusions based on qua? So I think that it would be relevant, but not so much that he did nothing to remedy it. Just the fact that he knew that this was happening is the reason why it would be admissible, because it would put him on notice that the safety measures that are supposed to be in place on set are not being followed. And if they are being followed, they're not working. So, regardless, there are dangerous situations that are taking place.
One of those too, by the way, one of those discharges was Sarah Zachary, the prop master, Hannah's boss. Just pointing it out. So it's even tighter to the...
There's also a difference here for what it matters than the difference between civil liability and criminal liability, because the idea as producer is essentially pointing, to my mind, to this idea of respondeat superior, right? The employer is responsible for the acts of the employee acting within the scope of their employment, because there's a duty to supervise, train, and all the rest of it. But that's a civil law concept. It's like I'm a shop owner and I employ a guy and he does within the scope of his employment. It was my job to supervise him. But in criminal law, we don't really allow for what's essentially vicarious liability. You're liable because someone else is liable because of your tie. It's like that's not really a thing. We only hold people responsible for what they do. So the fact that he's an employer in and of itself won't get you there. You have to show his knowledge, his actions, and you have to actually show it rather than assume it, where you can kind of assume it more in a civil law context. So hopefully that's more answers your question.
And I think that I think that where this comes down is to just the idea of it being the status itself being relevant, because the status itself really isn't relevant. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what, I mean, like you're saying, what hat he was wearing. All that matters is whether he disregarded a known risk. And so to the extent that his role as producer would have given him access to greater knowledge, that would then inform how he chose to act in that situation, I think that's still going to be admissible. They just aren't going to be able to say, you had some responsibility beyond what you did, just by virtue of the fact that he's a producer. And so, I mean, when they argued this in the motions in limine, I didn't think that the state made a particularly good showing at all. They were trying to say that the reason why it mattered is because it showed that he was in charge on set. He was rushing the armorer to do things, and their argument is basically that contributed then to the unsafe circumstances. But you have to kind of show that causally, right? Like it could have, but is there any evidence that Hannah Gutierrez being rushed to reload guns is the reason why this live bullet ended up in the gun when it shouldn't have? I don't know that we have that. So they just didn't make a very good connection. I think that anything he did do as a producer had a specific influence on the outcome that they got. It was because he was the one holding the gun and fired it. That's the reason why he's being charged. So if he knew something because he was a producer, great, that can come in. But just the fact that he was a producer in and of itself and had authority on set, I don't think they showed that contributed to the outcome.
He wasn't okay as a producer. That's always been problematic. I think the judge's decision actually is correct. I don't think that the producer really matters that much, and the defense still has the problem of Lane Looper, because Lane Looper did go to Alec Baldwin directly, spoke to him in person, and then also sent him an email stating that they had all these problems on the set, and supposedly, in the email at least cited the accidental discharges with the blanks, and I am assuming he said it in person. We'll have to see how Lane testifies. But if Lane Looper does testify that these are going off in person, then Alec Baldwin had the knowledge. Now, as far as Alec Baldwin's producer role, that is trumped up. And I do have specific, I'm trying to find it in my chats. His job as the producer was not like an on-set producer or working producer. He was more than just a money man, because like he could make things like, no, you have to change the schedule type of things, like I can't do that day or I can't do that day. But really his biggest influence, whether he had the producer title or not, was being the damn star. He has incredible swing on that set of, let's get this moving. I mean, without Alec Baldwin, there's no money. He's the guy. And I'm trying to find
that makes sense.
the specific description of his job that I got. God, you pain. Here we go. He was a creative producer. He approved script, casting, location in terms of how far from his home in New York, schedule, not the daily schedule, but what date do they start, what date they finish, and wardrobe. So I don't know if that helps, but that was literally his exact producer position. And I don't think that, hiring and firing, the armorer, watching over the prop, I don't think any of that would fall under that definition. I did want to share that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's helpful. Even if he was responsible for hiring the armorer, that's so remote in the chain of causation, that is getting more into a civil type of claim, a negligent hiring, negligent supervision type of claim. Is that proximate enough to establish criminal liability? I doubt it. I mean, if somebody else committed a crime on set and you're hiring this person is not in and of itself a criminal act, then typically criminal acts of others are superseding causes. So I don't think even if that was the case, that it would be enough to clear the hurdle here to justify some liability just based on his role as the producer.
Yeah. Separation between the civil law and criminal law concepts is important.
Well, and Alex already paid on multiple civil judgments.
I think there are still some outstanding, though, right?
No, hold on. At least one or two just got dropped. By the way, one of the biggest civil cases was against Seth Kinney by Hannah Gutierrez, and that was dropped. I don't know if you guys knew that.
I didn't know.
Prejudice.
No,
by
I didn't
Jason
know that.
Bowles, her lawyer. Go figure. But anyway, yeah, that actually happened prior to the trial of Hannah Gutierrez. I do believe, though, that another case, I think the Gloria Allred case may have been dropped or settled. I don't remember. That was a big one recently, but there was multiple suits. He did settle the one with the husband, and part of the settlement for the husband was to give him executive producer rights and to guarantee that the movie was finished, which is kind of odd. But
yeah, I thought it was really odd. It's like,
it is what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
So why do you want to be executive producer of a movie which led to your wife's death? Seems like a very
New
odd.
Mexico versus Alex Baldwin, and we have
We have issues. Oh, news.
We can't begin without the defendant, please.
All right.
I don't think it's not appropriate.
Yeah,
Oopsie.
good, very smart. Let me pull this up real quick. Actors are definitely getting paid enough to strictly adhere and be held accountable to gun safety regulations in addition to any other roles. It should be more strict for them if any differences. This is going back to the comment I was making about how
given the documents, I agree with you.
The problem with the circumstance that
I agree.
the actors can just rely on everybody else is that it's encouraging them to remain willfully ignorant about these tools that they are using on the set, and that it would be way better if we had a culture that encouraged actors who are going to be acting in this kinds of films to be actually quite knowledgeable about firearms.
Well, they are going to be your exhibits, so you should go.
I think that may be changing. I mean, this case is, I think there are new SAG firearm guidelines that have just come out. I don't have them on hand, but they are, I think, locking it down. They're doing more too, like more rubber guns. Like this whole thing would not have been an issue if he was handed just whatever, a prop, a stick, or anything else just to do the blocking, because there's a blocking deal. There would have been no issue at all. It didn't really need a gun. So maybe they will have to enforce more of that. Like,
but
do we explicitly need it?
It's all in there. The guidelines already spell it out. He violated the SAG guidelines.
Yeah.
So, it's just a matter of enforcement at this point. And if he has to be the guy to take the blame for it or the fall for it on behalf of the industry, then he's the one to do it. I don't know what else to say. You play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
What I wanted to say in response to this mainly is just that I think that the discrepancy in the pay rates on set is something that's kind of important here, because there's a massive difference between Alec Baldwin, who's being paid to wave a gun around, and the extra in the back who's being paid to wave a gun around. So that is something that they really do need to consider when they're evaluating, casting these roles and really what requirements you
Yeah.
need to have to be able to play that kind of part.
They also should have two armors. Multiple armors have come out and said that because this was a gun movie, it wasn't like one scene that had a gun at a time. It was a gun movie, shootouts, guns, horses, there should have been two armors, and there should have been full time, period.
I wonder what documents they're discussing, though, that would lead to this type of situation. I really think they accidentally opened the door, and I think that the judge is considering opening this to other issues that she already ruled against.
Yeah, maybe.
Which one do you want to start with? You want to start with the 21st?
Yes.
Okay.
Is the volume on this share?
Can we turn it
possible?
up?
You should be able to hear it. Can you not?
It's really faint. I don't know. Maybe my ears are.
I can make it louder if you can't hear it, or I can re-add it or
Yeah, if you
whatever.
could make it a little bit
This
louder.
dialogue here that takes place
Yeah, I'll make it louder.
Thank you,
between
sir.
pages 2 and 5.
How about now?
A little bit
A little
more.
better.
You have heard the defense attorneys on appropriate questioning of the witnesses, and also during opening statements talk about how upset Mr. Baldwin was, that he was upset, that he was panicked, that he was ashen. He was even ashen in color. What pages 2 through 5 demonstrate, and I want to tell you, let me make one correction. Sure.
The highlighted is the portion that you want redacted.
That is correct.
Okay, well, I only see, oh, got the wrong one in front of me. Okay, all right, sorry, I transposed them. Okay, go ahead.
Let me find this part. Hang on just a second.
Thank you.
Danny's great.
Yeah, and I know we keep saying that SAG
Love it.
that he broke SAG rules, but
Okay,
SAG says
so-
that's
so
not
I-
accurate.
if I-
SAG actually
to
says
make-
that they
to-
back Alec.
To help make
And
my
I'll
point,
read the statement
if
after.
we go down
They
to the
say he
last
didn't
They do.
paragraph,
I remember.
page 4,
But then the
Um,
SAGs are
you'll
relevant
see,
to state law, correct?
where Mr. Baldwin.
Yeah, but
It
if the
doesn't
argument
trump
is
state law.
Right.
if the argument is that he broke SAG
And
rules,
just spend the
as
time
SAG is saying,
here,
that's not
and they're
accurate.
going to
Different.
do what they've got to deal
Yeah,
with.
the rules are
He's
weak.
talking
You've
about, I
redone
think,
them.
investigators and also insurance investigators, and deal with what they've got to deal with. And we shouldn't let "will go have," "it'll work," and "will go." And I believe what he says, and I can play it if you need me to, because you can actually hear it on the audio, even though the transcript says indiscernible. "We'll go have a good time." So these are not, at this point in time when Mr. Baldwin is making this statement, he is at the police station. He does not know that Ms. Hutchins has passed, but he knows that she's been critically injured, and she's so injured that she's been taken away in a helicopter. And if the defense hasn't spent all of this time saying how panicked and upset he was, I'm not sure that it would be relevant. But he is actually planning basically a vacation, and he tells his family, "Still come to New Mexico. We'll have a good time." So this is obviously information that directly contradicts what the defense has argued. And if it would help the court to see his demeanor and hear what he actually says, his family was coming to New Mexico the following day because he had a bit part for his daughter in the movie. So his wife and all of his children were coming the following day, and he is telling his, at one point, I think he's speaking to his wife, and he has her on FaceTime so we can actually hear her. We can hear her responses. And then he's speaking to another person who sounds like some sort of a family assistant or a nanny or someone like that. And he is explaining that he wants that person to try to convince his wife to still come to New Mexico because they can't get their money back for the plane tickets, and they'd like to go ahead and have a good time.
Where's the thing about the plane tickets? I didn't read that.
So here's where he says it. There's a part here where he says they're not going to give us our money back.
Oh, yeah, that's, okay,
That's what he's referring to.
okay.
So
So are you talking about lines 19 through 25 on page 4? You object to the redaction on?
What is she saying? This rebuts the characterization that he was
Well, you said 2
like
to 5, and
affected.
then you pointed out
So
a particular portion.
Oh, that
within
seems kind of
2 to 5.
weird.
overall, my position is this is the defendant's statement and it comes in. And I don't see a reason that it stays out. And the reason specifically that a lot of this conversation comes in is because of the defense statements about his state of mind, and this directly contradicts those.
All right, you're going to come back up here.
Yes, sir.
No?
Do you want me to stay?
Yeah, I want you to go over there.
Can I leave these here? Or? Okay.
So this is what we've been arguing on the panel about the last couple days. It's his statement. It's a party opponent when it's offered by the
So, Your
state,
Honor,
and so
first,
it's not a hearsay
what we
problem.
have within
But the
this
judge seems to think it
section
may not be
that we're
relevant.
discussing right now is we have also some additional hearsay. So we're looking at not only Mr. Baldwin's statements, but it also includes statements from the female speaker who would be his wife. And then, and we see female speaker 1, there's also female speaker 2. So there's additional hearsay aside from, again, the statements that we're talking about with respect to Mr. Baldwin.
And that's correct.
In addition, when we're looking at whether or not this is admissible, the court has to engage in a balancing test as to what the probative value actually is. The court has already indicated and ruled, in fact, at the motions in limine, that Mr. Baldwin's demeanor, even leading up to the accident, was not going to be coming in because the court engaged in that balancing test and said, for example, anything regarding him exhibiting poor behavior. Understood, Your Honor. And so I have actually the court's ruling here, so I'll be more specific. So what it says is that any of the videos or any evidence or pictures which relate to Mr. Baldwin not handling or that goes to the defendant's gun that worked or didn't work, and they're showing that it did work because he's shooting. There's videos showing that he's cocking the gun, and it says that those would come in. However, everything else regarding him yelling at the crew or telling people to hurry up, none of that is relevant, and that is propensity evidence.
Right, and that dealt with what was offered, okay?
That is correct.
Was not offered, this was not even discussed at that time. So this is fresh to the court.
Absolutely, Your Honor. So what we're doing is we're looking at what the court had previously ruled, and then we're using that also to inform the arguments that we're making at this time. And so certainly when we're talking about state of mind for after the fact, that becomes even less relevant than state of mind or actions that were happening leading up to the accident. So when we're looking at what this is actually probative of, the state is saying it's probative of that he's, talking about he's going to go have a good time. He's really not that distraught about it. But if we look again at what is Mr. Baldwin's state of mind after this has happened, what element does that go to within the proof that the state has to demonstrate in order to meet the elements to demonstrate that he is actually guilty of involuntary manslaughter? And the answer is that none of this here is probative of any effect of consequence to any of the elements of the crime that he is charged with.
Consciousness of guilt.
Hold on.
He knew he was supposed to act.
We have to look
Hold on,
distraught.
Andrea, what are they talking about in terms of
but the danger of
what
unfair prejudice
conversation?
is substantial. And it's
They're talking about when he was on the phone during his police interview, and he was making those comments about setting up the vacation. Still come out anyway. We'll have a good time.
Okay, I see.
Use that.
Yeah.
View him as being callous or that he doesn't care about Ms. Hutchins.
I think that's way too prejudicial then. I think it's way more prejudicial than it is
The court
probative.
excluded this section.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean,
In addition,
also,
Your Honor,
she
go over to
wasn't dead. I don't know if that matters, but
page 5. If the court will look at the top of page 5.
he might not have known at that point the complete
Here again,
extent of
this
it
is just more,
anyway.
them
Does
trying
that
to
make sense?
him look callous. He's
Yep.
worried about.
He
at the
didn't
top,
know at
he's
that
talking
point.
about
He didn't know she was
stable
dead yet.
Yes. of
Yeah,
course.
And he
I
was
mean, I
still
know he
thinking
did, but yeah,
And he was still thinking it was a blank.
Under yours, so I can't
Understood.
see.
right. So
So, Your Honor, so what we're talking about here up at the top of the page is, again, he's worried about being photographed. He does live a very public life, and this is a very, difficult, sensitive time just in general for everyone. And the references to the media here, again, could be taken as something callous or something of that sort. And so, he's talking about, this is breaking news, this is media, and he's trying to keep his family away from that as well. So it's misleading. And when we engage in a 403 balancing test, this should not come in.
Normally, I would agree, but for the fact that the defense actually made his demeanor after the fact relevant. So now that they've made it relevant, it's relevant. And it goes both ways.
All right, thank you. The court makes the following ruling. Under 11-401, it says it has any tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence and the factors of consequence in determining the action. It is not only the issue of whether he committed the crime of involuntary manslaughter, it's also a relevant fact. And you all made that fact very important through Officer LaFleur yesterday. So I do find that it's relevant to basically respond to you all talking about how upset Mr. Baldwin was, and certainly that you considered that fact of consequence, and I'm deciding that this rebuttal information is of consequence.
Oops.
I also find that its probative value is substantially
Yeah, I want to hear
not
the
substantially
403.
outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice and all the other choices that are under 11-403. I will say that I think that I'm not going to let everything in. I'm going to focus on page 4 and
So directly
I'll start
confronting
with
the
line
allegations
16
and the focus
and
of
on
the
page 4,
defense
and I will
or
go
the
to
state.
page
That's
5.
what she's doing. She's limiting
Is this
directly
what's
to that
coming in or
allegation.
what's staying out?
No, it's coming in. The
Okay.
rest of the yellow is staying
Ouch.
out.
Can you repeat that line
Just a
again?
minute, I'm reading
Okay,
page 5.
sorry.
Big ouch. But the defense walked into it.
Okay, so it's
You're gonna do
Yeah,
it
you got to be careful about the doors
Line-
you open.
16, starting with Alec Baldwin, finishes the rest of the page 4, starts on page 5 at the top, and finishes on line 10. The rest of the yellow will be redacted.
There we go.
You guys might want to bring up your super chats.
Are
Those
we-
of you who
are
weren't
we
here,
ready to move on to the next one?
Joe and Andrea
Next one
deliberately
I
didn't bring
showed
any
was
up that
the
were
one
not on their
just correct
channel.
me if I'm wrong.
So that way
is
you,
on
you can
page
do it for your own
12.
audience. And hopefully when we get rolling, we'll bring them all up, period.
This issue goes directly to Mr. Baldwin's state of mind, and I'm looking, Your Honor, I'm sorry, at basically 12 through 14. He understands that whether there's a live round on set or not, these guns can be dangerous, and he says it right here between 12 and 14. What he's talking about with the wadding can come out. If you're closer, you can get a burn. That's
go.
him talking about
All
his
those
knowledge
statements
of
are
the
coming back to
danger of
burn
these
him, huh?
guns. That
Yep.
goes
Yep.
directly to the heart of the state's case.
Yeah, that's not prejudicial.
As the court knows, the state doesn't disagree with 15 through 17. And again, when we start here on 18, where Mr. Baldwin says, "I'm told," that again goes directly to his knowledge of the injuries that can occur if these guns are not handled with safety. He says right there, "I'm told even with the flash powder, you can cause contusions and you can do a brain bleed and die." And you know what? We can take out this part here that says which both of them died, because that is relevant to the Brandon Lee, John Eric Hexum that we agreed to remove. So I don't oppose taking out both of them died, but this goes directly to the heart of the state's case. And then I think it's 21 through 25 we've agreed to redact. Obviously, this part here on the top of page 13 is very important to the state because Mr. Baldwin says, "My point is I've been doing this I shot enough guns in my day in movies.
There
I've
we
never
go.
seen before where a flash
Boom.
round was. Obviously, what I'm trying to get in is he's got experience with firearms, and he talks to Detective Hancock pretty extensively about that.
Mhm.
So his personal experience with firearms on movie sets and off movie sets is all absolutely relevant.
Yep. And it's directly relevant.
Yeah, I think
That's
it's on
not
point.
prejudicial.
But in that statement, he also said that he's never checked it after it's being handed to him. So that one, I think, can cut both ways.
So, Your Honor, this was already the subject of a defense motion in limine that the court ruled upon. So we have in the transcript of the pretrial proceedings, the parties were arguing about whether or not this knowledge of danger of blanks would be admissible. And so what the court ruled was, the court said, the court makes the following ruling, weighing whether it has any tendency to make a fact more probable or less probable than it would be without it, and whether its probative value substantially is outweighed by the unfair prejudice. I think it's difficult to deal with what I read in the grand jury transcripts about, the theory about the negligent use of a deadly weapon is that this manner of handling, that he shouldn't have cocked the gun, etc. And then with respect to the alternative is that he failed to check the gun. He failed to confirm that the gun, and I remember the word confirm, about live ammunition before he pointed it at someone. The court went on. I think that I will not allow any testimony other than one sentence, probably by your expert, Ms. Morrissey, that says the blanks also can kill. But to consider that he failed somehow, that's just going to be up to the trier of fact. I think everybody knows that guns can kill. It depends on what's in there. But I think that you cannot mention it, you can mention it, but that's it. We're not going through 5 different questions on tell me how serious this is, and if he's a gun owner and he's done all these Westerns or not Westerns, but all this gun experience, then he should have known. Just say that, and if you can tie that up, great. So that's specifically on this subject. And so we've already argued this, and the court has
The
already
judge is
ruled.
shaking her head, yes.
I thought that was on the crow.
Consistent
That
with
was
this
when they were talking about the crow.
The wadding is John Eric Hickson.
portions. There will be a number.
The crow was there was an
number of
obstruction inside of the barrel.
I mean, in the motions in limine, that's when she said you get the one sentence the blanks can kill is when they're talking about the crow.
I don't recall, Your Honor, I have some flagged, but I think we can move through them fairly quickly, and I can identify those to the court every place that is throughout the transcript. But
All right, thank you.
Baldwin's team, they
Her
screwed up. Man.
responses, but her responses are fantastic. Though.
I didn't realize necessarily during the motion hearing, I thought we were talking about witness testimony, not the defendant's own statements. And let me try to articulate for the court where I think some difficulty may come in. If I have my expert do what the court suggested and just have him give the one sentence that blanks can kill, then what we're missing, the important part is that Mr. Baldwin knows that.
Yes.
So these statements that he made to Detective Hancock go directly to that one sentence that you're allowing us to get in, because Mr. Baldwin actually knows that, and the elements of the offense go directly to what he knew or should have known. That's in the actual jury instruction. So this is something that he knew or should have known. There are rules that say don't point the gun at anyone, and this is obviously one of the reasons, is because even if you have largely inert ammunition, it can still hurt someone, or Mr. Baldwin even indicated he knew that it could kill someone. So I think that this needs to be in for that reason.
Which motion was it?
I think you got to let it in because it goes right to the heart of the matter.
And he even specified the cases. He knew who.
Yeah, he's admitting to the knowledge. I don't see how this doesn't come in. He's admitting to having prior knowledge.
Number 3. This would be defense 3. Is that correct? Defendant's motion only 3, I believe it was. And we have the transcript if the court would like to review it. Based on what the state has just argued in their reply, may I just be heard as to the new arguments?
Is this your motion?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
The new argument?
Yes, the
That's
state.
her
the
reply,
state-
isn't it? Didn't she go first?
She did. She
And
did.
You're doing a sir reply.
And if I may have just a few sentences, Your Honor, because I think this is important, as what she stated is new, since she's now talking about disagreeing with the ruling that we had. But we relied on the court's ruling. In our jury selection, we did not cover this topic. In our opening, we did not cover this topic.
It's not 3. Where is it?
I believe it's number 3. It's the foreseeability.
It's
Oh,
always
seven.
so risky to talk back to the judge and push back, but it was
Mhm.
necessary. It is necessary in
Mm.
this.
Yeah, their whole trial strategy may have to change now.
Seven. Yes, Your
Yep.
Honor. It's our motion to exclude.
Good on the judge for taking a deep breath and saying, okay, well, if this is new or if this is something else, let's take a look. So, because she was about ready to shut her down.
Oh, these numbered.
Yeah, she's like, you had your chance. That was it. You know.
Would the court like me to present the transcript? At the
No.
court's convenience. Okay.
This right here for the defense and the prosecutor is where silence is golden. Just let the judge cook. Let her think. Let her ponder what her prior ruling was. This is where minds can be changed. This is where minds can be cemented. And it's so hard to just sit there and wait.
I'm just seeing how the judge cannot let this in, even though it's prejudicial. But I don't think it's unfairly prejudicial at all. He said he knew of the risk, and he literally described all the risk he knew about dummy rounds. And now they don't want it to come in. I don't see how you can let this stay out. It just won't make any sense. It's literally to the heart of the issue. What did
we say about
was
talking?
Yeah.
What did we say about opening your mouth?
Yeah,
If
we're
the defense
supposed to be
wins, though,
talking
this is
about because my
devastating.
number.
Prosecution. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, all right. Okay, got it.
It's just that the defense is trying to say this was already adjudicated, but it was not in this context. The blanks can kill came up in the context of them arguing about whether anybody can talk about the crow. And she said, no, we're not going to be able to go down that road. Now she's saying it was defense motion in limine number 3. Motion in limine number 3 was excluding his producer role. So I don't think they know exactly what they're talking about.
Well, I do think this is critical. If the defense wins on this, then I have to take back a lot of what I'm saying, in terms of the case.
To allow the
because
state to
it's a main
basically
part of the
relitigate
prosecution that Alec
would
knew.
put us in very dangerous territory, because the defense relied on the court's ruling, and the court was very clear about what would be permitted and what would not be. And I think to say that the state thought that somehow didn't apply to statements they wanted to introduce by Mr. Baldwin is disingenuous. And so we relied on this again in our jury. Yes, Your Honor. Permission to approach the court.
If this comes down to the state making representations that they wouldn't use certain things and they relied on it, and that's how they're not allowing it, then the state is dumb. Why
Well,
the
there
state
better
would
be
make
a
that
record of
representation is
the
dumb.
state. There better be a
Yeah.
record of the state making that representation.
It better be this is what it's going to come down to. Did the
Yeah.
state make a representation that they weren't going to use certain things, or certain things were excluded? And so now it's unfair surprise.
I wonder
if the answer
though,
to that question is yes, then exclude it. If not, then
yeah,
But the
but
state's a
goes
big
to hell.
idiot, though.
I don't intend to, and then the defense is the one that brings it up and makes it an issue,
Yeah.
then they're totally inclined to do this.
Which is a counter argument, right? If they brought up the issue and it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna not use it to rebuttal. So it comes down to exactly what those representations were.
The
But this
chat
makes
saying
no
was to the
sense, though.
expert, not to
Let's
him.
roll that beautiful transcript, right?
Yeah, but this makes no sense though, because if the case is all about whether he was able to foresee the risk, and he's on TV saying, "Yeah, I knew of the risk," then why wouldn't they come
This
in?
is
I
related to,
just don't understand.
Mhm.
I think I say it here where I talk about on page 154, which you left out.
Which you left out.
This is to Mr. Nikas, where he's saying,
Defense left it out.
state Miss Hutchinson would have died if there were a blank in the gun. That they were asserting that they were going beyond live ammunition, And they were talking about that they expected witnesses to testify, in particular, Mr. Carpenter, that that blanks can kill as well, and that he should have known that. That's different from his own admissions of his knowledge. And I'm going to let the following in. I'm going to let page 12, I'm going to let line 13, right in the middle. Sometimes the wadding can come out. If you're closer, you can get a burn. It shows that he does have knowledge of guns.
Yeah, this was the only way she could rule.
I see.
So screwed.
And then
Yeah.
on lines 18, 19, and I'm told even with the flash powder, you can cause contusions and you can do a brain bleed.
So
Yep.
he knows.
And
He knows.
also lines 1 through 5 on page 13.
And Your Honor, I do understand the court's ruling. If I may, just for the court, just to remind me, because I know we're dealing with the transcripts and we had these arguments earlier. So if I may, just to kind of perhaps refresh the court a little bit, part of what the arguments were about as well was the fact that the way that the grand jury presentation had gone, and in that had not been focused on blanks. It was about live ammunition, live rounds, and that was the basis of what the knowledge must be in order for it to meet the elements of the charge.
This is what in the grand jury, Mr. Carpenter was talking about all these duties that Mr. Baldwin should have had, including the knowledge that blanks can kill. He said that he should have had that knowledge. Everybody has that knowledge when they talk about don't pointing the gun and things like that. And I did not want to belabor the point that blanks can kill. Okay, but that's different from Mr. Baldwin's own assertions of the knowledge that he had with respect to guns.
Very specific
opponent.
knowledge.
All right.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's a party opponent
Yep.
admission.
Yeah.
Just
Same argument from the
you got
state
wrecked,
with regard
boy.
to the bottom of page
Fence
14,
gets
the
wrecked.
last 2 words that start.
He knows he did too. You see his expression there.
Wherever those rosaries are, you better start pulling them out and praying.
We move to the top of 15. This is the exact same information, exact same argument. It's Mr. Baldwin solidifying and reiterating what he knew or should have known that goes directly to the elements of the offense.
Yeah, the prosecutor's on the ball here. It's like it's obviously going to come in. There's no possible way this should be kept up.
Yeah.
If we go right
So the
down
state
to
didn't make
bottom of
stupid
14,
representation, so we are going to use your statements against you, amazingly enough. Wow.
But we all
Yeah.
knew that, though. Everybody on this panel knew those
It
statements
would
were
require
coming
the
in.
state being pretty dumb. So,
Yeah, I don't think this is any surprise to any of us, but maybe the people who are watching, they were like, "Oh my god!" But no, it's obvious this should come in.
You mean Baldwin when he said that blanks can kill? That statement can be used against us. Surprise Pikachu.
And so, the issue that we're going to have again with this, Your Honor, is that we did not ask witnesses questions regarding this type of
Well, that's your fault.
what was learned, and certainly those kinds of things might have been able to come through Miss Poppell. And so, and again, we did not do jury selection on this, which we absolutely would have. We didn't open on this because of the ruling and the way that we understood it based on our review.
Your
And
understanding
understood
is
it
on
wrong.
you.
concerns that
Yeah, that's
may
wrong.
to prejudice the defense.
I did a poll
I
on
bet
this.
you have lots of
Consider
concerns.
Not allowed.
Attention
I
to
did
my
a poll
ruling,
on this
because my
on my
ruling
channel.
was-
It's the first poll I've ever had that's 100%
Particularly told
saying it
this
should
notice
come
that
in.
her witness got to ask, she got to ask her witness one sentence. That is because Mr. Carpenter was really opinionated about that blanks can kill in the grand jury, and I did not want to move away from the fact that if they weren't blanks, it was live ammunition. But this goes to Mr. Baldwin's state of mind, completely different, and I'm going to let this in as well. Page 15, 1 through 4.
Oops.
Of course it is. There's like you would have to. There's no way you could not let this in. It goes
Anything
directly
you
to
say
state of
can and
mind.
Billy will
Yeah.
use against you in a court of law.
He said it on TV. He said it to the police, and now he's like, we don't want to say it in court. What are you talking about?
Okay, Your Honor, we're jumping to the bottom of page 62.
Oh, the prosecutor's trying to get it all in now. She's
2
like,
for 2
yeah.
for the state. Yeah.
let's just get it
2
all
for
in.
2 going.
Come on, Nate. You know Carrie.
She's already saying yes. So let's just keep her saying yes. Here's another one, Judge.
Carrie's
You know
a
what?
terrier.
I'm gonna change my position. Why don't we go ahead and just exclude the bottom of 62 and the top of 63?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's give the defense a little bone there. We'll keep that out. That's
What's the next one, Heather?
Fletcher, I think we can all relate.
The next one we have is 69.
That's funny, Fletcher.
this is the best lesson for the day is don't talk to the police about the crime. Wait for your attorney.
Don't self-snitch.
I think that
Always think they can talk
as
their way out of
witness
it.
testimony, and it's difficult when we're doing motions in limine because the court certainly doesn't know what all the witness testimony is going to be. So part of the issue here is we were intending to ask the court to, not necessarily today with these witnesses, to potentially reconsider this ruling. I don't think it makes a big difference in this particular interview, but we absolutely have witnesses.
Stop spinny thing. Keep going. Stop spinny thing. We're in the middle of this. Don't spinny thing me. There we go.
Who will testify if the court were to permit them. The safety bulletins speak directly to producers and their responsibility for set safety. I can show it to you. In addition to that, the witnesses who were on scene with Mr. Baldwin would discuss the fact that his role as producer is what enabled him to be in a position to disregard the safety rules. But with regard to this particular line, I'm not married to it. I can try to revisit this issue with the court when we have relevant witnesses on the witness stand.
Your Honor, the court had the ability to reserve.
So all I'm looking at is this line, okay? Both of you, and I'm going to not let it in.
Okay.
Go for round 4. Do
And
it.
next,
Next is, this one's out.
Oh, they are doing it.
Next
Oh,
is
yeah.
81.
That producer one is fair
And
because
that
it's
is
like
out
because he was a producer. He should have known. You got to give me more than that.
The next is page 81.
yes.
The top portion of that is out by stipulation, I believe, but then
I
the
agree
lower part of
completely.
Page 81 is still subject
I always like cold as ice assassins better.
to disagreement.
Yep.
Let me just refresh my memory.
You
on
get
what it
hot,
is.
you do stupid things.
Yep. Judo is always more impressive, just the ability to deflect, take someone else's energy and redirect it, rather than being aggressive
So-
yourself. I prefer.
Some of this contains his.
When dealing with Morrissey, have Nate do your talking.
No, yeah, she was
I guess
screaming
the
on the
top
phone, right?
part of it is directly related to what he's talking about at the beginning, which the court admitted. So my concern is I don't think that if we take out, and on Saturday, my daughter was going to be in the movie, we had a little part for her, and this top, so
Robber?
I
Okay.
want
Never mind.
to point out that here at the bottom of page 81, Mr. Baldwin says, well, let me ask you this. Originally, this is very complicated. I mean, none of this compared to what happened to them, but my wife and my whole family was here. They weren't, but his daughter was going to be in the movie. So again, this goes to the opening arguments, the continuing defense that we are going to hear throughout the course of this trial. Mr. Baldwin, at this point in time, knows that someone's in the hospital and another person has been taken away on a helicopter, is critically injured, and what he is concerned about during the interview is what's happening to his family and whether or not his family is going to come and visit him. So he's actually taking a moment in the interview with the detective to talk about, this is complicated because my family is supposed to come.
That's maybe too prejudicial. I don't know if she lived.
Yeah.
I
So,
think
Your Honor, the
this
court
is
has
what
already
about.
ruled admissible the previous portion of this. And again, I think when the court is looking at balancing, the court can also determine how much of this to permit in. It is cumulative of what the state already has used the earlier statements to reference, which would be his supposed state of mind after the fact. I don't know how much we need to then, continue to allow in all of the rest of this over and over. And certainly, again, him wanting to have his family there with him is not shocking after something like this. It is certainly a very difficult time. But again, as the court is looking at the balancing, one of those things that the court will balance is the cumulative nature of what is being offered. The court has already ruled admissible the previous
It is
statements,
cumulative.
and we would ask that the court not allow additional
That's also 403.
statements related to that at this
Cumulative.
time, based on the limited probative value of the testimony or evidence.
All right, I don't think this is of much consequence. I think that the part I ruled on earlier.
This is the
went to,
prejudicial part.
to rebut.
I don't think it's particularly relevant
information
either, so I have no problem excluding.
coloring and everything else like
It's
that.
funny, we're like
Granted,
5 for
there
5
is
here.
a-
We're getting
a
more right.
lapse in time, so that can be addressed in questioning. But the fact that his daughter was going to be in the movie and he's mentioning that, I don't think that. And she was so
there it
excited at
is.
the time. I don't think that's helpful.
It doesn't do
Just
anything.
describing really
Yep, irrelevant. Good call.
Here we go.
That's
Good
not
call.
coming
I
in.
approve.
What's the next one, baby?
Is the next one that?
Nate the lawyer says don't talk to Nate.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
it's
That's
true.
true. Amen to that.
I think 5 lines are up by stipulation, and then we're just dealing with then 6.
Right, so 6 through 14, certainly the top part is an explanation of his comments at the beginning that the court has ruled are admissible. I certainly can forfeit. I told the producers I would stay tomorrow in case anybody else, their insurance investigators, their lawyers want to talk to me. I don't have too much heartburn over letting that go, but I do think that the fact that there are 2 people who've been taken away to the hospital, and Mr. Baldwin is upset because his wife wants to cancel her trip, again goes directly to the defense of this man was devastated.
No, come on.
Go ahead.
It's
So,
still
Your Honor,
so
first, the state, this was already
I think
part
we're
of the
gonna have to have a
stipulation, was
witness
through
testify to him
page
being
83, line
devastated.
5. So I won't argue that since the state had already stipulated to that earlier. With respect to lines 6 through 14, much of what is being relayed here is actually his wife's statements, about what she thought about, the weird energy or whether or not she wanted to come down. And so I think, again, the state has already, is already going to be permitted to introduce those other statements related to his state of mind. This has very minimal probative value, particularly considering the court's ruling a moment ago, and we would ask that the court exclude this, particularly, again, considering the fact that a lot of this is about his wife and her thoughts as well. And it's not sufficiently probative.
Yeah, I don't think it's very relevant. I think, and the relevancy goes to the rebuttal of how he was feeling. I think that the pages 4 and 5 directly relate to that, but I don't think this does. So I'm not going to redact it.
There.
What witness brought in his feelings at the time? Has that happened
Last
yet?
page.
even?
There is further down on.
Yeah, it was. They brought it out through what was his name, LaFleur, the first officer on the scene.
Continues on into page
The body
84.
cam.
That's right.
So Mr. Baldwin has critically injured someone, and what he's saying to the detective, and keep in mind, Your Honor, Mr. Baldwin was going to stay and complete originally he was going to be in New Mexico to complete the filming until I think close to the end of October. And he is already making plans to return home to New York, even though he's critically injured 2 people. It is the exact opposite
I don't know what that goes to.
of what the defense is going to argue.
He's arguing rebuttal,
Which is,
and she's arguing future rebuttal.
this was devastating to him. This devastate. I think there's even phrases in this interview where he says, "I'm devastated," or maybe it's in November 3rd. So this is completely.
I would want to go home if I'm
contradictory to other
devastated
statements that he
personally.
makes where he says, "I'm devastated."
I don't get this one.
2 people are in the
Yeah,
hospital.
maybe I'd
He
be
doesn't
upset
even
my
want to
wife
stay
can't come
and
because
make sure they're
I'm
okay.
suffering.
Your Honor, he offered to stay, and that's throughout this transcript. It even says it further down on this same page. He says, unless you tell me not to, or if you tell me to come back in, I'll do whatever it is that you want. He's making himself completely available, but not shockingly, his wife wants him home. He is a father.
He is a father.
Just
So
7
it's gonna
children.
be redacted.
One
All
of whom
right.
they had to
Next.
sleep in.
But what about the children?
The next one is
Yeah,
outlet
that one's not
stipulations
redacted.
on
It's
page
out.
85.
I think that's it.
Judge threw it out.
Could it be?
That
Yes,
may be it on this one. I will
Oh,
note,
you
Your Honor.
stipulated to, okay, what?
Yes. There were other portions within here that we had found that were related to the blank situation. I understand the court's ruling. If the court is willing to consider as part of its gatekeeping function, limiting the amount of that.
Too
just
late,
the amount.
too
I
late.
understand.
That's what happens when you do
understand
2 days before.
Get right.
Okay, let's go.
Judge is like, no, I rule.
Just in terms of, I know that we've got one more statement to try to tackle. So now that the court has ruled on the redactions, because these are the defense requests, I'm expecting the defense to do the redactions and provide them to me quickly, because this is Hancock, and Hancock's gonna take the witness stand as soon as possible.
That is our intention.
Well, you're finished, so you're gonna do the, oh, that's right, okay, I apologize.
10 minutes max.
Okay, and then you're gonna do the redirect. So while they're doing that, go ahead and provide a copy with the redactions that I've ruled to
Yes,
be
ma'am.
redacted, which were minimal. Okay,
Yes, Judge.
what's next?
Which
There is
one?
the second
I
statement.
like this, Judge. I really appreciate the I've made a decision.
The
We are
second
Yeah.
moving on
statement, this
now.
is a statement that takes place on
I hope you
November-
got that. Do you need any clarification? Because I don't want,
Oh,
this going-
You need clarification.
Stand.
zing.
We're gonna
November
read-
dash.
Do you understand it?
Have it from the
Okay.
transcript room?
That's
I
right.
think we have it from the transcript.
Judge, you're
No,
building in my
I'm-
heart.
My rulings. So,
Yes, because
okay,
we have the real time.
all right,
on it,
okay,
so
good.
we'll
Okay,
see.
what's next? I said the jury comes back at 2. They have 1 minute before I call back
Yes.
the jury.
Yes,
Otherwise,
sir.
you're going to abandon these.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, if we look at this part at the bottom of page 1 and the top of page 2,
This is what I'm going to do because we're running out of time. I'm going to make a ruling. These were given to, your intended redactions were given 2 days before. And so far, the only thing I've heard that was a surprise was the testimony of his knowledge of guns. So let's see.
shit.
Well, I mean, everybody got a point somewhere. I don't find that,
Like argument time.
I'm gonna redact that.
I like
I
that.
don't find that's relevant. It's just
Great.
in passing, really. And he's talking about other people.
Fantastic.
well, and if I can,
Sure.
Your Honor, I just want to talk about it in a little bit more context. So what's happening here is Detective Hancock and Mr. Baldwin are talking about Ms. Gutierrez and her lawyers. Ms. Gutierrez is obviously her conduct is being discussed extensively. Mr. Baldwin says, but it's her lawyer saying that on her behalf. So if we're going to redact the bottom portion, then honestly, I think that we need to redact the part where he says it's her lawyer saying that on her behalf. I mean, I think if we redact the part about the lawyers, we redact everything.
That's fine. It does take it out of like nowhere context. Okay, yeah, I'll tell you what I'm thinking, and then if you really want to argue it. All right, page 15. I
Yes,
don't find this relevant. About,
Okay, Pete, I'm sorry, let me catch up to you.
sure.
Oh, you can just see his soul hitting the floor right now.
Yeah.
He's done.
So this is relevant because what Mr. Baldwin is talking about right here to Hancock is his intention to sit for a public interview, and that public interview turns out to be with George Stephanopoulos. It was that interview that led to the accidental discharge testing and all kinds of stuff. Again, Judge, it's the defendant's own statement. He knew he had a right to counsel.
All right, I'll let 1 through 6 in, but this thing about the Kennedy Center is not coming in. 1 through 6 on page 15.
Good for the defense fighting for the defense.
Understood.
Page 18. Tell me why this is relevant or
I
not
thought Peter
relevant.
there was
or
smart. She took
relevant.
the win and she moved on.
Ms.
Yep.
Morrissey.
Okay, let me just.
Yeah, she tackled the good stuff first, and now she's just trying to play around the edges now. Let me see what
Sure.
else I can get
So
in.
the top part is him saying to Detective Hancock, "You don't know anything about my business. You don't know anything about my business. You're in law enforcement. You're the person who, when they do something wrong, you're the last person they want to see. You live a very, very difficult but ultimately very narrow life. I believe." Hang on, let me finish it a little bit.
She's like, shit, where's the relevant part?
Yeah, because all of this doesn't seem relevant to me.
Well,
He's like, I had it.
all goes. I think we've got like three or four pages, so I think it all kind of goes together. Hang on just a second.
I mean, he's definitely looking like an a-hole, that's for sure.
Okay, so this part, I mean, the part at the bottom of 18, it puts in context the part at the top of 19, and this goes directly to Mr. Baldwin's motivation to lie about pulling the trigger of the gun. I'm 63 years old with 6 kids. I can't rely on luck anymore.
Yeah.
He's talking about his career and that he can't rely on luck anymore. This goes exactly to his motivation. Not
Is he out?
Yeah, he walked
Yes,
out.
Baldwin doesn't want to be here.
Sure.
Well, it
He
seems
must
like he's forfeited his right to be present, so we're going to still talk.
I mean, they did
Oh,
file
Lord.
their waiver, so he
Yeah.
can go.
Yeah, he might have just went
No.
to the bathroom or something.
I like this judge right now. She's hearing them out and then she's making a decision.
That-
and we're like,
That
we're moving on to the
depends
next thing.
joke hit a little too closely.
Mm.
Maybe he just needed a little break. Some people need a break, you know? Maybe he feels like vomiting because he was probably told by his attorneys, oh, don't worry, this isn't coming in. Oh, don't worry, we're going to be okay. I'm sure that he had this in the back of his mind from day one. He had to have, right?
Danny, I'm assuming as soon as he heard the word Stephanopoulos, he probably started shitting his pants. He was like, what? Stephanopoulos interview? Oh my God.
Oh, damn.
And now all that stuff is coming in. You know what? Drink to you, Andrea, because Andrea said it right. She's like, Stephanopoulos is definitely going to be coming in. It's no problem. So you're the first one to mention it. Hats off to you.
Well,
Yeah.
Do you think that Carrie has been sandbagging them a little bit? Like, kind of letting them think things and saying, okay, I'll find a way to get this in later.
This is
I'm just curious.
BS.
I don't think
Every
so.
lawyer,
No.
every lawyer on this panel and every lawyer on the world who knows anything about criminal knew those party opponent admissions with him saying, I knew of the risk in a case which if he knew the risk was going to come in. I don't think there's any, if his defense attorneys were fooled, then they are not well defense
Information
attorneys.
is that helpful one way or the other.
She doesn't have to
But I'm gonna
pre-qualify
let
her
it in
evidence. If
because
they
of the
think that
lateness
it's
of your
inadmissible, it's their burden to raise it.
So because
Ooh.
it's 2:00 now. And so
Ooh,
we're
do you
gonna
hear
go.
that? She's like, I don't think it helps very much one way or the other, but because you were so late in
just
presenting it to me, I basically am not even going to consider the redactions. So it's all coming in screwed.
Redaction
Love it.
figures.
Love
Wow.
it. Love it.
Wow.
You know what? Baldwin
Yeah,
leaving was the
everything I
smartest thing he
put
could have done. He wins
on
no
is coming
points
in.
by breaking down
You
right
understand?
now and then having to
Yeah.
break something. Okay, like
Yeah.
I'm
Yes.
sorry, but from a
Everything's
PR move, him
And
booking
that
it, smartest thing he's done so far.
But maybe this is time for the douchebag defense. You know?
Yeah.
No, because then we'll let in even more douchebaggery because then all of a sudden it becomes relevant. I'm telling you, man, it was bad. You missed out, Joe. There was a lot that was left that
What
was.
did I miss? What did I miss?
Well, you'll hear it. It was admitted.
Yeah, it's now coming
so
in.
It's
All those
Philip
statements he
Philip.
made to the police, to
Yeah,
Stephanopoulos,
yeah,
about
yeah.
knowing
Like
how
it.
good the guns were and how
Yeah.
dangerous they
Oh
were.
my
All that stuff's
gosh.
coming in.
Yeah.
Oh,
With
finally,
some
this case
very
got
minor
good.
stuff
This
that's
trial
neither
got
here
good
nor
now.
there. Some statement about something about the Kennedy Center is excluded.
Anybody changing their
Ooh.
opinion on guilt or innocence now? Guilty or not guilty? Any changes?
Well, I'll hear it when the testimony actually comes in, and we'll see how
okay.
it goes. But yeah, it's not looking really promising right now.
Oh, he had to
hurts,
go
but I
get
don't
his
think this-
Uber Eats. He got coffee.
This hurts, but I don't think this wins it. It hurts though. This hurts a lot. This
Yeah, it
hurts
does
a lot.
help. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
Urgent need for a coffee.
Damn right. When they got you a tape commit saying that you knew all the risk, and you're in a case where I didn't know the risk. Yeah, I need coffee for this one. Or
Yeah,
right.
I also like the implicit. You can't be no unfair surprise to the opposing party. Also, no unfair surprise to the court. I'm not considering this because it's too late. I was like, yeah, stop this last minute shenanigans and let's move on. This should have been dealt with long ago. Yeah, yeah.
I do wonder if we're going to get a statement from somebody after the end of court today explaining to us what exactly just happened with Mr. Baldwin. Like, I'm sure we're not the only people that have noticed, that was weird. What was that about?
They're not going to give a statement. They'll ignore it and hope it goes away. I think that's the smartest thing they can do. Just like the smartest thing he could
Unless
do was
they
run
can-
out of there and grab a coffee.
Try to spin it to make him look even more victimized.
Yep.
$20 from Michael Mud Dragon, who's said on my channel, Baldwin gets to eat his words. Love it. Yep, this is why we tell you the right to remain silent is your friend.
This
just
is
don't
why
talk to
every lawyer
police
told him,
ever.
shut up, shut up, shut up.
I'm of the general opinion, forget your right to a lawyer. Just your right to remain silent. Don't talk to the police even with a lawyer. Just keep your mouth shut. That's the right to go. Yeah.
That's what Sean says, right? You have the right to remain silent. Always invoke that right.
I'm loving Morrissey today. This is the most I've loved her since I've learned of her. She is killing it.
So far, so
Yeah, but
good.
This was an easy win, though. I don't see.
Yeah,
You know,
no.
It was,
I
but
don't
she
think
didn't over egg it. She has this
Yeah.
tendency
Yeah.
to just lean too far into it with her outrage and stuff. This time she kept it clean. I like how Danny characterized it. Cold assassin. That's the good approach. I
Well,
like
my
it from her.
super chatter characterized
Cleaner,
it that way,
better.
but thank you, Andrea.
Yeah, she
The
wasn't
short-
a
if
preschool
there's going to
teacher.
be a stipulation that they're not going to use the client's words against them, I want that in writing and triplicate.
Mhm.
I don't want there being
Good afternoon.
Comes now, Duncan, Idaho.
You
Thank
had
you.
seen
Yes.
when you
He's
were
got a
testifying
tough now
when
for the
Mr. Baldwin in
redirect.
court today, correct?
Oh my God.
Okay. And this is the first time that you've seen him since, I believe, since the day that the incident occurred.
Correct.
And of course, you
she's
see
still
him
on?
here as a defendant in a
Yep.
courtroom wearing a suit jacket.
Oh,
He wasn't dressed
I was
like that
thinking
on the scene, right?
Right.
He was Harlan Rust, and he had his actor.
He was
costume on,
Harlan
right?
Rust.
Yes.
And you actually took those clothes and tested them for blood, like you said before, right?
I did.
And he was shaking as you did that, was he not?
He seemed upset as I did that.
And of course, you remember that, right?
Yes.
And the lapel that you've reviewed has refreshed your memory.
Correct.
And you know that he received a phone call from his friend Joel, the director who had been shot, and you used that information to then send officers to the hospital to retrieve the bullet, correct?
I believe we already had deputies at the hospital at that time.
But he told you that and told you that would be something that he wanted you to do, right?
He indicated it was something he wanted law enforcement to do, but we were already making the necessary, we were already sending a deputy to the hospital to retrieve that.
And he told you that he pulled the gun out, he turned, and he just cocked the gun. Who did you tell about that?
During that conversation, my Lieutenant Brian Brandel, was with me, and Detective Hancock was aware of that individual.
that he had come to the sheriff's office.
And you never vouchered that and turned it over to the defense, did you?
It was a doc information situation.
I don't know what that means. Can you just explain it to me?
Meaning that I was instructed by my lieutenant to create a doc info report on it.
And I mean, what does that mean?
Means we're documenting information that this individual came and gave this ammunition to us.
Okay, but you didn't, I mean, he told you it had to do with the Rust shooting, correct?
Yes.
And he told you actually that he was a police officer in a neighboring county, right?
I believe he said he was a retired police officer, yes.
And he told you you all had been duped by Seth Kenny, didn't he?
No,
In words and substance, didn't he?
I don't recall that, no.
Okay. And he said to you, I'm willing to fill out a witness statement, right?
No, I don't recall that.
He told you that the rounds came from a green ammo can, didn't he?
I have to object to your saying.
Is he talking about Tony Tesco?
Sustained.
Did you take the rounds that were provided to you? By the way, they were Starline brass, nickel primer, live, weren't they?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Really?
That is what I said.
Nice.
But really, really though, pinky promise.
Well, it's information acted upon is going to be my response. But he told you the reason that he was coming in is because he didn't trust law enforcement on this case.
Well, you know what? She's going to object to hearsay, and you're going to say effect on listener.
Yeah.
Well, you're going to have to lay your foundation better.
I was like, I know the objection and the response, so I'm just going to
You
skip
are.
that.
So
Love it.
let me ask this question. How come law enforcement didn't voucher this with the rest of the evidence in the Rust case?
I'm not sure what you mean by the word voucher.
How come you didn't inventory it and put it with all the rest of the evidence in the Rust case?
I was instructed to put this in as a doc information case, which I did, and it is under that case number.
You buried it.
No,
Your lieutenant?
there is a supplemental report on it, and that was placed into evidence.
Did you ever turn that over to the defense?
Is that up to her?
Is that my department?
I have not turned over anything to the defense. My information goes through the sheriff's office.
Are you aware of whether the sheriff's office ever informed the defense that a good Samaritan came in and turned in this ammunition?
I do not know.
There you go.
When the defense came to view the Starline brass, nickel primer, live ammunition with you, you didn't show them this, did you?
I did not have an evidence viewing with the defense. That was my coworker.
Your coworker didn't show this to the defense, correct?
I do not know.
Do you have any?
Well,
reason to
how would
believe
she
your
know?
coworker showed this to the defense?
He promotes her. He keeps calling her an investigator too. I don't understand that. It's a Hancock question.
Did you or anyone from the sheriff's office ever tell the armorer or her lawyers that a good Samaritan came in after the verdict and gave you this information?
I do not know.
Right. I don't know. How would she know what the sheriff's office did?
Right.
Yeah.
He's treating her like she's Alexandria
She's not the
Hancock.
sheriff.
But you do agree.
This is him just getting it in front of the jury without it being established as a fact, but they're hearing it.
He
So
did tell you
Shouldn't they
that
object
Seth
to it?
said this was
Yeah.
the evidence from the shooting, correct?
I don't recall what he stated, what someone else stated.
Nice.
Ooh.
There should be a
She
whole
painted
bunch of
him so, didn't
You
you?
told him. He didn't have to write a witness statement. Law enforcement was going to type up a report on it
Objection.
today, right?
I never stated any such thing about a witness statement.
He offered to provide a written witness statement so that it was clear. Did he not?
I do not recall that happening.
Objection. Yes, sir.
Did you give him assurances that you would type up a report on it?
Objection.
I don't recall providing assurances to him.
Did you tell him that you would write up a report on it?
I don't recall doing that either.
Do you deny it?
No.
I don't recall is perfectly workable.
So when you testified earlier that you never found the ammunition that killed Miss Hutchins, that wasn't true either, was it?
That's not true. We don't know that.
Can you rephrase the way you stated that?
Sure. As you sit here today, having had a good Samaritan turn in these 45 rounds into the precinct, right?
If that's what you're discussing, yeah.
Yeah. You don't know whether or not you have in your possession the live rounds that killed Miss Hutchins, do you?
The live round that killed Miss Hutchins
They have
has
in their
been
possession.
fired. Are you asking me about a connection
Bingo.
between those live rounds
Yeah.
and other
Bingo.
ones?
I'm asking you, as we've talked about at great length, whether or not you.
This is not
I'm
working.
asking you,
No.
Struggle is real.
isn't it the case that law enforcement likely has the matching rounds to the ammunition that
What's
killed Miss
matching?
Hutchins?
Yeah, 6 of
How
them
do you
on the
know?
set. They're all there.
You
They're
do
in
not
evidence.
know because you
Because I don't know
made
what
a
you're talking
document
about.
report
That's what I
about
mean.
this and did not put it with the rest of the Rust evidence, correct?
Those rounds were not placed with the rest of the Rust evidence, correct?
Nor were they sent to the FBI for testing with the Rust evidence, were they?
No, they were not.
Okay.
Where's this going?
Why
What
would
are
they
you
go to the
talking
FBI?
about?
The FBI was trying to test the firearm. Why
I
why
can
did-
tell you what it's about, but I don't want to interrupt too much. This is
I've no further
Del
questions
Reed's
for this
friend
witness.
Tony Tesco brought
Redirect.
in
Please
rounds
don't redirect
for-
like all afternoon. Please
Anyway,
don't.
America,
Go-
she doesn't
go-
even need to
Go
redirect.
on. Go,
The way
go
that
on,
it
Eric.
ended was horrible.
Eric, go on. What were you saying, Eric?
This is Thel Reed's friend Tony Tesco. He's a friend of the family. He's a former cop.
Ms.
He
Poppell,
got
are
the
you a
rounds
detective?
from Thel
No, I am
Reed
not.
to bring in.
Did you interview any of the witnesses in this case?
No, I did not.
You didn't interview Mr. Baldwin?
No,
You didn't interview Ms. Gutierrez?
no.
She's a lab tech.
Uh,
She's not a detective.
Mr. Spyro
They keep
was
treating her like that.
asking you about the Good Samaritan who arrived at the sheriff's department after the Gutierrez trial. Can you tell the members of the jury when the Gutierrez trial was?
I don't recall exactly. I believe it was back in April.
Would you take end of February, beginning of March?
Yes, that sounds more accurate.
Okay.
Hmm.
Do you recall the Good Samaritan's name?
I do not.
Tony Tesco.
Would you recognize it if I said it to you?
Yes.
Troy Teskey.
Oh, sorry, Troy.
Yes,
Tesco.
that was his name.
Are you aware that Troy Teskey is a close friend of Hannah Gutierrez Reed's father?
Thel Reed.
No, I did not know that.
Are you aware that Troy Teskey had his own motivations for wanting to place blame on Seth Kinney to help Hannah Gutierrez?
Seth Kinney drinking.
Post speculation.
Overruled.
Oh, she
Should
got
be
over.
overruled.
Wow.
They brought it in.
No, I
They
had
brought
no
it in, I
knowledge of
think.
that.
I was
Isn't that
saying
called
that
speculation?
objection. Damn, Judge ain't playing.
She's playing the same game back.
Yeah,
she knows that
is.
the witness
She
isn't
has
going to
been
be able to
saying that.
answer this, but we're going to let the jury hear it anyway.
Yeah. I mean, you're getting in all kinds of stuff that she has no knowledge of, so why not I just get it in
It just-
for you anyway?
But that
I
question
There's
was
mean,
Sure,
none of this is
speculation.
technically in, right? But it's
Yeah.
tick for tack. If you want to
Yeah.
try to poison
Yeah.
the well,
Apparently we don't believe in objection. The fact's not in evidence, so that's fine.
Is Mr. Baldwin charged with involuntary manslaughter for bringing live rounds on the movie set?
Thank you.
There it is.
Is Mr. Baldwin charged with involuntary manslaughter for loading a live round into the gun?
No.
Has a person already been tried and convicted for those things?
Yes.
Mm.
To try to clarify some points, Starline Brass, is that a brand of ammunition?
Yes, it is.
Is it a brand of ammunition or a casing?
Casing,
It is a casing.
not ammunition. They're not ammunition.
And the live rounds from the set of Rust had nickel primers, right?
Yes.
Objection leading every question.
Overruled.
Yeah.
She is leading though like crazy
So-
though, but
She's doing good though.
Let me ask you this.
Well, because she's
When you
leading.
went to PDQ to conduct your search, because you're not the detective, do you remember whether he had any surveillance video or not?
I don't remember.
So with regard to Mr. Kinney, prior to the search of PDQ, did Mr. Kinney actually bring his own live ammunition to the police station?
Yes.
So before you ever executed a search warrant, he went to the police station and said, I want to give you a sample of my live ammunition.
Yes.
And you took that and you sent it to the FBI, right?
Correct.
Now, with regard to ammunition, characteristics of some of this ammunition is it says Starline Brass on the top, right? And when I say it says Starline Brass, describe to the jurors what the emblem is that we see.
It is a star, an arching line, and then another star.
The live ammunition that was taken from PDQ, was it all Starline Brass?
No.
Was it all nickel primers?
No.
Now, in addition to the stamp on the top of the casing and the color of the primer, does ammunition have different shaped projectiles?
Yes.
And when we're talking about the projectile, we're talking about, what are we talking about?
We're talking about the nose of the bullet, so what actually gets projected out the barrel of the gun.
yeah, I would be having a crisis with this, all these leading questions. I'd be like, come on, Judge, at what point are we going to give her some leeway here? Every question is like she's on cross-examination. Come on, be great.
So it's not different on redirect than it is on, because she's addressing the points that were covered
It
in
shouldn't
cross.
be.
I'm just asking.
Yeah.
I'm showing you it's
Redirect is
previously
correct,
admitted
so
at
she's not allowed to leave.
Exhibit 26. Remind us, which are the live rounds? The suspected live rounds, sorry, we'll get there.
The ones to the right,
And what are the ones on the left?
they are dummy rounds.
Is there a different shape to the tip of the projectile?
Yes.
Tell us what the difference is.
So the live rounds. Okay. So the live rounds have a flattened surface to them, whereas our dummy rounds come to a further point. Sorry, I was trying to draw
That
a
doesn't
line.
look so big. That doesn't.
Almost like
that
a
seems to be-
curvature.
That's hard. I
to a
have
better
trouble seeing
point.
it personally.
Yeah.
At my request, prior to the Gutierrez trial, did you take out a ruler and measure those?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall the size of what we call the meplet, which is that very top of the projectile? Do you recall the size of the live rounds?
Yes, the live rounds were 6 millimeters and the dummy rounds were 4 millimeters.
Every single live round, well, suspected live round taken from the set of Rust, was it a 6 millimeter meplet?
Yes.
all of the live ammunition that was taken from PDQ, to include the live ammunition that Seth Kinney brought into the sheriff's station, did any of those have 6mm mechlets?
No.
Do you have any evidence that Seth Kinney is the source of the live rounds on Rust?
No.
Nice.
If you
It's
know,
easy.
is there evidence that Hannah Gutierrez brought the live rounds onto the set of Rust?
Yes.
Oh,
What is that evidence? Let's talk about it.
The evidence that I am aware of is a photograph on a cell phone of the rounds in the background of a photograph that was taken with a cell phone. Those rounds are the same ones from the same box that were being pulled from that day that were handed to Lieutenant Benavides.
Let me see if I can find an exhibit to help.
I'm a little confused by that.
if you watch the closing on Hannah Gutierrez, they have a breakdown showing the visuals. It's hard to explain it exactly here quickly, but if you do watch the closing, they show the visual of
State's
those
Exhibit
rounds
12.
and that.
Go ahead, if you wouldn't mind, go ahead and clear your screen, the marks. Is this the box you're referring to right here?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that Hannah Gutierrez admitted to bringing that box on the set?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that Hannah Gutierrez actually provided evidence to the sheriff's department that she was provided that box by her father?
Yes.
And the Good Samaritan who came in with the live rounds and was telling you Seth Kinney's the bad guy, that happened how long after the incident?
That happened well after the incident in after February, so March of this year.
So Ms. Hutchins died in what year?
In October of 2021.
And Mr. Teskey,
2.5 years later.
Hannah Gutierrez's father's good friend, the Good Samaritan, he decided to bring this ammunition in after her conviction?
Objection.
Is that right?
Objection assumes facts, not evidence, misleading.
Oh,
Sure, you just heard all of it.
Unless you want to.
Hard to ignore that.
Yes, I do.
All right, come on up.
Overruled.
It's thrown away. It's just like, just ask whatever questions you want. There's no leading. There's no nothing here. Just let's give a speech.
who brought Troy in, though? Who brought Troy into the conversation? Who brought up the Good Samaritan?
Yep, he did. No,
You
he's
opened the
arguing
door.
that's not an evidence as her being convicted.
Yeah. But this is all. But
But
what
no,
does this have to
it
do
is
with
an
what you
evidence
know?
because it is an evidence because she already testified that somebody else has already been convicted for those specific acts, namely the bringing the live rounds onto the set and loading it into the gun.
Oh yeah, she did bring it up.
Would you read back the last question?
Is this a
please?
bullet? Yes. Is this type of bullet? Yes. But she's crushing it, though. I will say the defense is she's crushing the defense.
The Good Samaritan.
Uncivil's crushing it.
Bring this ammunition in.
Kidding.
Conviction.
Oh
Is
man.
that right?
Thank
Go
you,
ahead and
Alan
answer.
Parker.
Yes.
Alan gifts a lot of memberships to my channel. He's a longtime contributor, so really appreciate it. Thank you, Alan.
He's a hero. Jeez.
In your experience, if Seth Kinney wanted to hide the fact that he had live ammunition at PDQ, he had plenty of time to get rid of it, right?
Yes.
And you
Leading.
found some there, right?
Yes.
And the photograph, well, was all of the live ammunition in the same place?
Yes.
Where was it found?
It was in a box on the bottom of a stack labeled as live ammo.
That's a clue.
Wait, what about the? Oh, okay,
And for completeness,
hold on.
was there live ammunition found in another room away from this box?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Did you find any ammunition that was not .45 caliber anywhere else at pt.2?
Why is he shaking his head?
I believe there were 2 boxes of
Watching his defense
marked
die.
38 caliber ammunition that were in another room.
If I didn't know better, I think Seth Kenny was on
Did
trial. He
Mr.
got
Kenny
some
tell you that
definition.
his personal firearms are 38?
Has been.
No, I did not know that.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been previously admitted as defendants A23. Is this, so when we're talking about .45 caliber ammunition, well, let's back up. Is that the only caliber of live ammunition or suspected live ammunition found on the set of Rust?
Yes.
21, you said?
23, A23.
Seth Kenny's
So
tomorrow.
if you find 38 live ammunition, is that important to you?
No.
Because 38 is not 45, right?
Correct.
Those are two
So-
different numbers.
The
But it
45
would be
caliber
important
ammunition
if there's more live
that
ammo
you found
on
at
that, though.
pt.2,
That would be important.
is this where you found it?
Yes.
Any mistaking that would be live ammunition?
No.
Oh,
Why?
It says
It
live
was
ammunition.
clearly marked as live ammunition in that box.
That was to shut down his claim before about like how easy.
Yeah,
But that's what's in, but that's what's in the
And
box.
let me ask you, Ms. Poppell, the ammunition that the Good Samaritan, Mr. Teskey, the close friend of Hannah Gutierrez's dad, when that ammunition that he brought to you after her conviction, you still have it?
Yes.
You can bring it in here and you can show it to the jury, right?
Yes.
And they can see for themselves that it does not match the live ammunition from the set of Rust, correct?
Yes.
Well,
And that is
Back.
What else
obvious
is the witness
just when
saying?
you look
Yes.
at it, is it
Yes.
not?
Yes. Yes.
smack it down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is really leading.
No.
This is Morrissey's testifying, and she's just
She is very
saying-
testifying.
She's a
And-
prop.
She's
She's a
extremely
prop.
testifying.
Do
And the
you
witness
know
is just, you go, girl.
how many boxes of dummy ammunition were provided to the set of Rust by Seth Kinney?
If I recall correctly, just 1.
Do you know how many boxes of dummy ammunition were provided to the set by Hannah Gutierrez?
No, I do not.
Fair enough.
No further questions. Sit down. Let's get a new witness. It's time.
Yeah, you've gotten away with breaking.
You already established that this doesn't matter anyway because somebody else has already been convicted for these things and he's not charged with them.
So
So
where are we
you
going
You
with
don't-
this?
were asked some questions on cross-examination, and I think they were related to, let me get the exhibit just so that we know what we're talking about.
Seth Kitty might need a good lawyer, though. I will say that.
You were asked some questions about the live ammunition in the other actor's gun belt. You remember those questions on cross?
Yes.
And I think the actor was Jensen Ackles.
Correct.
Do you know whether or not Jensen Ackles checked his firearm on the set of the movie?
No, I do not.
Whether
We
he did
call
his
it-
own safety checks?
I do not know.
We call him Dean Winchester.
You didn't know the answer to that question because that's not a question you asked, unless you know the answer to it. And I don't know might hurt because now you can come back and say, well, he debit checked. And then it's like, okay. I don't think that absolves, but it does
Let's
show
talk
the culture.
briefly about, let me make sure I have the proper exhibit numbers for the record.
Leading or not, this is far more interesting than that cross was.
Yeah.
Thanks, Linda. Wow, I appreciate it. They have to come back with a civil.
Thank you, Jules
What?
Buddha.
What in the world? Are you having a gift
Jesus.
membership war here between channels?
I'm here for it.
I'm here for it. Come on by.
By the way, to answer your question before, Kathy, that was what everyone was talking about at that point, was that there are various interviews and statements that
I wanna be clear,
Baldwin made,
if you
which are now
recall-
deemed admissible. They're going to be coming in. Very incriminating.
Yes.
I'm showing you defendants A27. Where did those dummy rounds come from?
These were the dummy rounds removed from the box with blue writing that stated dummy rounds.
Thank you, Chuck and
And
Tennis
who do you
Keeper,
know
want to gift memberships.
supplied those rounds?
Seth Kenny.
Thank you, Sinbad. Blessings
And
to come.
I think I made a mistake on direct examination. This is State's Exhibit 30. Is that what I showed you?
Yes, I believe so.
And so those actually didn't come out of that box, did they?
Correct.
Do you know where they came from?
They came from a gun belt that was located inside of the prop truck.
Defendants A26. Is that where they came from?
Yes.
Based on the dummy rounds in both of these pictures, from the box and from the gun belt, do they have distinctive characteristics?
Yes.
Have they been identified? Who do you know who supplied all of the dummy rounds that were in the gun belt and in the box?
Yes, that was Seth Kenny.
All right. You were.
Oh, hey, getting in on the action. I love it.
You were asked some questions about some documents that you photographed. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
I like how she moved on from the bad info, because that whole
I'm
someone
trying
else
to
had lied
find them.
as an actor was bad info. So.
Our counsel, are all of the exhibits still up here? Take that as a yes.
No, I have these, I have the script and shells.
Those are the exhibits? Does it say copy? Okay, can I use them then?
Yes,
Okay, as long as they're the same.
they're the same.
Okay, we'll just use your copies. This is Defendant's Exhibit A10. You remember being shown this?
Yes.
Do you have any idea when this exhibit, or I'm sorry, when scene 125 was being filmed?
No, I do not.
Same question for scene, is it 55 or 66? I apologize.
No.
'68,
No.
115,
No.
Yay.
118.
Thank you, Purple AJ.
121,
No.
130.
No.
In fact, if you know, was Ms. Hutchins killed during the filming of an actual scene?
No, she was not.
She was not. Is that right?
Correct.
Same thing here for 118 again. Ms. Hutchins wasn't killed during the filming of a scene, was she?
No, she was not.
Thank you, Tammy, for the extra $50. I do appreciate it.
Do you know, if you do you know who wrote the script?
No, I do not.
Do you know who
And
the
this got pulled
director of
down
the
really
movie was?
quickly, so I
I
wanted
believe
to
that
have it
was
back
Joel
up there.
Souza.
Jeez, guys, come on.
Do you know whether or not he's
my
going to come
gifted
in and
membership
testify?
came down very
No,
fast
I do
also.
Did he testify in the
Thank you,
Gutierrez
Corporal.
trial?
This
I
is the
believe he did,
strangest
yes.
redirect I've ever seen.
Yeah.
This is a,
We
this is
just-
a
just-
It's a
cross-examination.
recross
Did you interview
correct.
the person who wrote the script?
No,
Did you interview any of the witnesses in the room at the time of the shooting?
no, I did not.
That's funny.
So you haven't talked to a single person who could tell you whether these defense A3 and A10 are relevant at all. Is that right?
Correct.
Is this at all in the scope at all?
Well, he went all over the place. So what's the scope? I mean, he kind of asked like everything in the world.
Maybe that's why they're not objecting, is because they're not entirely sure themselves.
You were asked by Mr. Spyro whether or not it was true that live ammunition should never be on a movie set, and you said that was correct. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You've never worked on a movie set before, have you?
No, I've not.
How do you know that?
Makes sense to me. Makes common sense.
I made
do
it
you
up.
know?
That's what she
No,
said.
I do not know the rules of movie sets.
You're not aware that there are safety bulletins for the use of live ammunition on movie sets?
Yes,
No, I
there
did not
are.
know that.
All total, including prop truck, the entire scene out there at Bonanza Creek, how many real firearms were taken into evidence?
If I can look at my report.
Sure.
Refresh my recollection.
Anybody feel like today, besides the emotions, was kind of a waste for the jury? Like, what has the jury gleaned a lot from today? What do you think?
Well, I feel sorry for this witness because I know they probably told her, yeah, you'll have a couple of questions and be off. She was like, I've been off for 8 hours. I don't know what the hell's going on. I just picked up the gun and sent it to the FBI lab.
I believe 13 in total.
13 real firearms.
Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions about Mr. Kinney being present at the search of the prop truck. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you remember why he was present?
I don't recall the details of why he was present.
Do you recall how the sheriff's department got access to the safe?
Yes, Seth Kenny provided us with the combination.
And the firearms that you recovered, real and fake, who did they belong to?
Is my understanding they belong to Seth Kenny.
Would you say that those firearms were many thousands of dollars in value?
Yes.
And do you know who provided the vast majority of the blank ammunition?
That I do not know.
Okay. Does it surprise you that the person who owns the guns had access to the safe?
No.
Have you ever discovered any evidence that Seth Kenny was ever physically present on the set of Rust, other than the day that he helped unlock the safe for your search?
No.
This was Eric's point. He was never even on the set. So why?
It doesn't.
Why are we talking about
How would she know? How would she know anyway? This is so dumb already.
Do you recall you were asked some questions about you had information about a green ammo can? And that was one of the reasons that you executed the search warrant. You recall those questions?
Yes.
Do you remember where you got the information about the green ammo can?
I do not.
Did you review any of the photographs from any of the cell phone extractions that were done in this case?
No.
Did
time to pass.
you
Recross? Do you recross here?
look at any of the text messages
Oh, no.
between the different witnesses in this case?
No.
Do you have any information that Hannah Gutierrez previously asked if she could have live ammunition on the movie set she was working on with Nicolas Cage?
I do not have that information.
How the hell would she know that?
Well, I think she's kind of doing the opposite of Spiro, who was asking her
yeah.
all these
I understand
questions
we've
that
got
were
some photographs of PDQ
That she
looked
clearly
it was
wouldn't know.
really,
right. So it's kind of a counter.
This is,
packed
it's
full
so
of
stupid already. It's childish.
stuff. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you called it a warehouse. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about how big that facility is?
It's a very small facility. It has an upfront office, a hallway that leads to a bathroom, and one small workshop room, and then a room towards the back.
Is it possible for you to estimate the square footage?
No, I wouldn't be able to do that.
Okay. It's a small building.
Yes.
Now, as a crime scene technician, are you trained to find pieces of evidence in difficult areas?
Yes.
Have you ever been in a person's home or apartment that kind of looked like a hoarder place?
Yes.
How many times do you think that's happened to you?
Several dozen.
Several dozen.
At least, yes.
And you're trained to look for evidence in that kind of an environment.
Yes.
Is it your understanding that Mr. Kenny's business is a prop house?
Yes.
Would you expect a prop house to be full of props?
Yes.
Was the prop house indeed full of movie props?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did anyone live there?
I don't believe so, no.
Other than 3 homeless people we found. Who's living in the prop house?
It's great being a witness when all you have to do is say yes or no.
Do you have any idea, based on the investigation that you did, whether or not Mr. Baldwin cocked the gun when he wasn't supposed to?
I do not have any information based on what I conducted. No.
Because you didn't interview any of those witnesses, right?
That's a
You
lot
can say
of
that about all
referral.
these questions.
It's a counter to that.
Yeah.
But it's like the judge should call an end to this already and see what's happening and just be like, okay, let's move along here. Let's get
It's
some information.
already
Yeah, this has become a battle of attrition.
Yeah, she came in great and now she's lost me. I'm like, oh, she's doing so well.
You were asked some questions, or at least one or two questions, about your pretrial interview with the defense attorneys. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was Mr. Spiro even present at your pretrial interview?
I don't believe so, no.
I'm almost
According
done.
to-
Let me just review my notes.
According to Larry Foreman, the judge has been glancing at her watch.
Okay.
Yeah, she's been taking a long. She's essentially redirect. This is like a direct examination again. It's like she's like
Mhm.
going over everything in painstaking detail.
If you know the investigation into the source of the live rounds, did that investigation continue after the case was turned over to the district attorney's office?
I do not know.
Let her go.
As a crime scene technician,
Ooh.
in your experience, do revolvers go off by themselves?
Objection.
What is her
It was a crime scene tech.
as a crime scene tech? What's your experience?
You need some foundation for that.
Sustained.
Yeah, sustain every objection, Judge,
wanna
please.
Just back up real quick.
No,
You
no,
were
back
asked a
up.
question on
back up.
cross-examination about
This dead horse, she's
specifically
backing up over it, onto it, over it, onto it.
prior
mad.
to putting in the request for the accidental discharge
crazy.
testing. You recall that question?
Yes.
And I think you testified that you didn't recall what information you received. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you were provided a document to refresh your memory. Do you recall that?
Yes.
May I approach?
No, you may not. Judge.
She has to take tighter reign of this.
Are you finished with that, Prof? Yeah.
I need sugar. I need something to get me through this.
The judge is kind of letting a lot go right now, so we're enjoying the ride now.
According to Larry and on Twitter, the judge has implied that there's some questions from the jury
Poppell?
for the witness.
You had an opportunity to review that?
Yes.
What?
How many pages is it?
Huh.
Some states
It
allow
is
juries to ask questions.
3 pages.
They are in this.
Does that
case, they're
document
submitted at
say
the beginning.
anything about
You get in the
accidental
questions
discharge testing?
before the witness is off the stand. Then they
That is a
ask
ref-
questions. They allow
that
for
is not, that's a refresh of
I hope
memory.
that
So
Larry
it-
asked
it
some
doesn't
questions
have to.
too.
Yeah.
Because everyone's asking
I'm sorry.
questions.
I'm going to sustain his objection.
Okay.
If the judge can ask questions of a witness, I don't know why a jury wouldn't be
Well,
able
I'm going to ask this question and maybe let's
I know
see how it goes.
Look at how Alec and his lawyer are
say
mimicking. They have the
being
same
destroyed?
pose. Like they're the same person.
I'm sorry.
They
No.
are.
twins.
He hired himself as a lawyer. Yeah.
He did.
As a
Mhm.
criminal
Did
technician,
that
do you think Joe
document
Biden should step
refresh
down?
your memory as to what you understood from the FBI about what the condition of the gun would be after the testing?
Yes.
It does.
Does refresh my memory. Yes. I'm sorry. Can you restate that?
Does that document, the question you were asked on cross-examination was about the information that,
Counsel,
okay.
I'm sorry to break you up, but let me give you these.
I'm like, when are you going to wrap this up? This is kind of going on a little long here. Come on.
Yes,
And his
sir.
yellow tie is also too short.
These might be the jury questions that
I've
she's giving
never
her now.
I've never seen a jury ask questions, but I'm
It's very
wondering
weird.
if they can ask it.
Yeah, it is
through the
bizarre.
court.
Well, maybe they need to because they're so confused by all this back and forth and like every
I have
question
seen
over.
it before, although it's relatively rare, but some jurisdictions allow for it. And
I've
Yeah,
I've
If
had
I
it
was on the
happen.
jury, I'd be asking, can the DA wrap this up?
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
No, and so you nearly always vet them at the bench because jurors will all the time ask questions about things that are not admissible, for whatever reason. So you
Mm.
can't just take it on faith that because they're asking that it's a non-objectionable question. Like they don't get an exception to the rules because they're the jury that's asking.
Well, and that's why I'm saying I wonder if they can ask it through the judge, because obviously the judge can ask. And so
Yeah,
if
that
the
is
judge
typically what they
vetting the
do.
questions independently and then just bringing them up to make sure the record is clear to say, hey, this is what the jury's asking me, so it's not ex parte. You guys can all see it. This is what I'm going to ask, and then leave it there. I think that might be what she does. I don't know.
Nobody would
Ms.
call
Poppell,
this witness being here all
Was
day.
a fanny pack
No.
collected from
No.
the set of Rust?
Yes.
Do you know who the fanny pack belonged to?
Yes.
Who's that?
That was Hannah Gutierrez.
And was any of the live ammunition found in the fanny pack?
No.
Oh, Jody Arias jury asked questions, huh? Interesting.
So after Ms. Hutchins was shot, do you know whether or not the gun was unloaded by anyone on the set?
The information that was relayed to me was that the firearm was emptied by Hannah onto the cart.
Does that include the spent casing?
Yes.
This has been a hell of a day. This has literally been one full day of her on the stand. I know she's like, they didn't tell me this. There's no way you would have thought that she would have been on the stand for 8 hours.
I don't think she was on this long for Hannah Gutierrez.
No, she was a lot shorter, and I wish that the defense had kept her on longer because she struggled on direct identifying a live round from a dummy round. And then she said, well, not all dummy rounds make the little rattle sound, which is why I acquired my maracas, was for that case. And the defense just kind of dropped it. So maybe
I think that was the O. Henry round. There was a rifle. There was a rifle, and it's like an O. Henry. It's like an antique rifle, and for whatever reason, that particular dummy round did not have the screw, the hole, or whatever. It's kind of screwed up, but I know that there are dummy rounds like a different type of round.
And that's the one that killed Helena. And you said yes, correct?
I don't recall that.
You deny it.
I don't deny it.
No further questions.
Oh,
All right, we're going to take a after break. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court, and let's try to get back in around 3:20. Okay, thank you.
You know, the jury probably appreciate that. Like, my God, thank you. You didn't waste our time. We didn't even
Well, he's a break after that.
Well, that's the first time he's done a recross, though, right? He's not done it any other time.
Yep. The jury asked questions during Maya. You're exactly correct. So there's a good recent example.
Well, that started off great, but then kind of ended like, what the hell was all that about? Like, what was that
We're in recess
redirect
for all
about?
intents and purposes for bathroom break for the rest of you.
Wow.
I don't get the point of cross. I don't get the point of redirect. I don't know. Maybe I'm just losing.
I think that that was Carrie going too far. I think she was fine if she just stopped, but it was like she wanted to redress every irrelevant thing that she thought Spiro was saying, or whatever she considered to be irrelevant. So it was like, did she do that? No, she wouldn't know. And Spiro did a ton of that, and that's what was making me go crazy. So I guess Carrie had to punish us twice. You know, Spiro punished us, but she's got to do it.
I just want to say thank you, Doug, for a very generous rant that you dropped on me over here. Maybe we should clear off some of the stuff that we have here with some of the things that we need to address.
Let's do it.
We got 15 minutes here, so I don't know whose is whose or what was pulled up while I was taking lunch. So you guys want to run through these?
I'll go ahead. I'll go. Oops, that wasn't mine. Sorry. I'll go ahead and start with this one just because I checked it out from Shy Gal. So remember Midnight Rider, that was clear negligence. How does this compare? I don't know if everybody remembers Midnight Rider, but this was a situation where there was a scene that was set up on some train tracks, and they are live train tracks. And so the producers had told everybody, oh, it's going to be fine. You'll be perfectly safe. Well, then the train comes. It's like that scene from Stand By Me, where it's just the timing is exactly wrong. And so anyway, they're all set up. And as soon as the crew realizes the train is coming, they can't tell, like they don't know how long they have to get out of the way. It's chaos. Anyway, one of the crew members on set ends up getting struck by, I think,
Sarah
some debris. Yeah. And she dies as a result of this. So the question is, how does it compare? I think that's a good question. I'm not.
Because
I don't know that anybody was prosecuted related to
Randall
this,
Miller
right?
was convicted and went to prison. He was the first director in history to go to prison. And
Okay.
I'm specific. I've brought it up a lot because one guy who's been skating on the Rust shooting is Joel Souza, the director, because he got shot, in my opinion, but he was the director. So just like in Midnight Rider, the director was found liable because it was his set, and he did get convicted and sentenced, and he served time. He served a couple of years, I believe. I know somebody who did a whole documentary on him and is friends with him. And why did Joel Sousa skate? So I think that there are some pointed questions to it.
Yeah, in this
Mhm.
one, I can definitely see the foreseeability. If you're setting up on an active train track and the train comes through, then yeah, I think the reasonableness of doing that is clear. But again, that's the issue here.
Mhm. And then, yeah, this one, there was video from the HG trial showing him on the ground giving direction, pointing with the gun. If he is a firearms expert, as he claims to be, then he really is that negligent. Yeah, I mean, that's the incongruity of this is where I think that the state has a lot of room to play. Now that appears it's going to be able to come in what he admitted to in that interview is in terms of his knowledge. And so given that he knew that, nevertheless, here he is still out here negligently handling the firearms. Very, very bad fact for the defense to try to overcome.
But I want to be very clear, though. Negligence doesn't get you a conviction here. You have to get to that criminal negligence, which is that element of recklessness. You know, I think it's clear he's negligent. He's going to pay out his behind in civil, but was it foreseeable? And I think that's
well. I agree with that, Nate. Definitely on the technical side. It's just, is the jury going to grasp or even care about that nuance? You know, it in so many ways, the outcome of the trial always just comes down to what does the jury want to do? And these are facts that are not going to lead them to want to find him not guilty.
Yeah.
Well, Andrea, you're a defense attorney, right?
Yes.
How would you be trying this? I mean, do you agree with Spiro's technique, or would you do something different?
I definitely don't agree with this shotgun technique. It comes off to me as it's too blame shifting, right? It's too much like I'm looking for any excuse that will get you to the end result that I want you to land at. And so I don't think that resonates nearly as much as trying to find one good one that you can really sink your teeth into and just highlight throughout the whole presentation of the case. Here we're just all over the place with the investigation was bad and somebody else brought the live rounds and somebody yelled cold gun and it's not clear to me how all of this fits together, other than it's just there's a million excuses for why Alec Baldwin shouldn't be held responsible, even though he's the one that held the gun and pulled the trigger. So I think you have to really address that bad fact head on. He was holding the gun. He did point it at her. He did pull the trigger. And you have to try to find a way to establish that is not reckless under the circumstances that are present here. You have the whole universe of just what's normal in movies, what has been done in movies before, what has been done safely in movies before, that you can work in to try to build that.
How do you address his claim that he didn't pull the trigger, though? I mean, all the rest I agree, but because he went out there, national TV, blah, 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 I didn't pull the trigger. Do you just ignore him and say, yeah, he did, he forgot, or he's under stress or something? Or what do you do on that one?
I think absent good forensic evidence that's possible, no, you abandon that. You just you write that off as memory is a funny thing kind of situation. Maybe he doesn't think he did. But that's just because of how people's minds work under stress and stuff like that. Maybe he did, but clearly maybe you can even flip that to your advantage that he clearly wasn't intending to. These are hard facts to work with.
At the opening, they abandoned that a little bit too, because remember he was like, it doesn't matter if he pulled it or he didn't. So they kind of addressed that in his opening a little bit. What does it matter if he thought the gun was cold? So.
I was going to say, too, a lot of people like to bring up fanning, by the way, as it's possible because of fanning. In fanning, there's two things that it can be. One, a gun is modified that the trigger is irrelevant, and it is quite literally structured for that. Or the trigger is being held down, and then the hammer is moved back and forth. So one argument could be, well, he didn't pull the trigger. It was being held down already. I know that's a really minor, goofy technical thing, but it is possible if his trigger was holding down, he hadn't pulled it, it was resting or whatever, and then he pulled the hammer and released it, then the gun could go off. That is but that's, that's kind of like pulling the trigger ahead of time versus afterward, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
That's one
Well,
of the
Eric,
armor's things.
And Eric, to just kind of get back to your initial question on all of this, which is how do you defend this? How do you defend Alec Baldwin in this situation?
Mhm.
I think the bottom line is that when I'm representing somebody and we're working through something like this, the first thing we do is really identify if there are any viable defenses, right? If there is a strong position I can take that would establish you're not guilty. If we don't have that, then we can still go to trial. It's always the client's choice. They can override my recommendation, but then all you really have is to try to lean on reasonable doubt, right? To try to undermine, chip away at whatever parts of the state's case that you can, so that maybe something will happen, something will not come in that is necessary to the case. Some just mistake will be made that will give me an opening to be able to lean on, well, the state didn't prove it. That's the impression of what I am getting here from this particular defense, just because it's such a scattershot approach. It's not focused on, I want to prove something specific, or I want to just, develop through the questioning something specific that would show he's not responsible. It's I want to take every opportunity I can to try to poke holes, because one of those might work to my advantage well enough that I'll be able to make a good argument for reasonable doubt.
You won't find anyone who said that he brought the bullets, the live bullets on set. You won't find anyone who said all these different things to try and just, that's what the chaos is. The chaos, that's the pounding on the table that we mentioned by the lunch break. That's how you don't have the facts, you don't have the law. You basically like, okay, the only law I have is that we start with the advantage of it has to be beyond reasonable doubt. And there is reasonable doubt as to, or you would argue that there's reasonable doubt as to his recklessness. So that's why I kept saying from the get-go, he has to be hitting on that line of the irresponsible recklessness as being that line, because that's where he has the best, that's the only place he has a chance of showing that they don't reach reasonable doubt. So, because he's admitting that he's holding the gun that went off. Yeah, they have no evidence. I mean, I guess he's trying to hit also one of the things that Spyro seems committed to is trying to establish that we don't know that the gun didn't go off by itself. Now, I don't know what evidence the state's going to present. I think there are expert witnesses who are going to be coming in here.
No, they have a defense witness that the defense tried to get off, who witnessed him pull the trigger. The defense actually submitted that witness, and that was in one of the preliminary hearings that they were trying to get that witness removed, but it was actually a defense witness. They do have
saying
one
that
person.
he did not pull the trigger.
No, he did.
Why would a defense be bringing someone saying he pulled
because
the
they
trigger?
didn't realize it. They screwed up, and that was one of the witnesses they brought in. And they were like, and they tried to get the witness out. And that was one of the arguments that took place last week, Thursday or Friday or whatever. But yes, I forgot the defense. I forgot the witness's name, but it's now a prosecution witness. But this witness claims that they saw him pull the trigger and make that shot.
I don't know how anyone sees something so finely in that moment. But
because it was a blocked shot. Because remember the whole, even what he described, he was saying, pull the hammer. Do you see this? Do you see this? And I forgot who the witness was. I don't know if it was the boom operator, but somebody who was right there. It's a very small place. I mean, that church is a pretty small scene. I think it's possible that somebody could have witnessed it.
It's possible, but I'm with Joe on that one. It's hard to look at a recollection like that, from my perspective anyway, as being particularly reliable. It's just one of those things that is too susceptible to your hindsight revision.
Well, then let the jury decide, because it's the jury who's ultimately going to be deciding how much weight each witness gets and whether or not they're credible. So, I mean, I'm all for letting the jury hear the testimony and decide for themselves.
I just want to just go ahead. I want to wrap up these chats over here before they come out of the break. So I just want to acknowledge Piguardo. I actually noticed has been going around from one chat to another, from one channel to another, signing up his membership, which is actually very cool of you, Piguardo.
That's awesome.
Oh, thank you.
So just going every time I turn around, Piguardo is signing up as a member somewhere else, and that's actually very cool. So I just wanted to call you out. And we also had over here Buxom Browncoat gifting 10 more uncivilian memberships. There you go.
Woohoo!
There you go. I think you and I are neck and neck on that, Kurt, as far as gifted memberships today. It's very close. I think you might have a slight edge on that. But test 2 electric boogaloo. I don't know what that is.
Zach Sneesby was the witness who was holding the boom microphone. Will testify that he saw Baldwin pull the trigger of the revolver. That's it.
All right.
Yeah.
So Zach Sneesby, look out for him.
All right. And you got Amber Rose, member on one of your Alabama Rose. That's yours? She's yours?
Yep, that's my mod.
Oh, there you
Rock
go.
Alabama.
There you go. Alabama. Hang up.
There you go.
All right. And I don't know if you called this one out, Kurt, before. But...
Yes, thank you very much, Tammy. I broke something that was essential to me, and so I had to. This is why I was delayed for the lunch break yesterday. I had to run to the post office to send something express mail, which is very expensive when it absolutely positively has to be there overnight. So I broke something essential, and so I appreciate the extra $50.
There you go.
Oh,
all right.
That's cool.
So we're all caught up now. Now, Nate, you had something you wanted to say. I cut you off, but I was doing the bookkeeping here.
Oh, it's cool. I'm looking at state fee skills skippings, and it says one. This is what the state's got to prove in this case. One, the defendant acted with willful disregard of the victim's safety, and I'm thinking that's all of us saying that pointing the gun at the person. That's but he was directed to do it. Blah 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 blah. So I'm thinking that's and then the second one is was subjectively aware of the danger or the risk his actions posed to the victim and thereby disregarded it, acting with criminal negligence. So this is going to be tough, especially with all those statements about him knowing all this stuff and him being this expert in 40 years, and I never point a gun at someone, and I never do this, and I never pull the trigger, and that's exactly what kind of happened. It seems like he's got a tough little time to beat. It's going to be tough.
It's going to be fun to go through those interviews and see how many different ways he stabs himself in the neck during those interviews with some of the statements that he makes.
And Joe, to your point earlier, in New Mexico, the act of having a firearm is inherently dangerous. So, in other words, you can't. Unlike driving a car, pointing a firearm at somebody is inherently. So it's like it almost gives you that first. This is dangerous just because it's a gun. If it was something else, maybe not. So, but the fact that it is a gun kind of already gets you that. You should have known. It's like it's almost a presumption in the law that pointing a gun at someone is automatically dangerous. But now, whether the second part, I think is where you're gonna get it. Is if he was aware of the risk posed to the victim. And I think here, I don't see how he gets around that. But again, cold gun. So, and I think that's the only thing they really got. Cold gun.
Mm-hmm.
Good times.
Well, today, this woman was on for 8 hours. At the end of the day, if you're sitting here as a juror, as we all are, what the hell do we get from this today?
Nothing.
What do we learn from all this today? Did this
Today, nothing.
Say Alec is closer to being found guilty or less likely to be found guilty? I don't know.
I think whatever the defense was able to accomplish with her got lost in just the haze of everything that they did. And I mean, right off the bat, the state's redirect seemed to pretty much neutralize what the overall point was, which was to try to shift the blame onto Seth Kinney. And
unless the cloud itself that he's creating, the obfuscation cloud that he's creating, is let's just get the jury as confused as possible and then claim reasonable doubt. You know what I'm saying? Like. Which it seems like there's we're talking about pounding the table, creating smoke screens. Perhaps that is what Spyro's game plan is here, that we shouldn't learn anything. You see what I'm saying? In other words, just let's make it like, let's try and just dismiss everything you got from this witness and just say, I don't know I can't take anything from her. But
from this witness and from the other witnesses from yesterday, it's all the same thing, right? I show it up. Here was the gun. Here's what happened. Here's what happened. This is what we did with the evidence. Like that could essentially be the first 2 days, right? These are the people. This is what we did with the evidence, and we sent to the FBI lab, and we shot, and blah 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 blah. Like we've learned nothing more, and what the defense was trying to do doesn't really seem to have nudged any of that, right? What happened is what happened, and there's a smoking gun in his case. Alec Baldwin literally was holding the smoking gun, so I think the fight with the evidence is one thing, and the way the investigation went. But I think it's kind of like you're arguing to what end, right? Because literally, this is a smoking gun case. He had the gun in his hand when he shot the person. I don't see it.
Yeah. And Help over here was saying, if watchers will share good logic with friends, ask them to subscribe, we can get Joe to 100K. I shared
Yes,
yesterday.
definitely.
Thank
Joe,
you.
how close
Thank
are you
you,
now?
Help. How close am I now? Lord only knows. I don't know. I don't even know. It's somewhere like 99,578.
You better be there by the end of the trial.
Yeah, you
better.
should be here by the end of the trial. This is
One would hope so. One would certainly.
I think people are punishing you for some reason just to punish you. Like, this is kind of crazy now.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. And all right, let's pulling up the next one.
I told Joe this story earlier because it's pretty funny. So I have a Google Ads account, which I don't really use very much because I don't find it to be particularly productive. But I was asking Joe, what can I do to help your channel? And so I was like, okay, what I'm going to do is I'll spend $100 of my own money to run ads for your channel against other channels. So it's like, I'll just create an ads account and I'm going to select some of your videos as the promotion, and I'll select it and I'll run it against, like, basically LawTube related channels, because those would be the channels that we're interested in. And I'll promote your videos and hopefully that'll get you some subs.
I actually think I got like 300 subs out of that, at least.
What was interesting about it is I selected something like 7 videos, of which only 1 was approved by Google. The other 6 were The other 6 I selected were flagged as election related content.
Oh my God.
They were flagged as election related, and that requires a separate certification and all kinds of stuff. So the YouTube hated you.
Wow. I didn't even know there was an election related issue ever. I didn't know that that was a category or something that they they flagged. So what,
like,
do
for
I
example, like one of your Fonnie Willis videos
I'm
was
not being
flagged as
paid?
election related content.
Do I have to swear that I'm not being paid by the RNC or something like that? Like, what do I need to do to basically say, look, I'm just an independent dude? I guess
that's your rate. That's the rate that you pay for ad. Like, mine went, as soon as I start talking about elections, it goes from like $5 to like $1.50 per 1,000 views. So they kill you with the election stuff.
But we were able to get 1 video through the filter, which helped Joe get about 300 subs. So hey, there was something there.
There you go. There you go. Wait,
That's
so wait,
cool.
did they charge you less than $100, or they spent the whole $100 on that one?
No, yeah, it was designed for $100 total, so it would split relatively evenly between all the videos. So it was going to be $100 no matter what. So that one video got $100 worth of promotion.
Nice. Well, thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
No worries.
You know what I hate that YouTube does? Like, when sometimes I'll pull a video from the Young Turks and they'll demonetize that part of the video. And like, the Young Turks is all monetized. They're speaking about this. They're YouTube, and that happened to us yesterday, right? Some of our channels were demonetized for the video. Some of them weren't.
We went yellow. Danny and I went yellow for the
Name-
exact same content that the other 4 of them had.
Yeah,
Yep.
2 of us went yellow. 4 of them didn't go
I
yellow.
reached out to multiple streamers and I said, hey, everything that I have that goes over 1,000, I am having turned yellow. Is that YouTube's automatic sorter? Or has my channel been labeled? Or is there like a troll after me? Like, what am I doing wrong?
It could be.
There's no rhyme or reason to it.
It
No,
could be
but-
a person, a motivated person. You're good. You're right, Danny. I didn't even think about that, but unfortunately, you could have some.
I just wish there was a way
Literally,
to appeal.
this is the
because-
best proof, though, Danny. This is the best proof,
Right.
because we're literally putting out the exact same content at the same time as 4 other people. Ours go yellow and theirs stay green. How is that possible unless there's some type of targeting? I mean, it's unbelievable.
And my chat is one of the most
just
well
said-
behaved because I need to make money. Like, I've always told my chat, just, you can say what you want, just don't get me kicked off YouTube. That's kind of the general rule. So like, I don't know.
It's not our chats.
But they
It's
do
not our
say it's not
chats.
about what's being said, it's about who is saying it. For instance, we can all say the
Right.
same thing, but if ABC says it, they won't get demonetized. But if we say the exact same thing, we will get demonetized. So
And
YouTube
here's the
does
proof.
have that.
Here's
Yep.
the
that
proof
thing.
right here. It's
Oh,
unbelievable.
Well, keep in mind the ABC is not only a creator, but they are also a customer, because ABC pays for advertising and
You
a
didn't mean
lot of
ABC
it on
company.
YouTube. No,
What
no.
about-
It's
but,
very
like,
relevant,
what about
though.
law and crime and everyone else? Because like, I got my Karen
Back.
Reed verdict demonetized, and I didn't do anything crazy.
Yeah, and I make YouTube some serious money every year too. They take a serious chunk of the cash that I make for them. So, but that's probably why mine stayed green yesterday, while everybody else's went yellow. But I've
But
had
even large channels sometimes get problems. Like I've heard creators with 1 million, 2 million, 3 million subs who will sometimes get this arbitrary thing. So, and they presumably are making lots of money for YouTube too, but they seem to just do their arbitrary thing. So,
like Lewis Rossman.
YouTube just likes to mess with people.
I'm just saying they have more bandwidth. Oh, sorry. Me?
Oh no, I said 2 weeks. I had the same thing happen to me. So yeah, Kurt is definitely right. I was screaming, "Oh my god, all my videos are yellow."
It's just weird because I have such a small reach. Like it's not like I'm reaching, hundreds of thousands of viewers. That's what I'm saying. Is it doesn't make sense to me.
Brent Mack says, as an old wheel guy, it's awkward to pull hammer back without trigger, finger in the guard. Harder to let hammer down with one hand safely without finger in the guard. Broke all 3 rules. Yeah, it's true.
I think we should go to other. So this has no cover face.
So I should let that other. She should have said, "That's not my job." No, you're saying the witness. Yeah, she could have said that 1,000,000 times.
Yeah, no, but it was the prosecutor was just basically testifying. And so here's a whole bunch of information. It's like, I don't know why this witness is even here at this point.
I understand why we're giving some leeway to some of the rules.
Yeah,
all right,
yeah. It got a little ridiculous there.
This was ridiculous. Yeah. At a point, it's like, come on. The witness is like, yeah, no, yes, no. I'm like, this is just direct.
I'm not sure if I got Miss Parker before, so thanks for being there. I appreciate it.
And thanks everybody for sharing this content with us. We really appreciate you being here and watching us go crazy over this. I just feel bad for the jurors. Like, what could the jurors be thinking? Like, what did we learn today? Like, how does this move the needle?
Nothing.
Well, we do, fortunately, despite the rather boring.
Yeah, you came in really loud.
Oh, sorry about that, guys.
I don't know if you, go ahead.
I did not change anything.
It's running a little slow.
We still want to hear you.
Well, I was just going to say, despite the sort of dud that the evidence has been today, we have proposed jury instructions, guys. They filed proposed jury instructions. We have actual case stuff we can talk about here. Yeah,
that's what. There you go.
Juicy.
That's good.
I don't understand this super chat. I feel like I'm being set up for something.
Cucumber. How do you say cucumber?
No, Fletcher Boy is referencing Hilaria, right? So she was in the middle of
Latino Rachel Dolezal.
She was in the middle of a cooking interview, and she turns and she goes, "How do you say in English cucumber?" Like it is so embarrassing.
Cucumber. She's some girl from Boston.
Oh, who's this guy? They got somebody else. What was that?
Apparently, spinning wheel is our fate for the moment. So,
do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth?
I may have to find a different feed. I'm not sure if it's a me problem or. I'm sorry for all the criticism I said, YouTube. Okay, I take it all back. Can we please have our stream work? Please bear with us as I try to fix this problem on my end.
I don't take it back. Also, the CC.
Oh, there it is.
In the movie. Thank you.
What was that sound?
It was the
you can hear it. They can't hear it.
Okay, sorry.
No worries, it's fine.
I was like,
I'm gonna try a different feed.
And how long does this guy have? He had about 2 hours before. Well, about an hour before this guy has to get off the screen. So.
Is this a clean feed?
Well, we've been involved a lot in the industrial 4.0. That means.
Oh, this guy's voice is problematic. I'd love to find one with closed captions. Assuming the closed captions can't even understand this guy.
I can understand him. It's just very monotone.
Okay. Why can't I just have nice things work like a normal channel?
We're not gonna have that Perry Mason moment.
All right, I'm gonna give Court TV another shot and hope it stays on. No.
Oh wait, is this our
failed me
Italian
immediately.
fella? Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, spoilers, everybody.
What's his
Yeah,
name?
he
the,
does
uh,
seem like.
The gun guy.
Oh, the manufacturer of the
Mr.
pistol.
Pieta, if I
Yeah.
can just have you
That's-
hold the
I'm glad I'm in
Yeah,
good
I
company.
think.
Thank you, Fletcher. Apparently the quartering gets hit on occasion too, randomly.
Yeah, yeah. I saw him get hit the other day.
Right. Oh, it's this layout. It's fine. All right.
There it is.
This case calls Alessandro Pieta.
Will you raise your right hand?
Bigger. Bigger.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the
Bigger.
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I would.
All right. Have a seat, talk into the microphone.
I would love someone to say, "No, I'm going to lie."
Young Thug did, didn't he?
Good
Oh,
afternoon,
not
sir.
Young
Would you
Thug,
please
but
introduce yourself to the members of the
that one
jury?
dude.
Good afternoon. My name
Little
is
Woody.
Alessandro Pieta.
Woody,
Oh,
Yeah.
little Woody. Yeah, little Woody. Straight up.
He kinda did.
Is actually the guy that made the gun that been used.
How old are you,
in-
bro?
Okay, we can't hear.
He's literally the guy who made the firearm.
I appreciate all the
Sorry,
information, but I have to ask you a question and then you answer the question.
Sorry.
All right, so you've told us you're a gun manufacturer, is
Yes,
that
I
right?
am.
And what company do you own?
Do they show him?
Fab Fratelli Pieta.
This is a smart,
And
friendly
do you
exchange.
manufacture Pieta firearms?
Yes, that's the name of the company.
Very friendly.
How long
We don't
have
get to
you
see the
been
witness?
manufacturing firearms?
The company has been founded in 1963.
I don't know what to tell you, Joe.
From our lab.
I could try to find a different
Jeez.
feed if you
AP
like.
is, hold on. Kurt.
I could try to find different
And are
feed.
you familiar with how Pieta firearms are actually made?
Apparently, no, we don't get to see the witness. Okay. I will find yet a different feed. Deep breaths, Uncivil. You can make this work.
Would you like some help?
Yes, please.
I'm here for you.
Do our own.
There you go.
Quality on the trigger
that good?
bore or
Yes.
to be sure that everything in proper situation.
And so in addition to that, then it goes to the proof house and they do
Do they
their
close
checks as
caption?
well?
The proof house
They
check
don't,
the gun
sorry.
as
Okay.
a piece of steel, if you pass that name. I check the gun for the customer because they want to get a nice gun, so without any scratches or without any cosmetical defects.
Does that also involve checking the internal parts of the gun to make sure that there are no defects?
That done before by our quality control office, and we do that in the company.
He's very heavy Asian
I'm going
accent.
to
It's very
show
hard
you
to-
what's been marked
Italian.
as States Exhibit 50.
No objection.
Your Honor, being that there is no objection, I would move into evidence States Exhibit 50 and ask to have it published. On the screen in front of you, Mr. Pieta, is States Exhibit 50. Do you recognize that?
Yeah,
What
it's
is
one
it?
of our single action revolver. Probably, actually, it's written 45 long Colt. That's the caliber, 7.5 barrel length.
Are you familiar with this particular gun?
I know this gun because I know that gun has been produced for a trade show called SHOT Show, and it's been shipped to Vegas. In particular for that show.
Were you involved in the manufacture of this particular gun?
I was personally involved producing this sample for that
Really?
trade show.
Wow.
And
The owner of the company
do you
personally made
recall
this
when this
particular
gun
Wow.
was manufactured?
I guess 2016 or 2017.
How do you manufacture this particular firearm?
Well, I would not say manufacturer. I could say I prepare this gun because being a replica, we need to make our customer happy. And of course, our main customers are collectors. So when we prepare a new sample or a new model, we study the books. So we study the American history and we look for details just to make a new model. That's why I've been involved to introduce this gun during this trade show.
So you said this was a single action revolver.
This is a single action type revolver. It means that every time you want to shoot, you need to pull the hammer, cock the hammer, and pull the trigger.
Is that what a single action means?
Yes.
So you have to cocked the hammer before you pulled the trigger?
Yes.
Okay. Is this different from other Pieta single action revolvers?
It's different on outside because the details are different. We are not used to make any marks on the grip, or we are not used to write the caliber on the trigger guard. But this is basically is the same gun with a different configuration.
So are the internal components of this gun the same as for others,
Yes, correct.
Pieta?
Correct.
Are the internal components of this particular gun, are they interchangeable with other Pieta single action revolvers?
Yes, they do.
Now, is the hammer to this Exhibit 50 that we see in front of us, is that different from other Pieta revolver hammers?
As the sides of the hammer and being polished just to create a different color.
Okay. But is it similar in as far as specifications?
It's the same.
It's the same to other firearms? I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 6. If I can have the deputy bring it up and ask you to put on some gloves.
Sure.
So you can.
Yeah. Oh, go. No, I don't.
I'd say he qualifies as an expert on the
Oh,
gun.
good. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I own the company, I made it. Well, that'll get you there. They fly this guy in from Italy?
They did, I think.
Yeah.
Wow.
If you can
Okay.
open the box, Mr. Pieta.
Well, probably because of the claims about the gun being broken and irreparable. And
Do you recognize what's in there?
Yeah, it seems to be the same gun that's on the screen.
Can I
And
hear what the trigger-
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 51.
No objection.
I move into evidence 51, Your Honor, with no objection. Now, if you can take a look at that firearm, Exhibit 6 that's in front of you, does it have a serial number?
Yes, it is.
And I'm going to put on the screen State's Exhibit 51. Do you recognize that?
Yeah, that's our invoice that probably has been used to ship the gun to EMF.
Does this invoice contain or list this particular gun that's in front of you, Exhibit 6?
Can I check the serial number?
Yes, please.
Can I touch the gun?
Yes, with your gloves.
Yeah, it's the same serial number.
Okay. So did Pieta Firearms then ship this gun, Exhibit 6, per this invoice?
Yes, we did.
And when and to whom was it shipped?
It's been shipped to EMF company. That is one of our customer that show with us during SHOT Show. So to get the gun inside United States, we need to get someone to get all the license to import the gun for us. That's why this sample has been shipped to EMF.
Okay. What kind of a company is EMF?
EMF is an importing company, and they sell to distributor, dealers, and to individuals.
Is EMF associated with Pieta Firearms?
Yes, it is.
How?
We, Alberto and myself, own EMF.
So you own EMF?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And so when did you ship this particular firearm that's in front of you to EMF?
It's written on the invoice. 27 November 2017.
So that's when it left Italy to go to EMF?
Yeah.
Okay. Now let me go back to ask you a question about this hammer. You had said that it's nickel plated because this is for a particular.
No, it's not nickel plated, it's just polished.
Oh, polished. I'm sorry. Does that change its functionality?
No.
Okay. Did this particular gun go to the proof house?
Absolutely.
And was it approved by the proof house?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is.
And how can you tell?
Well, there are some marks on the frame. That is clearly on the top of the serial number. So you can see then there's also another proof mark on the cylinder. So they're easy to understand that this gun has been proved by the proof house.
And what does that mean to you as a gun manufacturer that's been approved by the proof house?
That we have produced a good gun, follow the CIP regulation, and the gun can be sold to anyone. Without that marks, we cannot sell or produce or export any guns.
Now, once it comes to the United States, do you know if your guns or these guns that you import are also subjected to testing by American agencies?
No, actually, all the guns that want to be imported in the United States need to be approved by ATF first. So when we start producing this single action revolver, we send a sample or few samples to ATF agent and they approve the gun for us.
Do you know what ATF does in
Yeah.
order to approve the guns?
Mostly they have a schedule and with details, so they need to check if our guns, actually a gun, match their requests. And also they call drop test, and is used to see if the gun is safe enough to avoid any kind of malfunction.
You said a drop test. What do you understand that to be?
Drop test means that the gun has to be approved. They have a safety, and in this particular gun, the safety is on the cylinder, and they put the safety on. They put a primer, not a live round, of course, a dummy. They put the hammer in the first notch, so the firing pin is lined with the primer, and they take a weight, let it drop at 8 or 4 feet, something like that, 5 times. And the gun, the system should not shoot. If that is okay, they approve the gun.
And so does your Pieta firearm revolvers get put through that test by ATF?
Absolutely.
And that's to test to make sure it doesn't fire on its own?
No, that test means that we have safety on the gun.
Are you familiar with how this particular gun fires?
What's the safety on this gun?
Well, what does it take to
You need to
make it
you
shoot?
need to cock the hammer and pull the trigger.
Do you know this gun that you have in front of you will fire without a pull of the trigger?
Actually, this gun cannot fire because from what I see is missing some parts. So
Okay, I'm talking about when it was first
sure, of
manufactured.
course.
Does it fire? Would it fire without a pull of the trigger?
No,
Why not?
because the mechanic, the design of the hammer and the trigger has been designed since Samuel Colt made this gun to work in that way.
And can you explain under what circumstances it will only fire?
Well, when you cock the hammer, the trigger will engage the firing knock position. That is the farthest one, so the last position on the hammer. And if you want to release the hammer, you need to pull the trigger. The trigger is just a sear that locks the hammer in that position. And if you want to do that, you need to pull the trigger.
Okay. Now, is there also a manufacturer's warning about whether or not the firing pin should be sitting on a primer?
Well, actually, it's not just a manufacturer, it's a standard rule between shooter when you carry your gun, in this particular gun, to load just only 5 ammo and not 6.
Why is that?
For safety reason. So you will know that you will not, if eventually the gun falls down, nothing happens.
What could happen if the gun falls down and the primer's...
Most of the time, nothing, because the hammer is against the frame. And so if you hit the round, the primer will not shoot the primer. So it's just a safety rule that has been taught to every kind of shooter. So I've been a shooter for myself, and that's what they told me to do. So load 5 rounds on the cylinder instead of 6.
And will it fire? Let's say you load 6. And what could happen if you load 6?
Nothing really, just need to know that you load 6 rounds instead of 5.
Okay, but if you have the firing pin on the 6th round?
If the firing pin is in the rest position, when the hammer is down the frame, So the firing pin is not against the primer. Nothing happened, because if you want to shoot a primer, you need to apply a certain quantity of force to shoot it. So you can get a thick touch on the primer, but the gun will not shoot.
If the firing pin is actually on the primer?
Close to.
Okay, but you had said that if the firing pin is on the primer and you drop the gun, what could happen?
Usually, it's based on the primer technology. The powder in the primer is not at the top of the primer, it's just a little in the middle. So you need to press it a little more. And when you reach that point, you can shoot the load under the firing pin.
His English is pretty
So
good, but
what
it
I'm
seems like he
hearing you
doesn't
say,
quite
it
understand
sounds
some
like the only
questions.
way
I
you
wonder if
can fire this
a
gun is by
translator would be
pulling
more
the trigger?
appropriate.
That's the way that should be done.
Is there another way
It
to
should be.
fire this gun?
No.
I think he's understanding.
90%, but every once in a while he's
May I have a
it's a
moment
slight
now?
miss.
Yeah, but the other lady spoke fluent English and she missed a lot.
Let me
so-
ask you, what condition was this gun in when
Fair,
you shipped it,
fair.
when Pieta shipped it to EMF?
As I said before, this gun is being produced for a trade show. So we ship the gun without the firing pin. That is mandatory for this trade show, that all the guns are safe. And doing that, there are inspectors that check all the guns for us and put a tag. So the consumer, the customers, will know that they cannot use the gun to shoot to anybody.
So not having a firing pin in that gun while it was used in trade shows, does that alter it or change it in any way?
Well, you are missing one part. That's it.
But does it change any internal components of it?
No.
Now, did Pieta Firearms own EMF while during the time EMF owned this gun?
Yeah.
To your knowledge, did EMF do anything to this gun?
No.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
I understand the words he's saying. I feel like the overall effect is confusing. It came out suggesting the gun has a safety on it. I don't believe that it does. The whole safety mechanism on a revolver like this is the action you have to put it through to make it fire.
Yeah.
I respectfully think that's on the prosecutor and the way that the prosecutor is
Yeah.
phrasing the question.
Yeah.
And
I agree.
When Pieta Firearms shipped this to the United States to EMF, did it send the firing pins with it?
I don't remember. Really. Sorry.
How hard is it to install a firing pin?
Pretty easy. It's just a pin and that's it.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions, but the other lawyers will.
Thank you.
That's it? I
That's-
really was
yeah, that's-
hoping she would get
that's
into
very
this.
strange. Yeah, I
They
don't
have
know
an
about that.
expert. They have the guy who handled the actual gun straight out of the
Good afternoon, Mr.
manufacturer
Pieta.
line. I'm
Just have a couple of questions for you. We'll be out of here quickly. We heard you say that you personally made this gun. Is that right?
Yeah.
And it was shipped from your company, Pieta, in 2017?
Yeah, that's what is written on the invoice.
Between 2017 and October 21, 2021, you don't know how this gun was handled by any particular individuals. Is that correct?
No, I have no idea.
Your knowledge of the gun's functionality was limited to November of 2017 when it was shipped from your company. Is that fair?
That's not correct, because my knowledge about this gun was also during this trade show that's been held in January. So probably the last time I saw the gun was in January.
So roughly beginning of 2018. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And so you don't know what condition the gun was in on October 21st, 2021, when it was being used on the Rust set by Mr. Baldwin. Is that correct?
Correct.
And before the gun was sent to the FBI for testing in 2022, you were not asked to inspect the gun. Is that right?
Correct.
And in fact, the Santa Fe sheriff didn't ask you any questions about the gun at that time. Isn't that right?
Correct.
Or at any time?
I never see anyone except today.
Even though you personally made it. Is that correct, sir?
Correct.
And so the first time that you had seen the gun since about early 2018. It was about 2 months ago. Isn't that right?
I saw the picture of the gun during a preview interview that we got on Zoom in a Zoom meeting.
Someone held up a picture of the gun on a Zoom meeting.
Yeah, this picture probably.
And that was the first time since 2017 you had seen the gun. Yes.
Well, of course, I got this picture on my computer, but I never recorded that was the one that was sent to everybody else.
And at that point, the gun was already broken. Correct, sir?
It's the first time I see the gun, I may say yes.
Great. Thank you. No further questions.
Okay.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right.
Most effective,
Seems like a bit of a waste of a witness, but all right.
What a waste. Are you kidding me? He's the guy who made the gun. He just said that. I made this gun. Whatever. If
Well, you said it
anyone-
wouldn't fire without pulling the trigger.
Who's your
I mean,
next
that was the
witness?
whole point of the testimony.
What would you
Yeah.
have wanted from him that you didn't get? What do you feel cheated at?
Your Honor, the state calls Justin
I
Neal.
feel cheated because you know that they're going to bring in a bunch of gun experts to come and talk about the exact same thing when they could have just hammered home the point.
He wasn't allowed to testify as an expert, though. That was specifically
Oh,
brought up
that's
in
right.
limine.
You swear
Yep.
affirm under
That's right.
I was
penalty of
thinking
law
the
that
same thing. Like,
testimony
why
given
aren't
in
they
this
looking
case
at the
will be
broken
Totally
taken
pieces
wrong.
and
Yep.
telling us what
Too.
that means and stuff? But she
Have
excluded
a
it.
seat, talk into the
That's
microphone.
exactly right.
Interesting.
Thank you, Andrea. That is what it is.
It's pretty
I
weird.
found that frustrating too.
It's pretty
Oh.
weird that he made the gun. He's not the expert.
Okay, I need it.
I think was it a disclosure issue, Andrea?
Thank you. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yeah, it was
Good
late
afternoon, sir.
disclosure, I
Would you
think.
please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Yeah, my name is Justin Neal.
And sir, how are you employed?
I own my own marketing firm.
And what kind of work do you do? What kind of marketing work?
My marketing firm is a very stereotypical ad agency, and we have another leg to our company where we recruit and manage sales reps for our clients,
What kind of clients do you have?
primarily outdoors.
And are you affiliated with Pieta Firearms?
Yes.
How?
Pieta's a little bit more robust than the other clients I have. I essentially handle North America for them as it pertains to sales and marketing. And I also handle EMF, which they are part of, as their sales and marketing person.
What is EMF?
Early Modern Firearms is an importer, and it's based out of Santa Ana, California. They have been in business for 65 plus years, and very much back in the day, they used to supply a lot of firearms, Pieta and otherwise, to Hollywood.
Who owns EMF at this time?
Alessandro and Alberto Pieta.
And how long have they owned EMF?
I believe 2017.
And what exactly is it that you do for EMF?
I handle, again, the sales of the guns that they have of Pietas. EMF only imports and distributes meaning sells to retailers, Pieta firearms. So I handle the sales of Pieta firearms through EMF through distribution.
Are you required to have a federal firearms license?
I am.
And why is that?
I am an RP on the FFL for EMF. There has to be two responsible parties, and the Pieta family or the Pietas entrusted in me to be one of the RPs on that FFL.
And RP is what?
Responsible party.
And what does the responsible party do?
The responsible party is responsible for the distribution, the importing of the firearms, and all the paperwork thereof.
So as the responsible party for EMF, are you also required to be aware of what transactions take place, what firearms are sold by EMF?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how EMF maintains its records of sales?
Yes.
In September of 2021, do you recall a transaction between EMF and a company called pt.2 Arms and Prop?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recall that?
I recall that because I saw the actual sales record or the shipping invoice and the packing slip.
I'm going to show you, well, let me ask you this. How did did PDQ contact you, or how is it that you guys learned that PDQ needed to purchase arms?
Yeah, they contacted EMF.
Okay. And what was the request for?
The request was for firearms that he saw on the website. EMF obviously has a website, and he wanted some revolvers. And at that time, 2021, was the heart of the pandemic, and Pieta and every manufacturer, gun manufacturer, was back ordered. So we didn't have any. The lady in which he talked to initially said, we do have display guns that we show at trade shows. And so we didn't offer, we said we had those guns.
Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 52.
Mm-hmm.
No objection.
Your Honor, the state would move into evidence 52. I'm going to show you, well, before you is State's Exhibit 52. Do you recognize that?
I recognize it, yes.
What is it?
It is a Pieta single action revolver.
And how do you recognize that is a Pieta single action revolver?
Because that was a display gun that we had at some of the trade shows in which I attended and I monitored.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 6 and ask you to put on some gloves and take a look at that gun.
Okay.
You know, the fact that it's a display gun at trade shows means presumably that a lot of people picked up that firearm at the trade shows.
Maybe, unless it's on
potentially interacted
display and
with
not
it.
touched. I don't.
And therefore what? What's the ramification of that?
I'm just noting that as
Yeah.
opposed to a brand new in the box firearm, which is touched by the manufacturer, and that's basically it. A trade show. I mean, I've been to trade shows.
So you're
It's
saying
probably-
that maybe it's more defective and it fired off by itself because people touched it? I'm not
I'm saying it
you're
raises
wrong.
it-
I'm just
No,
wondering if that's
but
what
they
you're
could
getting
have dropped it. You know what he means. Like they could
I'm
have
just saying it
dropped
raises an issue.
some modification. They could
I'm
have
not-
gotten roughed up. They
As
could have
opposed
had
as
all
opposed to
kinds
going through two hands, it went through
Yes, please.
2,000. That's
Right.
that's
Do you
potentially an issue.
Recognize State's Exhibit
Okay.
6?
And
I
also
just was
not the
wondering-
ordinary
It's
use.
the same gun
Yeah.
that's shown on screen at Pieta.
I was just wondering where you were
So
going. I
it's the
think that's a
same
fair
gun
point.
as,
I wasn't saying you're wrong. I was just wondering.
State's Exhibit 52.
I was like, bring it home.
Yes.
And
It's also not
Tell me,
unusual for
was this
trade
one of
show
the guns
firearms
that
to
was
be
sold to
modified, for
PDQ?
example, by removing the
Yes.
firing pin,
I'm
so
gonna
that
show
the gun
you
would be
what's
changed
been
and then
marked
changed
as,
back,
State's
which
It didn't
raises
have a
an
fire
Temporary,
issue.
issue.
I may ask you some additional
According
questions.
to
If you can just close the box,
Pieta.
I will ask you some additional questions.
Yeah.
Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 53.
No objection.
Dry fired a lot.
We
Yeah,
move
that's
into evidence State's
exactly
Exhibit
so.
53.
State's
Yeah.
53 is admitted.
Yeah.
Mr. Neal,
Dry
do you
firing isn't
recognize
exactly
what's
great on a
marked as
firearm,
State's
generally
Exhibit
speaking. And
53?
if it's a trade
Yes.
show gun,
What
it's going
is
to be
it?
dry fired a lot.
It
So
is
that's
a
potentially wears the gun down
shipping
faster.
report, and that is shipping invoice
From whom to whom?
from EMF to PDQ.
And when was that?
It was in 21, order date 9/29/21.
So on September 29, 2021, were these firearms that are listed on this invoice shipped to PDQ?
Yes,
And is Exhibit 6 that's in front of you one of those firearms that's on this invoice?
yes.
Which one is it? You can actually touch the screen and it'll mark.
Oh, well. Okay. I'd have to see the serial number.
Okay, so
On the
if you want to
gun.
look at the serial number of the gun in Exhibit 6. Actually, if you want to open it and you can check the serial number.
Yeah, it's right here.
Is it not making a mark? It might be your gloves.
It's the third one. I've got gloves on. It's the third one.
So,
E52277.
this one right here?
Yes.
So the number 3, the third gun on the invoice is Exhibit 6.
Yes.
Now, let me ask you, when did you become affiliated with EMF?
2018.
And do you recall approximately, was it beginning, mid, end of 2018?
And
And when you became affiliated with EMF, did EMF already have Exhibit 6 in its inventory?
yes.
And did this gun, Exhibit 6, remain with EMF from the time that you were with them until September 29, 2021?
Yes.
And what did EMF use Exhibit 6, this particular gun, for?
To display at primarily industry, trade shows, business to business shows, B2B shows.
So it was owned by the company the entire time?
Yes.
Did EMF do any work on this gun?
No.
Did EMF inspect it for quality assurance purposes?
Before each show, functionality. It wasn't, they didn't take apart the gun or anything, just to make sure it functioned properly. And then they would put it in what we call a sock, which is basically a soft case.
And when you say functionality, what does that mean?
That the gun works properly, not firing it, never fired, just the 4 traditional click of a Colt firearm, and the trigger worked properly.
And at any point during 2018 to September of 2021, was there any indication that this gun malfunctioned or had any defects?
No.
What condition was it in when it was sold to PDQ on September 29, 2021?
It was in perfect condition as far as I know.
You said that how often was this gun checked for functionality while it was owned by EMF?
We do approximately 5 shows a year, and so at least 5 times.
And you say 5 shows, does that mean, is it in a display case? Or?
It is in a locked glass display case.
So people can't just come and grab it?
They can't grab it, no.
Okay, I guess that solves that
Do
problem.
you also, well, let me ask you this before we move on to the next topic. When this gun was shipped to PDQ, do you know what it was shipped in?
Yeah, EMF follows standard operating procedures, which they do for any gun shipped, whether it's to a dealer, a big box store, distributor, influencer. It is in
Influencer
Pieta makes and supplies EMF with a very hard styrofoam box that's molded for a single action, and it's placed in there, then a cover over the top of it that's fit to it, and then another cardboard box sleeve that slides over the top of that, sealed, and then it is put into another shipping box with whatever other guns or accessories the attended person or store requests.
Would that have been the manner in which it would have been shipped to PDQ?
Yes.
Do you also handle customer service calls for Pieta guns in the United States?
I handle quite a bit of the customer service calls, yes. Not all, but a lot.
Approximately how many would you say?
Over the years, since 2018, I probably on average handle 5 or 6 a month.
Okay. Have you ever received a complaint or a call about a Pieta revolver going off by itself?
Never.
Are you familiar with how this particular gun fires?
Am I familiar with how it fires?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Does it fire without a pull of the trigger?
No.
May I have a moment here?
Yes, I'm here, Councilor French.
I hope you're going to go through a little bit more detail about that idea. But
I think they're just going to have to get into that with the FBI, right? The people that did the testing.
Mr. Neal, if this particular gun, Exhibit 6, if it had displayed any defects in functionality, would it have still been shown at trade shows?
No.
Why not?
The
We don't
purpose
show
of
crap here.
Pieta or EMF going to a trade show is to sell firearms to FFL dealers, holders, not the public, but sporting goods stores, if you will. And if a buyer who wanted to specifically see this gun or any other was to hold it under our watchful eye, of course, and it was defective, he would probably not buy that gun or any other gun that we have.
So would it be fair to say you put the best of the best that Pieta has to offer?
Absolutely.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Does the court want this one? Thank you, Mr. Neal. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
We have no questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're excused, sir. Thank you. Next witness.
I like these witnesses.
The ones that move along, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, just a minute, we're just a little out of order.
Finally, a no questions. Hallelujah.
Well, I think we're trying to get through the day. I mean, I don't know if she said that trials, till 5 every day. So these short witnesses, I guess, are good for the end of the day. So Seth Kinney's supposed to testify tomorrow, from what I understand. But then there's also Hancock. So I don't know who's going to come up first, but that's going to be long. Steven's back. I see Hilaria's not there. She might be home with the tribe.
Do I not turtly enough for the Turtle Club? I don't know what that means. But hope that was worth. Thank you for the support, Stephen. Do I not turtly enough for the Turtle Club? Am I not turtly enough for the Turtle? Who's there behind AB? What's the headphones for?
Stephen Baldwin is who they're talking
Yeah.
about, I think.
His brother, Stephen. Yeah.
Is that?
He's got his hair slicked back and the glasses.
Mm-hmm. Now you think tracking the Alec Baldwin movies is hard. Stephen Baldwin. Name a movie Stephen Baldwin has been in.
Oh,
You know
I
he's
got one.
been in some.
Flintstones?
Alexandria Hancock.
He was in Flintstones. There was a great movie he was in, actually.
The only
the
one I can
90s,
remember off
in the
the
90s.
top of my head, the one with I can't remember the name now. I'm losing it, but Kiefer Sutherland was in it, and Julia Roberts, the one about bringing the people back to life.
Flatliners? He was not in Flatliners, was he?
Yeah, he was, wasn't he?
All right, thank you.
Maybe.
I think he was.
Hancock. Okay, this is going to be interesting because she's going to be a long one.
Who's this?
Just state your
Detective
name for the
Hancock.
record, even though I know
Alexander
it's recorded.
Hancock, lead detective.
Alexandria Hancock.
And how are you currently employed?
Oh,
I
backdraft.
am a corporal with the
Oh, yeah,
Santa Fe
good
County
call.
Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
It will be.
Oh, that was
7
Billy. The
years
chat's
in
correcting me. That
November.
was Billy.
And how did you become involved?
Hard to track
with
all the
this
Baldwins.
case?
Where they? Well, we took the
In
stream down.
2021, I was a detective with the sheriff's office. I was assigned to the violent crimes division. On that day, we had received a call for a shooting at a movie set on the Bonanza Creek Ranch.
And you said you were on duty, and I'm sorry if I didn't hear you. What were you at the time? Were you a corporal?
No, I was a detective.
And did you show up to the scene there at Bonanza Creek Ranch?
Yes.
Do you know approximately what time?
I believe it was between 2:30 and 3 p.m.
And so can you kind of give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury an idea of what was going on? Were you the only detective on scene? Were there other detectives? What was happening?
Yeah, so when we had originally, it's called a briefing, essentially, back at our office, at the sheriff's office, we had a short briefing with all the detectives that were there that day about what had been learned thus far as to what occurred on the ranch. And so during, or I should say after that briefing, the detectives were assigned at that point on who would be handling and who would be assisting. And then from there, the entire team of us went out to the ranch.
So approximately how many people were in the team?
I want to say maybe 5 or 6 of us.
And how does the sheriff's department traditionally, is one detective named primary, or are there more than one? How does that work?
Just one is primary, and then typically they will have a secondary just depending on the case.
And how did it work out with this case?
Originally with this case, a different detective, his name's Joel Cano, was assigned the primary detective, and then I was assigned secondary.
And just so that we're clear, at some point, did you become primary?
Yes.
And at what point was that?
Probably at least a couple weeks later.
Okay. Now, in that interim, in those 2 weeks, were you actively working on the case?
Yeah, I was assisting with it.
And as the assisting detective, did you conduct interviews with witnesses on October 21st?
Yes, I did.
Who did you interview on that day? And then we'll back up.
Okay. On that day, I interviewed Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, David Halls, and Alec Baldwin.
So I want to be clear. You, as the assisting detective, interviewed all 3 of the people that were ultimately criminally charged.
Yes.
So if you were interviewing all of those, what I'm going to call sort of main players, what was the primary Detective Cano doing?
He was, on the day of the incident, he was interviewing the numerous people that needed to be interviewed back at the ranch.
And give us an idea of who those folks were.
That Detective Cano interviewed?
Mm-hmm.
They were people that were said to be inside the church at the time of the incident, or members that assisted with the armor.
Why was it necessary to have 2 detectives doing interviews at the same time?
Because of how many people were involved.
Okay. And have you continued to be the primary investigator with the Sheriff's Department on this case since 2 weeks after the incident?
Yes.
Now, when you were dispatched, well, it sounds like you weren't really dispatched, were you?
No.
Who called you in?
My lieutenant at the time, which was Mike Martinez.
And you indicated that you had a briefing.
Yes.
And tell us kind of what information you got at the briefing that you had before you went out to the scene.
Yeah, so during our briefing there at the office, we were told that there was a movie being filmed at Bonanza Creek Ranch, and then sometime during that day, shortly before we were called in for that briefing, that 2 people had been shot on the set.
Did you receive information that the shooting had been characterized as an accident?
I do recall reading that on our CAD.
And as a detective with the sheriff's department, when you get called to a shooting that's being characterized as an accident, does that mean to you that there will be no criminal charges?
No.
Have you been dispatched or involved in accident investigations in the past that turned into criminal cases?
Yes.
I would think that happens a lot. A car collision that turns out to be a DUI.
I know that the jury's heard some of this. So you interviewed Hannah Gutierrez, correct?
That's correct.
And what role did she have on the set?
She was the armorer, the main armorer on Rust.
And you also indicated that you interviewed someone named David Halls. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall what his role was on the set?
He was the assistant director.
And then, of course, you interviewed Mr. Baldwin, and we understand that he's an actor, correct?
Correct.
I want to just take you back for a moment. During opening, did you hear the defense attorney say that Sarah Zachary was not interviewed on October 21st?
I did hear that.
Is that correct?
No.
Was Sarah Zachary actually interviewed on October 21st?
She was.
Who interviewed her?
Detective Joel Cano with the assistance of Detective Ray Arndt.
And who was Sarah Zachary?
She was the props master for Rust.
If you would try to explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the relationship between the prop master and the armorer based on your understanding.
What I understood between the prop master and the armorer, as it pertains to Rust, is that they're technically 2 different departments. They have different functions, different roles, do different things. But in the case of Rust, the prop master and the armorer assisted each other because of what they would describe to be prop heavy this movie was.
And did you get an understanding of, when we say prop, exactly what we're talking about?
Yes.
So one of these gun holsters, would that be a prop?
Yes.
Would the guns themselves be props?
Yes.
Even the live gun, the real guns, I'm sorry.
Yes, that's correct.
And the ammunition, would that be considered a prop?
Yes.
Okay. And does that also include glasses and cups and plates and silverware?
Yeah, anything that an actor would use in a scene, excluding like wardrobe items.
Or set decorations.
And I understand that you indicated that Ms. Zachary was interviewed on the 21st of October by Detective Cano. Did you also conduct a follow-up interview with Sarah Zachary at a later date?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall approximately when that was?
I believe it was sometime in November.
So just the following month?
Yes.
And you testified that you conducted an interview with Hannah Gutierrez on October 21st. Did you also conduct a follow-up interview with her at a later date?
Yes, I did.
And approximately when was that, if you recall?
I want to say that was in November as well.
And you interviewed Mr. Baldwin on the 21st, correct?
Yes.
And did you have subsequent contact with Mr. Baldwin after the interview that you did on October 21st?
Yes, I did.
And how were you having contact with him? Was he in New Mexico, or how was that happening?
No, he wasn't in New Mexico at that point, but I would receive phone calls and sometimes text messages.
From Mr. Baldwin?
Yes.
Generally speaking, was it Mr. Baldwin reaching out to you or you reaching out to him?
It was him reaching out to me.
So he had your cell phone number?
Yes, my department cell.
And just to be clear, do the defense attorneys also have your contact information?
They do.
Have they sent you text messages?
I don't know exactly her title, but members from their team, yes.
Okay, so they actually have your cell phone number?
Yes.
And you've made yourself available to them?
That's correct.
And you do that whether I'm there or not, right?
Yes.
With regard to your November interview with Ms. Gutierrez, did you have a conversation with Ms. Gutierrez about who loaded the gun?
I did.
And what did Ms. Gutierrez say?
That she loaded the gun herself.
And did you have a conversation with Ms. Gutierrez concerning the box of ammunition that was holding that one suspected live round?
I did.
And what did Ms. Gutierrez say?
That it would be a box that she would have provided.
Objection, hearsay, unless this is information accurate.
It's kind of late.
So my response, unless you want us to approach, is that these are statements against interest and they come in under that exception.
I don't believe that they are, but like I said, if it's information acted upon and we can cross on it, it's fine.
All right, go ahead.
Did you have conversations? Well, let me ask you. Ms. Gutierrez indicated that she brought that box of ammunition on the set. Is that right?
That it was similar to one that she would have provided.
During that interview, did she produce a photograph for you?
She did.
And the photograph that she produced, did she tell you where she got it?
I don't know if she said in that interview exactly where she got it, but she did describe it to be a box like that was in the photo would be what she provided.
And the photograph that she showed you during the interview, did it match exactly the label on the box that contained the live ammunition?
Yes.
As you sit here today, do you have any question about who introduced the live ammunition to the set of Rust?
Objection.
No. Who do you believe it was based on your investigation?
Hannah.
Interesting.
They don't care. They're letting that one go.
Conversations with Ms. Gutierrez?
Never said Alec did it.
About her firearms training.
The one that she conducted?
Yes,
or her own experience?
No.
Objection, hearsay.
I think we should approach.
I don't think it matters to them that Hannah or Seth or anybody brought it on. If anything, they can just shift gears and say, look, the bad person who brought the bad ammo on and got put in prison. Why are you picking on my guy?
Well, if they have no doubt on that issue, that means that gets the ammo manufacturer that we've been talking about with the sloppy shop completely off the hook because there's no nexus now.
But he's not being charged.
Yeah, but there's no nexus. That's the
I know,
reason he's
but
not
we
being
spent the
charged.
whole day on it.
Yeah. So it's like I don't even know why we're talking about it now. Why is any of that
Yeah.
relevant? Because there's
Well,
no
I know.
why do we even talk about it? It's like
I asked that earlier.
yeah, I don't know. Well, that was time wasted.
Well, she's clearly eliciting hearsay here. I don't know how she thinks this is going to fly.
Where'd
She
Joe
said
go?
against interest or something. So I don't know.
A statement against interest, against Hannah's, against the speaker's interest. Yeah. But they just basically withdrew their objection on that one. They said, as long as we can cross, it's fine. I don't know that this would be a statement against interest, but
whatever.
a statement. So it's a statement against penal interest, basically meaning like you're confessing to a crime by making the statement that you've made. I don't know that it rises to that.
Yeah, this is stuff I don't know. You guys are the lawyers. But,
I'm also not entirely sure if it matters all that much.
Mm-hmm.
It mattered a lot in the Hannah case. I just don't know how much it would matter here. I think that they actually had more room to ask questions of the first witness. Remember the guy who was super scared and shy to answer like anything, just the most tentative person? I went back and I watched the video, the body cam footage last night, and I see where the prosecution was going because they sat Baldwin right there next to everyone who's involved in this case. And he just sat there and was able to, kind of get his story straight and figure out what they were going to say. Now, to be fair, if it genuinely just went off, I would still be talking to everyone around me and trying to calm down in a moment of stress. And it's just interesting.
You conducted an interview with Mr. Baldwin, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you learn during that interview whether or not Mr. Baldwin received any training regarding the use of these firearms?
Yeah, he had mentioned that he did a training session shortly after with he said Hannah, which was the armorer, and then I believe he said Sarah and their assistant Nicole was there.
Okay.
So didn't get it in through Hannah, but allowed to get it in through Alec's own statement. Meaning defense won the objection up there at the sidebar.
Did you interview Seth Kinney?
Yes, several times.
Oh, yeah.
How many times do you think you talked to him?
Dozens.
I don't know if I could.
They're practically dating.
I'm not sure I could.
I'm not kidding. A lot.
I'm not surprised.
Probably at least between 5 and 10.
Why does that not surprise me? You're telling me
with you?
the guy who was possibly boinking 2 women on set.
Did you request any search warrants in this case?
Or at least heavily flirting with them?
What
Wasn't
search
also flirting with Ms. Hancock?
I had drafted the search warrant for the prop truck as well as the search warrant for PDQ.
And PDQ, is that Mr. Kinney's business?
Yes.
Let me ask you, have you ever worked on a movie set before?
No.
And have you ever investigated a crime on a movie set before?
No.
On October 21st, 2021, did you know what a prop truck was?
No.
At some point through your investigation, did you learn what a prop truck was?
Yes.
Prop truck.
And
I like how she pronounced it.
What's a prop truck?
It was an area that was used for storage.
Storage of?
This particular prop truck?
Yeah.
It was actually multiple departments that were using it. I don't know exactly which ones, but the armorer and the props department had approximately half of like the back of the truck.
And I think we heard previous testimony from Ms. Poppell that the search of the prop truck didn't happen until the 27th of October, I think.
Yes.
Is that right? What was the delay?
Why was not the case agent at that time. And so I really wasn't the one in charge of the investigation. And so what happens with your case agent is they kind of develop the flow and decide what's needed based on the information that they have and what we need to get.
So it's Kano's
What
problem.
was one of the first things that you did when you
Under the
became
weeds he goes.
primary on this case?
Started reviewing a lot of information.
How long after you became primary did you request a warrant for the prop truck?
Well, I wasn't the primary at the time that I requested that warrant. I was assisting.
Okay.
And so, I mean, between the day that the incident occurred, which was the 21st, and then the day that the search warrant was, I think, applied and executed for was the 27th, so 6 days.
And was the prop truck secured during that time?
Through my interviews, I found out that it was secured.
And how was it secured?
So the set, one of the individuals that worked on the set of Rust.
Objection, you're set. You were just right. Unless she knew it at the time.
This is information that she learned during her investigation.
Afterwards.
It's going for the truth. Yeah, it's hearsay.
Did you get that date?
In terms of when she learned?
Yes.
When did you learn? Let me ask you this. When you showed up on the 27th of October, did anyone meet you at the prop truck?
Yes, and then we also had deputies that went out there at least a couple days before we had drafted that search warrant to secure the truck with 24-hour surveillance.
So when you went to the prop truck on the 27th, did someone have to meet you there to open it?
Yes.
Who had to meet you there to open it?
Her name was Ro Walters.
Okay. So on that day, did you understand that it was locked?
Yeah, inaccessible.
Okay. Because she had to open it for you.
Correct.
And other than props generally, tell us what other things were stored inside that truck.
There was a firearm safe with firearms in it. There were firearms outside of that safe. I think there were like a bunch of chairs in it and maybe some like shade tents and stuff like that. There was quite a bit of stuff.
After you were let into the prop truck and it was unlocked for you, describe for us the safe. How big is it?
Maybe about 4 feet tall and maybe about a foot wide.
And did someone have to come and unlock that safe for you?
Yes.
Who was that?
Seth Kenny.
And when you executed the warrant on the prop truck, as it relates to this case, just summarize for us what you found. I mean, we don't care about tables and chairs and stuff.
Additional firearms, more ammunition. I think that was kind of the major things that we got off of it.
And are you familiar with the ammunition that was provided to the set of Rust by Seth Kenny?
Yes.
Where was that ammunition found?
Inside of the prop truck in a bag.
And when you say in a bag, was it inside something else?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
Was it just loose in a bag?
Well, it was inside of a box that was inside a duffel bag type thing.
Okay. And is it also, did you locate a black gun belt?
I don't think I was the one that located that.
Okay. All right. No problem. And we understand that you also executed a search warrant on pt.2. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that was on November 30th, I think we heard.
Yes.
So prior to executing that search warrant, had Seth Kinney talked to you about live rounds?
I don't, yes, I believe so.
Do you recall, did Seth Kinney at some point bring live rounds to you?
He did.
Do you know whether that was before you searched PDQ?
It was before.
So you knew before you searched PDQ that he had live rounds because he took them and told you?
Yes.
Did you receive information prior to the search at PDQ regarding a green ammo can?
I did.
Who did you receive that information from?
From Thel Reed, which was Hannah's father.
In part, was it based on the information from Hannah's father that you executed the search warrant on PDQ?
Yeah, the information I learned from him was some of what I used.
And just to be clear, I want to be clear, the reason that you went and searched PDQ, one of the reasons is because Mr. Reed said Seth Kinney's got live ammunition, right?
Yeah, he did say that. He actually said that he was the one that picked up that live ammunition.
Who was?
Thel.
Thel picked it up.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Corporal, did it occur to you that Thel Reed may be giving you inaccurate information to protect his daughter? What?
I mean, unless we're going to be able to ask witnesses. Never.
Well, continue.
I'm just asking you.
God, the twins there.
I'm not asking about anybody else. Did it occur to you when you took the information from Mr. Reed and got the search warrant? Did you know
Looks
who to
like they're
believe at
spooning.
that point in time?
No.
Okay. And I want to be clear, did Mr. Reed, and this is just because of, this is just why you did what you did Mr. Reed indicate to you that the ammunition at PDQ he thought was the same ammunition on the set of Rust?
Yes.
Did that turn out to be true?
No.
Even though, well, let me ask you this, the live ammunition that was collected from PDQ, did it just visibly look dissimilar to the live ammunition from Rust?
Yes.
Even though it looked dissimilar, did you send it to the FBI for testing anyway?
We did.
Did you ever discover any evidence throughout your entire investigation that Seth Kinney supplied live rounds to the set of Rust?
No.
Did you ever discover any evidence that Seth Kinney was present on the set of Rust until you met him at the prop truck?
No.
During your investigation, did you ever discover any evidence that Mr. Kinney modified or altered the gun that was provided to Mr. Baldwin?
No.
Did you ever discover any evidence that Ms. Gutierrez modified or altered the gun that was provided to Mr. Baldwin?
No.
Did you ever formally arrest Ms. Gutierrez?
No.
Does that have anything to do with whether or not she was ultimately convicted of a crime?
No.
Did you ever arrest Dave Halls?
No.
This is very
Do you know
leading.
whether or not he was convicted of a crime at some point?
Yes, he was.
And the fact that you arrested him or didn't arrest him, did that have
There
anything
is
to do
no
with it?
objection. There
No.
is no leading.
It's the
Does
lawyer's
the-
just testifying.
As a law
But yes,
enforcement
no.
officer, do you always arrest people who then later are criminally charged?
Sorry, you mean like arrest them right away? And
Do
then...
they have to be arrested in order to be criminally charged?
No.
Why would you not arrest someone?
To develop the investigation, if we're still waiting or investigating facts, trying to find information, and to get potential suspects or witnesses, whoever is involved, to cooperate with law enforcement.
Who makes the final charging decision in a criminal case?
The district attorney's office, essentially.
The prosecutor does, right?
Yes.
You guys don't. The law enforcement officers don't, correct?
Right.
Now, in addition to searching the prop truck and searching PDQ, did you also ask to search cell phones?
I did.
And whose cell phones did you search or ask to be searched?
I requested searches of Alec Baldwin's cell phone, Hannah Gutierrez's, David Hall's, and Sarah Zachary.
Did you review all of those cell phone extractions?
I did.
And when you review the cell phone extraction, what do you get to see? Do you get to see text messages?
I do.
Do you get to see photographs?
Yes.
When you reviewed the photographs from Ms. Gutierrez's cell phone, did you notice anything that stood out to you?
I did.
What was that?
There was a photograph taken, I believe it was maybe end of November, that she was there was two bullets, 2 rounds, and I believe her hand, and it caused a little bit of concern. And then I think I actually had found a couple photos of it, and one of the bullets in that photograph was circled, kind of how you can edit a picture, and it said, I believe it was dud on top of it.
That bullet that was circled that said dud on it, was it a
She's going
Starline
to lead
Rust
this much. She might as well lead them to a point a little bit more
nickel
quickly.
primer?
Yes, well, silver.
Silver, nickel,
Yeah.
okay. Just in terms of the color.
Yes.
And in terms of the projectile shape, did it match the live rounds from the set of Rust?
It did.
All right, counsel, we're going to stop for the day.
Oh, yay.
Jury,
Thank the Lord.
instead of 8:30, I want you to be here at 9:30
Oh,
downstairs. Please don't talk among
Okay.
yourselves or anyone
We
else.
get to
I
dig
don't
in a
know
little
if
bit more.
that's
Motion
everybody
more.
or if they're just going to
Thank you.
argue about stuff before.
maybe motions.
Probably the latter.
That would be my guess.
I was all excited there for a second. I get to sleep
Yeah.
in.
I
You
know.
reminded me, maybe not so much.
Well, the
I had
motions.
to, I had to rain on that parade real quick.
Sorry.
So much, Andrea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought the motions were a high point today.
Yeah, good point.
I only have one thing to say about them, and then I have nothing else to say. Literally, the only thing I have to say is I changed my mind. I don't think he was running away. If you look at the long crime feed, it's zoomed in.
Who was
You
running
can
away
see
from what?
him lean over, and it looks like he's asking his attorney, "Hey, can I use the rest of the
No, he did. According to Larry, he asked. Larry saw him say, "I have to go to the bathroom."
That's what it looks like too. So I've changed my mind. He didn't take off.
Did Larry follow him into the bathroom? Did he follow him into the bathroom? That's what I want to know.
I'm waiting for Larry to photobomb.
Well,
Oh, you're right. He's got to go like photobomb him in the bathroom.
I'm just saying.
oh man, I was about to make a joke. I'm glad I didn't. All right, moving on.
There you go. All right. So You were talking about today's highlights. Maybe we should just go over the highlights and
or lowlights.
Get on out of here. Yeah, I mean, we should probably just go over everything. Perhaps there's going to be some stuff. I pulled this out a little quickly. Perhaps there's going to be conversation. So maybe we'll just wait to see if she.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
I pulled this out.
Nope.
I pulled this out. So.
Yep.
Hopefully fireworks.
Also, I don't really particularly care for this seal. It's like gold on yellow. It's not distinct.
I know, it looks blurry.
I need a two-tone thing going on.
It's
Or
blurry.
some
looking.
black background, maybe.
Yeah, agree.
I like the symbolism though of the two eagles, the Mexican
Yeah.
eagle and the bald eagle.
I think it's on glass, and the
An
glass
eagle
is
and a
on
hawk,
glass.
right? Yeah.
Oh, it says judge left.
Yeah,
Oh.
the judge has gone off the bench.
Oh, we
good.
can be done.
There we go. So let's wrap it.
1912. It's almost a real state.
Ouch. As somebody who's born
Nice.
and raised in Arizona at 1917, I take that personally, Kurt.
Danny Googling. when
So let's talk about today's highlights, lowlights, and I don't know, lowlights. So
I
what do we
really
got?
like Pieta, and I like the guy following him. They were great.
They didn't do enough.
Well, they
with
were
him,
nice
though.
and nice and tight and to the point.
Yeah.
Nothing extraneous. That was fantastic.
I wish they'd done more with them though, because these are the guys who manufacture the firearm, and they could have spent a little bit more time on. There's no way that this firearm could fire without.
But they weren't allowed to.
I know
Art,
they
they
said
weren't
it,
allowed
but-
to. Yeah.
So
They were
maybe-
very limited on the expert side. He wasn't allowed to offer any opinions, just fact evidence.
So
How can he not be an expert? I am the.
He was
owner of
late
the company.
disclosed.
I built it with my hands.
Oh,
He
it
was late disclosed. So
Okay,
they
fair enough.
yeah, so the judge limited it.
So just to review those of you who haven't been here since for the last 8 hours or so. So as far as what happened today, that basically we started today with cross-examination of technician. What type is it? Armor technician? Evidence? What's that? Crime technician?
The evidence technician, yeah.
Evidence technician, yeah. Marissa Poppell. And we all expected that her testimony and cross-examination and redirect maybe an hour or 2 hours. I mean, direct examination of her yesterday, which is what we wrapped up with yesterday, lasted like, I don't know, an hour or two. We spent all morning, most of the afternoon with her on cross and then on redirect, and what was a painful cross, where it was much more, to my mind, and if any of you disagree with my assessment on this, that Marissa essentially was just being peppered with all sorts of questions, both on cross and then on redirect, about things that she clearly couldn't know anything about. Like,
He kept treating her as an investigator, and she even had to correct him a bunch of times because he said, as an investigator, she goes, I'm an evidence technician, or I'm a technician. She said that multiple times.
Yeah. Did you think that Alex shot her on purpose? It's like, wasn't there. I don't know. Like, why are you asking me these questions? And it was a whole bunch. It was just hours of these questions that she couldn't possibly know the answer to. And then later on redirect, we actually saw pretty much the same thing. All sorts of questions about, do you know that he did it? Do you know whether? I'm trying to just think of some of her questions. Start zoning out after a while with respect to the district attorney's redirect questions. But it was
he kept saying like the department. It's like, did you notify such and such? She's like, well, the
That's not what I
department
do.
does that.
Yeah.
Right. And did you tell the defense, or did you? I don't know. I felt like he was upgrading her position as if she was Hancock, because Hancock was the lead investigator and I think has certain responsibilities to notify, do this and that. And he was treating the evidence tech as if he was talking to Detective Hancock.
right. When this disclosure came in 3 months ago, did you notify the defense? She's like, I don't. Were they ever? It's not my department. Were they ever notified? I don't know. I don't know what of anything that they were notified about. And it was stuff that everyone knew she wouldn't know the answer to, and it almost looked like he was trying to get her on a gotcha. And she was just like, I don't know. And the objective seemed to be that he wanted to basically imply that there were failures by the police department in the way they handled things, even though most of the stuff he was asking about were things that she wouldn't have any involvement with. And then with respect to things that were implicating Alec Baldwin on redirect, there was all these different questions which related to that she was trying to say she doesn't know anything about that either, because that's just not her department. Excuse me, I'm just screen out Lady Logic there. So, yeah.
Okay.
And then we also you were talking about the motions and how those were the best part of the day. So you want to break down what we got out of the motions before we get into the other witnesses, because that happened in the middle here. Anyone?
Well, so what was going on with emotions? You could tell it was in preparation for this witness. At least I'm pretty confident it was, since she's the one that did the interviews. And so what had happened is that the state had made it clear they're going to be proffering some of Alec Baldwin's statements that he made in these interviews to this witness, this detective, and the defense was basically disputing quite a few of them, arguing that they needed to be redacted for a variety of reasons. They're not relevant. They're more prejudicial than probative, et cetera, et cetera. And so we kind of worked through those with mixed results to both sides until the judge ultimately decided, this is taking too long. Defense, you waited too long to propose these redactions, so I'm just not going to even consider anymore. And pretty much everything else in the interview after that point is going to be fair game.
Which there's a lot of
add on
damning
to that.
admissions. Yeah, there were a lot of damning admissions that he's made in the Stephanopoulos interview and his other interviews that he's appeared in. And when we say damning, the point is that he admits to having knowledge or having certain habits or things that he would normally do, which he clearly did not do here, and that only adds fuel to the district attorney's fire. That he was, in this particular case, he was recklessly negligent, not simply negligent. So those are potentially, case altering decisions by the judge. Those are highly significant decisions by the judge.
But they all seem fair and they all seem correct. And it also, based on the thing you just said about the late disclosure with the Pieta and why they couldn't go into more detail with him, the judge seems very consistent as it relates to disclosures at time, because she wouldn't let Pieta as an expert because of disclosure on time. She wouldn't grant immunity to read because of time. She wouldn't allow the redactions because they were too late in time. So I appreciate this judge has a schedule, and she's like, these are when things are due, and and you didn't come in time. And how about no? And I appreciate that she sticks to the rules.
Yeah.
We learned other important things like we were wrong. William Baldwin was in backdraft, not Steve.
Yes. And also Flatliners was a different Baldwin, I believe.
I think that's what I was saying. No, but Steven was in that movie, not Dazed and Confused. There was another one of those 90 types of movies where it's like, oh God. I remember him singing My Sharona in a restaurant. I'm trying to remember. The chat's coming in. The chat always knows. But he was
the only one.
I got the Flintstones right. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, you got that right. The only other one I saw coming up in the chat from everybody was The Usual Suspects.
Oh
yeah,
which I did not remember he was in.
Yeah, no, yeah, he was the one singing Old MacDonald when he was picking
there's
people up.
Biodome, people are saying.
He's in Biodome? What role?
Did you watch that?
Yes,
I did not
of
watch
course.
that.
Very long ago.
Shore?
Making a filter, making a filter. I love Biodome.
Really?
Pauly Shore is trying to do Richard Simmons soon.
Rock? I am God. This is such a great film. It's not. It's not.
How do you
Nobody
guys
go
know
watch
Steven
it.
from David anyway? How does anyone know from Adam? How do you guys tell these people? You know what
Well,
I
I
ever
agree.
remember is
Adam is the only good Baldwin. He's not related.
well, there you go. Anyway, and tomorrow it seems like we might be starting tomorrow at an hour late. I mean, she didn't tell them to come early.
Well,
That's when she told the jury to come. I suspect they're going to be doing more of these motions just before the jury gets there. That would be my guess.
I set up the stream for same time tomorrow. I figure we can always snark ahead or whatever, or if there's
I'll probably show up let's probably start up at stream time just in case. I'll be here.
Yeah, it's set up, it's timed out for whomever, whatever. But I don't honestly today. Do you feel like any needle was moved in any direction?
The needle that was moved from my perspective is at some point we shifted from prosecuting Alec Baldwin to prosecuting Mr. Kinney, and I don't know why. I definitely don't know why the prosecutor seems to have taken this bait, because now even with this new witness, this detective, for some reason we're focusing a lot on him, and I don't know why we are here. I would really love to see us get back to Mr. Baldwin and what he did and what he knew, because I don't think there's any issue with the fact that everybody concedes he didn't bring the live ammo on set. He didn't load it in the firearm. And so I just don't know how any of the rest of this relates to his culpability.
I think I said day one, they're going to say Seth Kinney. This is going to be Seth Kinney. It's going to be a trial on Seth Kinney.
Well, he's coming in tomorrow, right? He's going to be testifying.
He's supposed to be. He told me he's due. But then again, it depends. I mean, if this guy crosses out, Hancock for 10 hours, which, I mean, look what he did with the evidence tech. This is the lead detective. That could go on forever.
That's not good.
I don't know. But judging from past behavior of what I've seen, I could see him going on and on. If he's poking at her saying, it's shoddy police work, well, then wouldn't you go after the shoddiest, policiest of them all, the one in charge?
Yeah. Fair point. It's a fair point.
Yeah, that would seem to be your strategy.
Seems to
So
suck.
a lot of table pounding.
Yeah. Anyhow. So,
but I really appreciate everyone who's been here, and so many of you have provided super chats to us or memberships to us or subscribed to us during this stream. So to all you out there who are watching us, we really do appreciate it. We do this for you, and I think you're getting a wonderful experience because you see a lot of difference of opinion. We have difference of opinions of the relative strengths of some of the arguments. We have different opinions about the likelihood of convictions. We even have differences of opinion about whether legal tests are met, and that's exciting and interesting. So I hope you're enjoying this diverse panel of thought. It's fun.
Indeed. Make sure you're back here tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. We're starting on time, right? We're starting at 10:30 tomorrow.
Yes,
Eastern.
sir. Yes, sir.
All right. It is what it is.
Someone else can hit the end stream button. I don't want to go near it.
Yeah.
Wait. I see a judge hold on. I see a judge at the bench.
Okay, we're not going to argue it.
I don't think I'm going to have much of a response. I can probably just do it orally.
Okay, fine.
Because I've now.
Oh, is this a repeat from earlier?
What we're dealing with.
All right. So, I told the jury to come back at 9:30.
Oh, no, it's
I want
on.
to be on time when they get here. So I want you all to get settled and be prepared to have the case called and begin to argue the motion at 8:45.
No problem.
Okay.
So yeah,
8:45 it is then.
And when you're finished with that, send it to me as well. Not just defense at 7:30 p.m. or whatever.
Oh, yes, sir.
Mhm.
Just a couple housekeeping issues. There was one is
So did you want to start at a quarter till or a few minutes prior to that?
No problem.
Go.
We'll start at the
Oh, I
same
can't
time.
see
We
you.
get
Okay.
some answer while they're
I can't
getting
imagine
set up.
she
That's
wants
fine.
to speak
Yes.
to me, but-
You're under oath. Don't talk to any witnesses. All right. Anything else?
Dude, the judge is so done.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We're in recess.
Yeah.
All
Also,
right.
rip Shelley Duvall. She died.
Yeah, sadly.
Oh,
I didn't know that.
well, there goes olive oil.
The good news is she died in her sleep, apparently.
Oh,
So, I mean, if you're going to go,
might as well go peacefully.
and go to
Good
bed
night.
one night, and that's it.
Yeah. And I know there's a couple of you asking. I'm at exactly 99,600.
There you go.
We'll get you there.
Nice.
There you go.
Damn it. We'll get you there.
Well, I know.
Even if we
100
all
at a
have to
time,
read
baby.
all this
100 at a
screen.
time.
Yeah. Anyway, tonight I'm actually going to be, I'll probably be streaming a little bit early. I'm going to be covering Biden's big boy presser, just because I've never seen a big boy presser before, and I'm very excited to see how that turns out. I heard that he's already made one mistake where he referred to Zelensky as Putin, which that can happen.
Yeah.
But so,
Apparently.
but he's a big boy, and I'm gonna be watching that. I'm probably gonna be just give you all a heads up. I normally start 10 p.m. I'm probably gonna be starting early because tomorrow morning I have a whole family thing with my my grandson's bris. So yeah, I'm probably gonna start early and end early tonight. I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. I do need to wrap up over here. So make sure you guys sub up to Andrea, and to Eric and all these fine folks here, like Uncivil Law, and of course this way over here, Danny on direct. I'm privileged to be part of this ensemble. Very privileged. Also Nate, if he's around, also he's pretty cool too. So
Nate's too busy at the pool.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing you guys all tomorrow. Please make sure you come back. Make sure you all come back to my channel specifically, not these other movies. I'm just kidding. I love spread the wealth around.
Just to spite Joe, you know what? Go subscribe to him and then go elsewhere.
Yeah.
There we go. That's the compromise.
Good night, y'all. Thank you so much, and I'll see you guys shortly. Godspeed.
See ya.
Thank you, everybody.